Fake Boyfriend. Young Love, Book 1. Written by Suzana Thompson. Narrated by Paulina Schubert. Chapter 1. I followed him home. Unlike everyone else I knew, he lived in an apartment rather than a house. Fighting the urge to drive past, I pulled into the parking lot right behind him, so that he would see me before I chickened out on following through with my plan. He turned to look at me as I put my car in park and turned off the engine. "Hey," he said as I scrambled out of the car. "You can't park here. You need to move your car." I knew that, of course. I wasn't in a parking spot or even pulled up to the curb. I had just stopped the car and gotten out to catch him before I lost my nerve. There was no way that I would have had the courage to chase him into the building. Out in broad daylight was intimidating enough. There was no warmth in his gaze as I approached him. "I know," I told him. "This will just take a minute." Hi," I said nervously. "I'm Sarah. I go to your school, and I want to hire you." His expression finally altered from cool appraisal of me to surprise. "Hire me? To do what?" My face flamed with so much heat that I knew it had to be bright red. That added to my mortification, and I looked down at my feet as I forced the words out. "To pretend to be my boyfriend. For pretend dates," I clarified. "It would be enough for you to pick me up from my house and drop me off somewhere." "Is this some kind of dare?" he demanded in annoyance. "Because I'm not going to—" "It's not," I cut in, to assure him that it wasn't anything so frivolous. Since he hadn't ridiculed me, I was able to look at him again. "I need some people to think I have a boyfriend, so—" "Find someone else," he interjected tersely. "I'm sure you could convince some nice guy at school to do this for you." "But I need someone scary," I blurted. I backtracked awkwardly as my face flushed again. "I mean someone tough and—" "A bad boy," he stated with a scowl. "Let me guess. You're trying to change your image, get people to notice you. Maybe even get some other guy's attention. Well, you can forget using me for that shit." "No," I denied. "It's nothing like that. It's actually the—" "I don't care what your reasons are," he cut me off angrily. "I'm not doing it." "I'll pay you," I told him in desperation. $1,200. His eyes widened in astonishment before narrowing suspiciously. "How did you come up with that number?" I realized my mistake in giving him such a specific amount. I should have offered him an even 1,000. I couldn't think up a lie to explain it, so I admitted the truth. "I heard you saying you needed that much." My confession pissed him off even more. "So you decided to take advantage of the situation? That sounds about right. Why not use me to get what you want?" He was making me feel like I had done something wrong, when that hadn't been my intention at all. "I just thought that it would solve both our problems." "Your problems," he sneered. "Your cliché teenage rebellion. You want to sex up your image? You're tired of being seen as the girl next door? Is that it?" "No," I began. "I don't care about any of that. I just want—" He cut me off again. "I don't care what you want. If you're stupid enough to pay $1,200 for it, then why shouldn't I take the money? Hand it over." "You haven't done anything yet," I exclaimed in dismay. "You're supposed to get paid after you do the job." He gave me a wintry smile. "You're not actually planning to pay me anything, are you? You were just hoping to trick me into doing this and then renege on the deal." "No, I'm going to give you the money," I insisted. "But I'm not going to give it to you before you do anything. How do I know you won't just take the money?" "How do I know you'll give me the money afterwards?" he retorted. "I will," I said desperately. "I promise." He snorted. "I know how much a girl's promise is worth. Give me the money or no deal." I couldn't just hand over the money. I didn't trust him, and it was insane to pay him so much anyway. This entire idea was crazy. Yet I had no other plan, and I was reluctant to give up on this one after I'd actually worked up the courage to go through with it. "How about half?" I suggested. "Half the money now and the other half at the end." He considered my offer with disdain and mistrust, and I thought he was going to refuse. "Okay. At least I'll have half if you stiff me on the rest of it." "Okay," I agreed. "I'll go to the bank and get it for you. I'll be right back." "Apartment 108, he said as I turned toward my car. I halted and turned back toward him slowly. "Oh, could I get your number and call you when I'm back? Could you come down and meet me out here?" 108, he repeated. "It's on the first floor. I don't need to come down." "Oh," I responded. "So could you come out when I get here?" He regarded me with his cold gaze. His blue eyes had the contrary effect of being both distant and alluring, and they unnerved me even as they captivated me. "Afraid to be alone with me?" he challenged. "How am I going to be your boyfriend, then?" "Pretend boyfriend," I emphasized. He gave me a tight-lipped smile. "You do know this has to look convincing if you expect people to believe I'm your boyfriend, don't you? Acting scared of me won't help." I'm not acting, I thought, but I didn't dare voice. Gage was the most intimidating guy I had ever met. For one thing, he was big, towering over my 5'6" height. He wasn't skinny like most tall guys, though. His solid build included broad shoulders that made him look naturally sturdy and strong. He didn't have the cut muscles of guys who constantly worked out in the gym, but he was very masculine. He also lacked their male swagger, but that actually made him seem more of a man. They were like posturing boys in comparison to his self-assured, coolly assessing demeanor. Nothing about him seemed like an act. He fully owned the toughness he exuded. "Let's get something straight," he snapped at me. "This is a business arrangement only. I'm not taking your V-card." My gaze lifted quickly to see the glowering expression on his face, and I gaped at him in utter shock and mortification. I could feel the heat creeping over my skin. "That's not... No," I insisted in a sputtering denial. "I wasn't..." I shook my head for emphasis. "I can tell when a girl is checking me out," he retorted. It was spoken without any of the smugness in Damon's tone when he accused me of ogling him and wanting him. Gage said it like it pissed him off. I knew what it felt like to be subjected to unwanted sexual attention, so I forgot my embarrassment and my desire to assure him that I wasn't like that. "I'm sorry if it seemed that way. I was just noticing your size." My cheeks flamed at that inadvertent innuendo. "I mean your height, and your strength. Not bodybuilder strength, but like you can take care of yourself." "I can," he replied flatly, "but don't expect me to be getting into any fights over you." "I'm not," I told him. "Damon wouldn't dare try to fight you. At least, I don't think he would," I added uncertainly. Gage's formidable expression hardened even more. "You have a boyfriend? The deal's off, then. You're not using me to make him jealous." He pivoted and stalked off before I could gather my wits, but I scurried after him. "Wait! He's not my boyfriend!" Gage halted abruptly and spun to face me, causing me to have to jump back to avoid running into him. He crossed his arms in front of him in an intimidating stance. "Who is he?" he demanded. "He's Courtney's crush," I replied. Gage's expression changed from outright hostility to annoyance. "Who is Courtney?" he asked in an impatient tone. "My stepsister. She thinks that I'm trying to steal Damon from her," I explained. "That's why I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend." "So, he's more interested in you than her," he deduced. "No," I said. "It's just that I'm new here. That's the only reason he would ever even look at me. Once the novelty wears off, he'll lose interest." He gave me an appraising look, his eyes sweeping slowly over me from head to toe, and moving back up to linger on my face. I flushed under his scrutiny and dropped my gaze, unable to keep eye contact with him for that long. "That's not the only reason," he stated. My gaze flitted back up to his in surprise. "You're cute, shy, sweet," he added, his voice dropping and softening on that one word in a way that caused a fluttering response in my stomach. "Some guys get off on seducing virgins," he finished matter-of-factly. My face flamed. "Why do you keep saying that? You don't know anything about me." "Like it isn't obvious," he scoffed. "Have you ever even been kissed?" So much heat rushed to my face that I felt like it was on fire. I spun away from him in mortification and hurried to my car. "Hey," he called after me. "Don't forget to bring me my money, or the deal's off. Apartment 108, he said, pausing between each number in what sounded like a mocking tone to me. It pissed me off. and the anger diluted some of my embarrassment over being so inexperienced at the age of 18. Gage was right that I was shy, and I avoided drawing attention to myself. I had one friend at my old school, and she was just as introverted and quiet as me. We had talked about guys, but none of them had ever shown any interest in either of us, until I moved here and caught Damon's attention. Unwanted attention. Oh, he was good-looking with his dark eyes and his perfect face and six-pack abs. I had seen those abs on display several times over the summer. At first I had been thrilled to learn that my new family had their own private pool. That was when I was still naive enough to think that I would be accepted by my new stepsister as family. I imagined us being like real sisters and having fun and sharing confidences, at least at home. As soon as I met Courtney and saw how beautiful she was, I knew that she was one of the popular girls at school. She radiated confidence and poise, and all the social attributes I didn't have. I was immediately in awe of her, and I knew that she would never want anything to do with me in public in front of her friends. I had thought that it would be different at home, though, considering that we were now sisters. As soon as we were alone, I rushed to assure her that she didn't have to carry through on the promise she had made to her dad to introduce me to people at school. I'll be fine on my own, and you can just be with your friends like usual, and don't worry about introducing me to them. She gave me a haughty look, dropping the charming persona she had displayed in front of her dad. I can't believe you think I'd actually introduce you to my friends. It's going to be embarrassing enough with people knowing you're living at my house. You've got loser written all over you. At least your mom is decent enough to be seen in public with my dad. How the hell did she have a daughter like you? She had a daughter like me because I looked like my dad. My mom was a former model, and she was still gorgeous. All I had gotten from her was her flawless skin. There was not one blemish anywhere on my face or body. My best friend, Emily, had commented that it would be a crime for me to ever get a tattoo and disrupt the perfection of my skin. The rest of me wasn't so perfect, though. Instead of my mom's felt curves, I had some extra jiggle on my thighs and butt. I didn't have my dad's beer belly, but I also didn't have my mom's flat stomach. While it was true that she kept her figure by working out and dieting constantly, I didn't even bother to try to attain the beauty I knew I would never have. I wasn't born with her long legs, and trying to tone them wouldn't make them look as lean as hers. I begrudged my mom none of her looks, and I loved her dearly. But I had seen the way people looked back and forth between us and found me lacking. So I hadn't gone down the futile path of trying to live up to people's expectations of what such a beautiful woman's daughter should look like. I wore no makeup to try to enhance my looks, and my clothes were comfortable rather than fashionable. Since I didn't have my mom's bikini body, I wore a one-piece swimsuit. Despite my disappointment over my new stepsister's attitude toward me, I was looking forward to enjoying the luxury of having a private pool. Our parents were on their honeymoon, and I hadn't seen Courtney around all morning. Having assumed that she wasn't home, I wasn't expecting to see her when I ventured out to the pool at noon. I especially wasn't expecting to see anyone else there, and I froze on the deck when I heard a male voice call out, "Hello," drawing out the word with suggestive enthusiasm. My head turned. I saw Courtney in the hot tub with a guy. He quickly climbed out, and I gaped at him in shock as he walked toward me. I had never been in the presence of a naked guy before, let alone one who was unselfconsciously sporting an erection. My face burst into flames as I realized what I was staring at. When my gaze shot up to his face, I saw his smug smirk. "Like what you see?" he inquired. His dark eyes dropped to stare at my breasts. "I do," he said. "Why don't you take that off? You're way overdressed." I crossed my arms over my chest as my skin crawled from his lewd gaze. It creeped me out and made me feel like I needed to take a shower to cleanse myself from his dirty stare. "Gross," Courtney said. "Nobody wants to see her fat ass naked." Despite her insult, I was grateful for her presence. Under no circumstances would I want to be alone with this guy. He actually craned his neck to inspect my rear like a piece of meat, as I instinctively shrank away from him while he leaned toward me. "Not fat," he declared. "So many luscious curves to grab onto while I'm pounding into her." He pulled back to make eye contact with me. Take it off. I want to fuck you right now. My mouth dropped open at his crude demand, and I backed away from him like he was an axe murderer. Courtney made some kind of protest and appeared beside him, but I no longer felt like she could protect me from him. I registered the fact that she was naked too, but his eyes remained on me even as she leaned against him and boldly took hold of his penis. I spun around and yanked open the patio door, leaving it open behind me in my hurry to escape. My heart was still pounding in fear when I ran into my room and locked the door. I stayed in there for hours, until my full bladder forced me to leave safety for the short sprint across the hall to the bathroom. I took my phone with me in case I needed to call the police. I had debated whether to call my mom, but I worried about alarming her for no reason. The guy hadn't done anything except say inappropriate things. He hadn't touched me, and he hadn't followed me up to my room. He probably had sex with Courtney after I left, and I certainly didn't want to get her in trouble and have her dislike me even more. It turned out that she now absolutely hated me. She blamed me for a disgusting and pathetic attempt to seduce Damon, which I gathered was his name. When I protested that I had no interest in her boyfriend, she called me a liar. She also told me not to call him her boyfriend. He was her friend, and I better not try to scare him away from her by making him think that she had the wrong idea about their relationship. I soon found out that it was a friends with benefits situation, and they took full advantage of the no parents home opportunity to indulge in having sex all over the house. I walked in on them in the kitchen one morning and lost my appetite. Courtney's mouth was occupied with a shocking task, which was why I hadn't heard them. Otherwise, she seemed to be exceedingly loud during sex. Damon, on the other hand, had been quiet until he saw me. Then he began to moan and narrate in the form of filthy encouragement what Courtney was doing to him. Yeah, suck. I whirled and fled the kitchen, locking myself in my room yet again. Due to eating very few meals that week, I lost 3 pounds. While this normally would have been something to celebrate, I was too stressed to be glad about it. Getting Damon to leave me alone was a much bigger priority for me than looking good. The old saying of being careful what you wish for was turning out to be very true in this case. In the past, I could only dream of having a good-looking guy like Damon notice me. Now I desperately wanted him to ignore me. I was no longer envious of beautiful girls like Courtney for getting all the attention from guys like him. She could have him, and I would gladly go back to being a wallflower. Damon, however, refused to let me. I made the mistake of assuming that I would be lost in the crowd when Courtney had the typical "my parents are out of town" party that I'd only seen in movies. Having only been to Emily's tame birthday parties, I was excited to experience a cooler one that I would have never been invited to. I wish that Emily could have been here with me, but she was several states away from me now since I had moved here. She'd insisted that I go out there and report everything back to her. I was going stir-crazy in my room. I was also curious to see the kids I would be going to school with. Most importantly, I could finally roam around the house freely, without having to worry about running into naked people. I had seen more nudity this week than I had ever wanted to see in my entire life, and I now knew that I preferred to see people with their clothes on. Emily had shrieked and giggled about me seeing Damon's thing, but it was hard for her to understand how uncomfortable it had made me beyond just mere embarrassment. It had been sleazy rather than titillating, and his behavior had creeped me out. I found him scary instead of sexy. When I saw him in the midst of the party with Courtney by his side, I was momentarily struck by how gorgeous the two of them were together. He was the epitome of tall, dark, and handsome. She was a stunning brunette beauty, and I felt completely washed out in comparison with my dishwater blonde hair and pale features. I couldn't understand why he would ever look at me when he had her. Lots of other guys were casting appreciative looks in her direction, but she seemed to be interested in no one except Damon. I steered clear of them and found a spot where I could people watch unobserved. The pounding beat of the music made me want to dance, but I didn't have the confidence to dance in front of other people. Nobody was dancing anyway. They were all just standing around talking and drinking. Still, the energy in the room was fun and carefree, and I started to enjoy myself for the first time since we moved here. This was my comfort zone, watching the interactions of those around me while remaining unseen. They were like characters in a TV show to me, and I would talk about them with Emily like we were discussing a soap opera. Being at one of their parties had the potential for more exciting interactions than I had ever seen before. I could witness things firsthand instead of hearing the gossip later at school. It was like having an exclusive behind-the-scenes pass. I wasn't supposed to become part of the show, though. "Hey, Sally, I brought you a drink." I looked at Damon, and my mouth worked before my brain did. "My name is Sarah." I instantly regretted correcting him. He was the last person I wanted to know my name, and the last person I wanted to talk to. He smiled, but it did nothing to make me less wary of him. "Sorry about that. Courtney told me your name is Sally. I'm Damon, in case she didn't tell you. Here." He tried to hand me the cup he was holding. I made no move to take it from him. "No thanks." "Lighten up," he cajoled. "Have a drink, and have some fun." I was having fun, I told him, unable to speak aloud the remainder of that sentence. "Until you bothered me." He seemed to understand my implication. "Don't be like that. I'm being nice to you, and you should be nice to me. I can help you. Get you off on the right foot with people at school." He leaned in closer to me. "I'll be honest, Courtney doesn't like you, so you need me to get you in with the people that matter." I took a step back from him, but there wasn't far to go since I was already standing so close to the wall. "I'm good," I replied. "I wasn't popular at my old school either." "But you can be," he said. "I can make it happen. You'll sit at our table, be invited to all the best parties. You won't have to be standing anywhere by yourself again." "I'm fine by myself. I like being by myself," I emphasized, hoping that he'd get the hint. The look in his eyes hardened. "You don't get it. Courtney isn't going to let you off that easy. She'll make your life hell. You're going to have a real miserable year here unless you have my protection." He stepped intimidatingly close. "So you better be nice to me." "Get away from me," I demanded. "I know you want me," he said. "I saw you looking at my dick. You couldn't take your eyes off it." I blushed in embarrassment, but my retort was firm. "I don't want you. I was just staring because I hadn't ever seen a naked guy before. I was just in shock." My response seemed to inflame him, and his dark eyes smoldered at me. "That is so fucking hot. I'll be your first." He moved closer and pressed his body against mine. I instinctively pushed him away, and the drink in his hand sloshed out of the cup and onto my shirt as he jerked back. His eyes went straight to my soaked breast. "Wet t-shirt is a good look for you," he remarked. "Hell yeah," another guy agreed and dumped his drink over my chest. I gasped, but another guy drenched my t-shirt with his drink before I could recover. "Look at those tits," he declared, among whoops all around us. "Take it off, baby," someone called out. "Show us your big tits." I crossed my arms protectively over my breasts as I barreled my way through the crowd in utter mortification. People were laughing at me and calling me all kinds of rude comments. The ones upstairs in the hallway just stared at me as I ran past them. I found a couple making out on my bed, but I was too distraught about what had happened downstairs to be upset about it. At least they still had most of their clothes on and hadn't gotten past taking their shirts off. They also had enough sense to scramble off my bed and quickly put their shirts back on before exiting the room with their gazes averted from mine. I was grateful because I couldn't stand another person looking at me. The tears that were prickling my eyes began to fall as I locked the door. I took a clean t-shirt out of my dresser before removing the soaked shirt and bra I had on. There was still moisture on my skin from the beer that had been spilled on me, but I was desperate to cover myself up immediately. I felt completely humiliated, and I couldn't imagine how I would ever face any of those people at school. Nobody had singled me out in so long that I felt secure in blending in with the crowd. The baggy t-shirts that I wore were a remnant of my self-consciousness about my breasts, which had begun to develop before the other girls in my class. This was much worse, though, than when Nate Robinson had pointed at my chest in 5th grade and yelled, "Boobs!" These people didn't know me, and their first impression of me was seeing me with my wet t-shirt clinging to my chest. That was the only thing they would think about when they saw me at school, and that was the gossip people who hadn't been at the party would hear about me. It turned out to be so much worse than that, because Courtney spread all kinds of lies about me. Damon hadn't been exaggerating about how vicious she would be toward me. I found out about it when one of the guys who had deliberately spilled his drink on me at the party approached me on the first day of school 2 weeks later. "This way, babe," he said as he took hold of my arm and began to pull me along with him. "Where are we going?" I asked in dismay. He couldn't possibly know which class I had because I hadn't spoken to anyone about it. In fact, I hadn't ever spoken to him before at all, and I didn't even know his name. "Bathroom," he answered. "There's one nobody hardly uses." "Thanks, but I don't have to go," I told him and slowed down my steps. "I actually need to find—" He cut me off with a hard tug. "I've got what you need." His tone left no doubt to what he meant, and I dug my feet into the floor and yanked my arm from his grasp. "Leave me alone!" He turned to face me with a smirk. "Don't bother playing hard to get. Courtney told us all about you, and how many times she saw you giving Damon blowjobs. He wouldn't admit to it, of course, because Damon doesn't brag like that. He did tell us that he asked you to be his girlfriend, but that you told him you don't want to be exclusive with anyone." My mouth had dropped open when I heard the lie Courtney had spewed about me, and I stood there gaping at him after he told me Damon's much tamer lie. The guy stepped closer to me. "I can read between the lines. You don't want just one guy, and you love to suck cock. I've got just what you want, babe." I was too horrified to be embarrassed this time, and I stared at him. "Hey, Sarah," Damon said as he walked up beside the guy. "Do you need help finding your classes?" My shell-shocked gaze shifted to him. "Hey," he said in a soothing tone. "What's wrong?" "She hasn't gotten her daily dose of cock," the guy remarked with a laugh. "Don't be a dick," Damon admonished him. But there was a smug look in his eyes as he gazed at me that belied his seeming kindness toward me. "Sarah's not that kind of girl." The guy snorted. "Yeah, right. With those tits and that mouth, she's—" "Shut up, Kyle," Damon interrupted him. "She's Courtney's stepsister, so watch what you say." "Courtney doesn't give a shit about her," Kyle retorted. "You know how uptight she is." He shook his head. "She's so hot. Too bad she's not the easy one." "Hey, Kyle," a pretty girl called out to him, and he walked away to talk to her. "So," Damon let the word hang between us as he fixed me with a hard stare. "Are you ready to play nice now?" Chapter 2. Remembering that awful day, I exhaled in relief as I drove away from the apartment where Gage lived. While it hadn't played out the way I had imagined, he still had agreed to help me. I'd expected him to jump at the chance to earn the money he needed. Instead, he had reacted with resentment to my offer. Of course, he probably hated having to resort to this to get the money. But it wasn't like I was asking him to do anything that difficult. I was the one who had to humiliate myself by approaching him with this pathetic request. It would be worth it, though, if it would help me get Courtney and Damon off my back. When I returned and had to go knock on his door, though, I felt almost as nervous about approaching Gage as I had earlier. His expression was also just as unwelcoming as it had been then, when he answered the door to me. "I've got the money," I told him timidly. "Come in," he said, making it sound more like an order than an invitation. I hesitated warily, as I wondered how dangerous he might be. "I'm not going to count the money out where everyone can see me and decide to rob me," he snapped. There was no one else around in the hallway, but I was too intimidated to point that out. He moved back impatiently, and I stepped into his apartment with great trepidation. When he brushed past me to close the door, I was surprised by how good he smelled. It wasn't the scent of an expensive cologne like Damon's, but a clean smell like soap with a whiff of underlying masculine scent that I couldn't name. I had the crazy urge to get closer and inhale more of it, but I didn't act on it. Gage led me into the living room, but didn't ask me to sit down as I awaited uncertainly for his next directive. I wanted to say something polite about his place, but the words never made it out of my mouth. Grasping for something to break the tension, I abruptly pulled the envelope from the bank out of my purse and thrust it at him. He counted the money and gave me an appraising look. "When do I get the rest?" "After the job is done," I reminded him. "Which is when?" he asked. "How long do I need to do this?" "Until Courtney starts dating Damon," I replied. "You expect me to pretend to be your boyfriend indefinitely?" he demanded in annoyance. "They're already kind of involved," I explained, blushing at the memory of what I had seen them doing. "I don't know why he hasn't officially asked her to be his girlfriend." Gage's speculative gaze made me nervously avert mine. "You've seen them having sex," he stated. My blush deepened with the heat flaming over my cheeks. "I didn't mean to. I didn't even know they were there until I walked in on them. I tried to avoid them as much as I could, but I skipped dinner, and I wanted to grab breakfast real quick. I didn't hear them anywhere, and she's usually so loud." My ears were burning as I trailed off in mortification under the scrutiny that I could still feel. "Please don't tell anyone," I pleaded. "People think that she doesn't do that." "It's nice of you to look out for her, especially since she's accusing you of trying to steal her boyfriend." "Don't call him that in front of other people," I said, looking up at him in alarm. "She doesn't want to scare him off." He rolled his eyes. "She's an idiot. She's letting him call the shots. No wonder he won't commit to her. He knows he doesn't have to, and that she'll still give him anything he wants." He paced away from me and shook his head. "This isn't going to work. He'll never ask her to be his girlfriend the way she's going, so your scheme isn't going to help." "Even if it doesn't, it'll at least get them to leave me alone," I replied. "What are they doing to you?" he asked in a tone that conveyed he thought I was complaining about nothing. "Courtney has been spreading all kinds of terrible rumors about me, and Damon—" I trailed off with a shudder. "Has he forced himself on you?" Gage asked, his voice suddenly sharp and angry. "No," I shook my head for emphasis. "He just says things. But he's just so creepy sometimes. I don't think he would actually do anything, though." His quick, agitated steps ate up the distance between us. "Who is this asshole? What's his last name?" "I don't know," I admitted. "I didn't even know his first name until Courtney said it. He's popular, though, and she is, too. There were a lot of people at her party." My mouth compressed with that bad memory. He picked up on my mood. "Did something happen to you at this party?" I waved his question off. "Just some people spilled some drinks on me." "More than one? Was it deliberate?" I glanced at him in surprise. He had a better vocabulary than I had expected from his image as a tough guy. "Damon did it accidentally, but the others—" My glaze slid away from his as I remembered my humiliation. I crossed my arms over my chest as the memory brought back my self-consciousness. Those guys hadn't forgotten the sight of me in that wet t-shirt, and they continued to mention my breasts despite how I hid them beneath baggy shirts. I couldn't wait for winter so that I could cover up under more layers of clothing. "They spilled drinks on your shirt," Gage deduced. "Typical immature assholes." I gave him a scrutinizing look. "You're not what I expected." He crossed his own arms over his chest and fixed an unnerving stare on me. "What'd you expect?" My hands fiddled nervously with my short sleeves as my gaze slid past him. You just seemed so tough and cold, but you've actually treated me better than they did." "So you expected me to treat you worse?" he snapped, startling me into looking directly at him. "Why the hell would you come to me then? Are you looking for trouble?" "No," I exclaimed. "I didn't expect you to do anything to me. I just thought you wouldn't care about why I was hiring you as long as you got your money." He scowled at me. "So you think I'm some kind of mercenary who doesn't give a shit about anybody?" "But that's what you said," I blurted. "I mean, not the mercenary part, but when your friend tried to tell you about me, you said that you didn't give a shit." His eyes narrowed at me like he didn't believe me. "When did I say that? Who was talking to me about you?" "Your friend. But I was glad you didn't want to hear anything about the new girl, because it was all lies Courtney told people about me. I liked that you weren't interested in gossip. That was one of the things that was different about you." The mistrust left his eyes, but he was still studying me and taking my measure. "What else was different about me?" "You weren't conceited like a lot of other guys," I faltered, feeling another blush creeping over my cheeks. A small smile played over his lips as he watched me. "Conceited about what?" "Maybe you are conceited," I muttered, even as my telltale blush heated my entire face. I recalled my reaction to him the first time I'd seen him. I'd been avoiding making eye contact with anyone after my awful interaction with Kyle and my subsequent upsetting talk with Damon. Guys were openly staring at me and making comments to their friends as I walked by. I heard male laughter in my wake. I decided that I hated guys and wanted nothing to do with them. Then I saw the tall, tough guy with the cold but alluring eyes, and my steps slowed to a halt as I stared at him. Other girls were looking at him too, but none of them dared to approach him. What fascinated me the most about him was that he didn't appear to be aware of the attention. I'd never seen such a good-looking guy so completely ignore his effect on those around him. Even if they were subtle about it, gorgeous guys had a bit of smugness about their looks. It was in the way they held themselves, and the way they glanced around at their admirers. This guy took no notice of anyone who was checking him out. It was his friend who saw me staring. "Hey, there's the new girl. And she's looking at you like she wants a piece of you. I heard that she likes to—" "I don't give a shit," the tough guy cut in, his tone annoyed and impatient. I had my head down and had begun to walk away, but I stopped in my tracks and couldn't help glancing toward him to see his expression. He looked just as annoyed as he sounded, and his eyes never even flickered toward me when his friend immediately alerted him to the fact that I was looking at him again. "Hey, new girl," the friend yelled. "I'm here too. Forget him. Look at me." I ducked my head in embarrassment, but I couldn't help cracking a smile at his antics. "I made her smile," I heard him crowing as I resumed walking. "When's the last time a girl smiled at your grouchy ass?" "Fuck you," the guy retorted. "In your dreams, which is the only way you're getting any. You need—" It was at this point that my straining ears could no longer hear their conversation, because I couldn't take the chance of stopping to listen and being caught by his friend again. Twice was bad enough. I got a chance to eavesdrop on them more unobtrusively later that day, though. I couldn't stomach the thought of trying to find a place to sit in the cafeteria, so I snuck outside. We weren't supposed to leave the building without permission, but it was worth the possibility of getting in trouble to escape the unrelenting stares. I felt bad now for ever thinking that gossip was fun. It was only fun if it wasn't about you, and I vowed to never spread it about anyone ever again. It was so easy to assume that it was true, but I had found out the hard way that anyone could make up false stories about people. The sound of voices drifted toward me and distracted me from my solitary contemplation. Curious about who else was out here, I stood up from the bench I was sitting on and cautiously moved toward the source of the sound. I began to distinguish words as I moved closer. "How much do you need?" $1,200, a gruff voice answered. My heart skipped a beat in recognition, and I peered around the corner of the building to see if I was correct about who was speaking. I felt fluttering in my stomach when I saw him. It was the tough guy, with the aloof attitude, and he was just as tense as he had been earlier. His body language and his size made him look extremely intimidating. His friend let out a drawn-out whistle. "Where are you going to get that kind of money?" "I'm not," he stated flatly. I dove out of sight when he suddenly turned in agitation and paced toward me. With my heart pounding in fear that he had seen me spying on him, I sprinted back to the bench and plopped down on it. Trying to even get my breath and act casual, I fought the urge to dart a glance in his direction and see if he had rounded the corner. When nothing happened for a long, scary moment, I looked and saw that he wasn't there. Exhaling in relief, I realized I no longer heard their voices. Either they had stopped talking or they had walked away from that spot and gone in the other direction. I didn't dare go check to see if they were still there, so I remained where I was. Now that I was able to calm down, I wondered what he needed that money for. Why didn't he just get a job? I was considering that myself. Not because I needed the money, but because I had nothing else to do with my time. It was apparent that Courtney had destroyed my chances of having a social life here. Only guys had approached me, and they had just wanted sexual favors. Judging by the looks they had given me, it didn't seem like any of the girls wanted to be friends with me. I hadn't had a chance to confront Courtney yet, and I happened to catch her alone in the hallway that afternoon. As I approached her, I caught sight of the tough guy walking past us. "Who is that guy?" I asked her, the words slipping from my mouth unplanned. She followed my gaze and glanced at me in disbelief. "Him? That's Gage Monroe, and he's dangerous." She smirked at me. "Not that I care if he murders you, but you have no chance of getting him. He doesn't date." "Why do you say he's dangerous?" I questioned. "Because he's been in juvie, and I heard he was in a gang before he moved here." As I was reeling from that revelation, she spoke again. "You've got the right idea, though. Get a boyfriend and stop chasing after Damon." "I'm not chasing after him. I've tried to get him to leave me alone." Her lips compressed as she fixed a hard expression on me. Try harder. Find another guy or I'll make your life hell. Like you haven't already, I retorted bitterly. And how am I supposed to find a boyfriend after you ruined my reputation? She responded with a cruel smile. You've got the attention of every guy at this school. That should help you find a boyfriend. Gee, thanks, I said sarcastically. Every girl wants to be propositioned by a bunch of random guys. That's the stuff of fairy tales. See, that's your problem. You're aiming too high. A loser like you shouldn't expect to get a prince. If you keep thinking that you're better than you are, I'll have to really put you in your place. She walked off after that threat, leaving me desperate to escape her wrath. After suffering through just one day of her mean girl tactics, I was already dreading the next day. I knew that I couldn't survive an entire year of being her target. The only way to stop her would be to get a boyfriend. She had made that very clear. Yet I didn't know how to get one. I'd never had one before, and none of the guys who had approached me had asked me out. They had only wanted sexual favors, which was something I wouldn't give them to get Courtney to leave me alone. My problem was how to get a boyfriend without enticing him with sex. Thanks to Courtney, everyone expected that from me. That seemed to be all that was on their minds. Every guy wanted. My eyes caught sight of the tough guy. Gage, I recalled Courtney telling me his name. His friend had insisted to him that I wanted him, but he hadn't even bothered to glance at me. The only thing he seemed concerned with was money. My heart began to thump with excitement as a crazy plan formed in my mind. $1,200 was a lot of money, but I could more easily give a guy money than perform the sexual act I had seen Courtney engaging in with Damon. I was pretty sure that I was scarred for life. The thought of approaching Gage was intimidating, but that was why he was the perfect solution for both my problems. Courtney would be satisfied that I had a boyfriend, and Damon wouldn't be able to bully him like he would some nice guy that I might convince to help me. Also, offering to pay Gage would eliminate the expectation of sex. It would be a business arrangement, like hiring someone to do a job. All I had to do was offer him the deal. I took a seat next to him at the back of the class I discovered that I had with him, but I realized that I couldn't speak to him about this at school where someone might overhear us. I would have to wait until after school. Fortunately, this was the final class of the day, so I could just follow him outside. I tried to pay attention to the teacher, but my gaze kept being drawn back to Gage. If he felt my eyes on him, he gave no indication of it. The guy had the brooding loner persona that I had previously only read about in books and seen in movies. I had never encountered someone like him in real life. No wonder so many girls kept stealing glances at him. I spent the entire class working up the nerve to talk to him, but I failed to say a word as I trailed after him and watched him get on the school bus. Cursing myself for not thinking to offer him a ride, I hurried to my car so I could follow his bus out of the parking lot. Now, as I stood inside his apartment, it occurred to me that he didn't have transportation to take me out on our fake dates. "Oh no!" I exclaimed. "What?" he questioned. "You don't have a car." He scowled at me. "You're all the same, aren't you? Well, if you were looking for a rich guy, you shouldn't have come to me. Why else do you think I would need money?" "That's not it. I just don't know how Courtney is going to believe that you're my boyfriend if she doesn't see you picking me up for dates." His expression became less severe, but it still held disapproval. "Why do you care what she thinks? Are you really that desperate to get her to like you?" I laughed bitterly. "She'll never like me. I'm just trying to get her to stop ruining my life." He clearly thought that I was being melodramatic. "How is she ruining your life?" Resentment hardened my voice. "She's telling lies about me. Most of the damage is already done, but it'll die down if she stops spreading rumors." His head cocked to the side like he was considering me anew. "What kind of lies?" I dropped my gaze from his uncomfortably, unable to even imagine speaking of it with him. "Ah," he responded like I had answered his question. "Those kind of lies." "She said it'll get worse if I don't get a boyfriend," I added miserably, noticing the shabby carpet I was standing on. It seemed to emphasize the downturn my life had taken. I don't know how it could get worse, but I don't want to find out. "I have a car." My eyes lifted to his face in surprise at that statement. "You do?" "That's why I need the money," he explained, "to fix it." Oh, I responded dully, disappointment bringing me back down. I could get it fixed right away if you pay me now, he said. The whole thing? I asked in dismay, although I knew that was what he meant. He shrugged. That's how much money I need to get my car fixed. Then I could pick you up for dates. But if you get all the money now... His gaze hardened at my unspoken accusation. I don't break my promises. It seemed like he was insinuating that I would break mine, and it was really insulting. I've already proven that I'll give you the money, I retorted. I've already given you half when you haven't even done anything yet. You want me to prove it? He snapped at me. Fine, let's go. I reacted with a startled little jump as he suddenly came toward me, but he moved past me and yanked open the door. After you. The hard edge of his tone took away any semblance of gentlemanly courtesy the words might have held. I should have felt relieved to leave and not be alone with him in his apartment anymore, but I was too nervous about what he intended to do now. Where are we going? I asked. Your place, he replied as he started walking down the hallway. You'll have to give me a ride to work after. You have a job? I questioned in surprise. Then why do you need money from me? He glanced at me with a scowl. Because I don't make enough to pay for everything. I wondered what else a high school guy had to pay for besides his car, but I was too intimidated to ask. I also had to hurry to keep up with his long-legged stride. He was forced to slow down and follow me once we got outside, but he soon spotted my car and overtook me again. I deliberately waited until I was right beside my car before pressing the button to unlock the door for him. He leaned in and moved the seat back before sitting down in it. When I sat down beside him and began driving, the situation became surreal. I was bringing a guy home with me. He was right here in the car with me, and he was coming over. It didn't matter that he wasn't really interested in me. His physical presence was overwhelming in the confines of the front seat, and my brain was only aware of the fact that he was a boy. Here. With me. We should stop at the bank first, he said, the mundane suggestion breaking through my surreal trance. Comprehension filtered into my mind, but my response was unsure. I didn't decide. My bank, he clarified, interrupting my hesitant reply. I need to put this money in my account. I glanced quickly at him. You brought it with you? I wasn't going to leave it laying around to get stolen, he retorted. Turn right at the light. I put my turn signal on as I approached the intersection and followed his directions. It's up there, on the left, he told me, gesturing toward the windshield. I signaled to get into the left lane and spotted the bank up ahead. After turning into the parking lot and finding a spot, I was told to wait there as Gage opened the door and exited the car. Watching him stride toward the entrance and enter the bank, I exhaled, but was unable to expel the tension from my chest. My short-lived relief over Gage's acceptance of my offer had ended when I found out about the problem with his vehicle. My plan had been very simple, but now it had become complicated. It was only supposed to involve Courtney seeing Gage picking me up from home for our supposed dates. Once out of sight of her, he could drop me off somewhere for an allotted amount of time and bring me home afterwards. I hadn't expected to have him actually come inside the house, nor to have to do anything except leave with him. Now I would have to deal with much closer scrutiny of my fake relationship with Gage. I fretted over how to act and what to say. I had no experience with bringing boys home, and I wasn't sure what to do. My stomach was tied up in knots by the time Gage returned to the car. How are we going to do this? I asked anxiously. Do what? He inquired as he buckled his seatbelt. This, I said, showing up at the house with you, pretending that you're my boyfriend. He shot a look at me. Isn't this your plan? Haven't you schemed and set up every scenario? That would have been the smart thing to do, and I should have known that everything might not go according to plan. No, I told him in a near panic. We can't do this today. I'm not ready. I thought I'd have until the weekend to prepare, and then I'd just meet you at the door and leave with you. I don't know how to... Calm down, he interrupted. You're stressing over nothing. It'll be enough for her to see us together. We'll stay a little while, and then you can drop me off at work. He made it sound easy, but I couldn't seem to force myself to get out of the car after parking it in the driveway. I remembered Courtney telling me that Gage would never be interested in me, and I wondered what insanity had possessed me to think that I could pull this off. There was no way that she would believe he was my boyfriend. This is where you live? Gage demanded in a harsh tone. I looked at him and saw him staring at the house with a hard expression. Of course you do, he continued, making it sound like an insult. No wonder you can throw around that kind of money. I've been saving that money since I was little, I told him. It's all the money people gave me for Christmas and my birthdays, and what I've earned from my babysitting jobs. Nobody has given me any money since I moved here. I glanced toward the house. It was an upper-middle-class home, but it wasn't a mansion. It's not like we suddenly became rich. His sound of disgust had my gaze colliding with his. You're not hurting, Sarah. You don't know how good you've got it. His words were bitter and derisive, but his gaze was so intense that I forgot what we were talking about. All my mind really retained was that he had said my name, and that it had some kind of physical effect on me to hear him speak it. My ears were anticipating the sound of his voice and what he might say next. The odd moment passed when he broke eye contact and flung open the passenger door. Let's get to it. I don't want to be late for work. Getting out of the car, I followed him to the front door and automatically unlocked it with my key like it was my home. Once I stepped inside, the feeling of comfortable homecoming ceased. This was Courtney's house, and I didn't feel welcome or safe here. I glanced around warily, even though I hadn't seen Damon's car parked in the driveway. Where have you been? Courtney's voice demanded as she came storming into view. We've been waiting for... She halted and gaped at Gage with her mouth still open from her abruptly aborted rant. It would have been comical, but seeing Kyle appear beside her made me stiffen with the memory of his vile behavior toward me at school this morning. He smirked as his gaze shifted between Gage and me. Sorry, man, I was here first. You'll have to wait your turn. Gage ignored him and spoke to Courtney. Hi, you must be Sarah's sister. I'm Gage. I'm Courtney, she responded, seeming to come back to herself. I don't mean to be rude, but Sarah already made plans with Kyle, so... No, I didn't, I denied vehemently. Courtney told me you wanted to meet me here after school, Kyle said. Looks like you got distracted from there to here, but you're not going to leave me waiting while you suck his dick. I'm first. He took a step toward me, and I stepped back. Gage stepped in front of me and faced off against Kyle. Whatever you thought you were going to get from Sarah, you better forget it. If you come near my girlfriend again, you and I are going to have a problem. You got that? Girlfriend? Courtney gasped. Whatever, man, Kyle replied, affecting an indifferent attitude. I could tell that he was intimidated by Gage, though, by the way he gave him a wide berth as he skirted around him to get to the door. He was in such a hurry that he didn't even take the time to close it behind him. Gage had turned to watch him go, and the expression on his face was so scary that I understood why Courtney had said that he was dangerous. When he turned back to face her, she took a step back away from him. Well, she said nervously, I'll leave you alone, too. Backing out of the entryway, she then made a quick dash out of sight. Gage remained where he was, standing rigidly, with angry tension emanating from him. I stood hesitantly beside him, not sure of what to do now. I was too intimidated to break the silence and possibly provoke him into turning his anger on me. I startled when he suddenly spun around and stalked past me. Come on, he demanded in a harsh tone. Let's get out of this fucking place. Following him outside, I shut the door behind me. He threw an agitated look at me as I approached the car. I'm driving. I need to... Meekly handing him the keys without protest, I went around to the passenger side as he adjusted the driver's seat to his height and got in behind the wheel. Buckling my seatbelt, I started to worry about what kind of driver he was. Maybe he had damaged his car by crashing it, and maybe he would destroy my car now. I didn't dare voice any of my concerns, though, as he pulled out onto the street. I braced myself, but he didn't hit the gas pedal like I was expecting him to. He accelerated smoothly and turned out to be a good driver. Unlike me, he even made smooth, easy stops at stop signs instead of jerking to a halt. I actually relaxed and began to enjoy the ride. Gage had opened the windows, and the air seemed to blow away the tension and let in the sunny atmosphere of the afternoon. I could be any girl out enjoying the beautiful day with her boyfriend. The illusion ended when he brought up the real reason he was with me. Bring me the rest of the money tomorrow, and I'll be able to get my car fixed and pick you up for dates. What's wrong with your car? I asked to avoid responding to his request. The brakes are completely shot, and I have a transmission leak. "Oh," I said, feeling bad about assuming that he had wrecked his car. He sighed. I shouldn't have kept it in the first place. I knew I'd have enough to pay insurance on it and spend money on gas and upkeep. It was just so amazing to have a car that I let myself get talked out of selling it. "Why'd you buy it if you wanted to sell it?" I questioned in confusion. "I didn't," he answered. "My grandpa left it to me." Hearing him refer to his grandfather as Grandpa was incongruous with his tough guy exterior, and it made him seem a little less intimidating. In fact, this entire conversation about his car and all his practical concerns about it were not in keeping with the image of a delinquent. I wondered if he had really been in juvie, or if that was just more false gossip. I had learned firsthand how untrue rumors could be. He pulled into the parking lot of Home Depot and parked the car. "Thanks for letting me drive. When I get like that, it helps to focus on doing something." I gathered that he was talking about some kind of anger management technique, but his gaze was fierce when he turned to look at me. "I'll help you for as long as it takes, Sarah. Your stepsister is a total bitch, and I won't let her mess with you anymore. Bring me the money so that I can get my car fixed, and I promise that you can count on me for whatever you need." It was crazy to trust him, since I hardly even knew him, but he seemed so genuinely passionate about what he was saying that I found myself agreeing to bring him the remainder of the money of the following day. His smile was fleeting, like he wasn't used to smiling, but the glimpse of it started a fluttering in my stomach. I wanted to have that smile directed at me again, and I was filled with an anticipation of seeing him again tomorrow. Chapter 3. I didn't expect Gage to acknowledge me at school, but he stopped me in the hallway the next morning and introduced me to his friend. "Hey, Sarah, this asshole is Dylan." "New girl," Dylan exclaimed. "How are you? Holy shit, you got this loser to talk to you? How'd you manage that?" My mouth opened even though I was at a loss for words, but Gage spoke first. "Sarah's my girlfriend." Dylan seemed to forget all about me as his gaze shot toward Gage in apparent shock and disbelief. It was nearly identical to the way Courtney had gaped at him yesterday, but he recovered faster and slid his gaze back to me as a slow grin spread over his face. "Well, I guess never say never. You must be a very special woman, Sarah. I'd be mad at this asshole for stealing you away from me, but it'll be good to see his grouchy ass smile. Be careful, though, because it might break his face." "Shut up, idiot," Gage told him, but I could tell that it was all friendly banter between them. "Sarah," someone called out sharply, and I looked to see Damon striding quickly toward us. "Are these guys bothering you?" "No," I answered, as my mood plummeted at the sight of him. He ignored my reply and looked at Gage and Dylan like they were trash. "Leave her alone, or we'll go straight to the principal," he threatened in a condescending tone. "You leave me alone," I told him. "I want to talk to them." He snorted. "Seriously, Sarah? You are not that desperate. I told you not to listen to Courtney. She can't touch you if you're with me, so tell these losers to get lost." When he called them the names they had called each other, it was clearly derogatory and had my hackles raised on their behalf. "They are not losers. They are the first nice guys I've met in this whole school, so shut up." Dylan laughed. "You tell him, Sarah," he encouraged enthusiastically. Gage moved from his spot beside Dylan to come stand next to me. "You said something about Sarah being with you, but that's not happening," he said to Damon. "She's with me, so you better stay away from her." Damon shot me an incredulous look. "Tell me that's not true. Courtney was telling me some bullshit about this, but I can't believe you'd pick up this trailer trash over me." "Believe it, asshole," Gage retorted before I could respond. Putting his arm across my shoulders, he pulled me closer. I glanced up at him and saw him staring down Damon with a hard expression on his face, but everything except Gage faded into the background for me. My senses were completely caught up in him, the feel of his arm around me which was comforting and exciting at the same time, the intoxicating scent of him which I could savor better this close to him, and the appealing sight of his attractive face. When he turned to gaze at me with his alluring eyes, I got lost in them. "Sarah!" Damon yelled loudly. My gaze slowly drifted toward him, and I saw him glaring at me. Damn, Dylan exclaimed. I wish a girl would look at me like that. You have your answer, Gage said. Sarah is my girlfriend, so back off. Damon scowled at me. This is your last chance. Walk away with me now, or I'll dump you for good. Dude, why are you even trying? Dylan asked. You called her name 5 times before she even noticed. It's so obvious she's not into you. I flushed at the realization of how thoroughly caught up in staring at Gage I must have been if I hadn't even heard Damon calling my name repeatedly. Darting a glance toward Gage, I saw him watching me. I quickly turned my head and dropped my gaze to the floor as my blush deepened. He'll dump you as soon as you give it up to him, Damon said, his voice tight with anger. Don't come crying to me because I won't touch you after he has you. You're going to be really sorry, Sarah. When I looked up at him after his rant, he was already storming off. I settled back in relief into the security of the arm around me before I remembered my embarrassment. I stiffened, and Gage dropped his arm from my shoulders. That him? He asked, sounding just as angry as Damon had. Yeah, I answered, feeling too awkward to look at him. Is he stalking you? Dylan questioned. No, I replied. Not really, he's just... I think he'll leave me alone now. I forced myself to glance at Gage. Thanks. Let me know if he bothers you again, he said, making it sound like a demand. Okay, I agreed, intimidated by his continuing agitation. He didn't appear to have noticed my embarrassing moment of infatuation with him, because he seemed aggravated. Maybe he was regretting the role he had agreed to play, but he had come through for me big time. We hadn't discussed anything about him putting on a show at school, but he had improvised perfectly and gotten Damon to finally give up. That thought made me beam happily at him. It worked! What worked? Dylan asked. Gage cut a look toward him. Could you give us a minute? Dylan smirked at him. Oh, alone time. I get it. Don't be nervous now. I know it's been a long time since you kissed a girl, but I think Sarah will understand that you're rusty. Shut the fuck up, Gage retorted as he glared at him. Dylan laughed in response and walked away, and I was left nervous and embarrassed all over again. When Gage looked at me, my gaze skittered away from his as my cheeks flamed. Don't let your guard down, he warned me. The unexpectedness of his words drew my eyes back to his face. The agitation still showed on his expression. I don't trust that guy, he added. Watch your back if he comes over to your house. I don't care what he said, he still wants you, and he's pissed that you don't want him. His concern for me was so unanticipated that I stared at him in wonder. A familiar fluttering started in my stomach, like it had every time I saw my crush at my old school, except this time it was accompanied by a warm feeling in my heart. Gage's gaze caught on mine, and he gave me a searching look before shifting his eyes away and clearing his throat. So, you'll stop over after school with... He let the question trail off, and it brought me back to the reason he was having anything to do with me at all. Money. He was only doing this for the money, and I had to remember that. I couldn't let myself become infatuated with him, because this was all pretend. Crushing on a guy from afar was safe and fun, since the distance kept me from getting overly attached to him. Developing an unrequited crush on Gage, though, could end up being painful when our inevitable parting came at the end of this business arrangement. Yeah, I replied. Okay, he said and walked away, reinforcing the fact that he had nothing else to say to me. Other people, however, suddenly wanted to talk to me. It seemed that news had spread fast that Gage had called me his girlfriend, and they wanted to know if it was true. I was glad that he had been the one to state that to people first before I had to confirm it, because I would have been wary of his reaction otherwise. Yes, I was paying him to pretend to be my boyfriend, but I hadn't imagined extending that to school in plain sight of all our classmates. Recalling his arm around me in the hallway, I realized that other people besides Dylan and Damon had seen us and heard us. Someone asked me if Gage and Damon had really gotten in a fight over me. They just argued, I clarified. They're both so hot, another girl gushed. What made you choose Gage? I guess you're into bad boys. He's not really. Why would he choose you? A girl who had been giving me dirty looks while the other girls questioned me excitedly interjected in a bitchy tone. "You're not even that pretty, but I guess he's used to getting it from groupies. He'll do anything." "Groupies?" I asked before my brain could catch up with the rest of her comment. "You don't know he's in a band?" the previously gushing girl inquired incredulously. "You have got to see him sing. He is so hot." "Scorching," one of the other girls agreed. "He is like pure sex. But I guess you already know that," she added enviously. My brain was still reeling from the revelation that Gage was a singer in a band. He was so unapproachable and intimidating that I couldn't imagine it. I tried to picture him performing to an audience and failed. I could sooner see his friend, Dylan, engaging a crowd of people. He had natural charm and smiled a lot more than Gage. He could definitely be an entertainer, whereas Gage... Well, Gage was hot, as the girls had said. He certainly had the looks to front a band, but I wasn't so sure if he had the charisma. Maybe all it took was the brooding, bad boy thing. I wondered what his singing voice sounded like, and if he had any talent. The bell startled me, and I dashed past the girls and out into the hallway. I had only meant to make a quick stop in the restroom, but they had gathered around me as I was washing my hands, and started questioning me about Gage. Now I was late to class, and I hated being late. I just liked drawing attention to myself and having everyone's eyes on me as I walked into class, and interrupted the teacher. She gave me a disapproving look, but didn't reprimand me, and she continued her lecture as I took my seat. My second day of school was better than the first, although just as many people stared at me. A lot of the looks I got from girls were more curious than nasty and disdainful. The buzz around me was more excited than derisive, and the difference was my connection to Gage. He apparently hadn't dated anyone from this school before, and that gave me a special status. Some girls glared daggers of jealousy at me, but that was better than being looked at like trash. Many guys still ogled me like I was a piece of meat, but none of them approached me. I didn't know if it was because word had spread that I had rejected all sexual advances yesterday, or if it was because they were afraid of Gage. Either way, I was glad to be left alone. I had prepared for lunch today by bringing a granola bar with me, and I ate it in the hallway as other students headed to the cafeteria. Stopping at the water fountain, I drank my fill before seeking sanctuary in the library. The peaceful atmosphere settled over me, and I relaxed as I browsed the stacks for a book to read. I picked out a teen romance that looked light and fun. These were the kinds of books I read by the dozens as I imagined being the girl in the story and experiencing my first date and first kiss. This time, though, instead of getting lost in the fictional world of the book, my mind drifted into the fantasy of kissing Gage. My memory replayed that moment in the hallway when our gazes had been locked, and I imagined him leaning down to bring his lips close to mine. I recalled the feeling of his arm around me, and I could almost feel it again as I pictured his lips connecting with mine in a movie-style kiss. Heat flared in my cheeks when I realized where my thoughts were at. I couldn't allow myself to think about Gage that way. Pretending that he was my boyfriend was awkward enough already without having a crush on him. If I started wishing it to be true, then I would be even more nervous around him. He might figure out that I liked him for real. I cringed at the thought of how mortifying that would be. That girl in the bathroom had been right when she questioned why he would choose me. The truth was that he never would. I needed to remember that, and stay focused on getting through this without losing sight of what I was doing. Our ruse had been a success so far. Only one day into it, and Gage had driven away Damon from me. Courtney also hadn't done anything else against me, so I seemed to have appeased her. Hiring Gage had already paid off for me, and I went straight to the bank after school to get him the rest of the money I had promised him. I had misgivings, though, when I arrived at his apartment building. Once I gave him the money, he would have no motivation to keep helping me. I trusted him more than I did yesterday, but I still hardly knew him. He seemed like a decent guy, and had held up his end of the bargain and even done more than I had asked him to, going so far as to tell Dylan that I was his girlfriend. I was grateful that he was keeping this a secret just between us. I didn't want anyone to know that I had to resort to paying a guy to be my boyfriend. Fake boyfriend, I reminded myself. Sitting in my car, thinking about what to do, I was startled by a sudden rapping on the passenger window. Turning my head in that direction, I saw Gage standing there. I opened my door to get out of the car, but that disengaged the rest of the locks, and Gage got in. "Did you bring it?" he asked as he sat down in the passenger seat. "Yes," I answered, and then silently chided myself for not thinking of lying. "Good. Then could you give me a ride to my bank again? I need to go into work earlier today." "Okay," I agreed reluctantly. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Nothing," I replied, not wanting to tell him that I was unsure about giving him the money. "Did he bother you again?" he demanded in a sharp tone. "No," I said, bringing my gaze back to his face and seeing an angry scowl. "Everything's fine," I assured him. "It worked perfectly." "Then what is it?" he questioned with a penetrating gaze that I couldn't hide from. I looked away. "Nothing," I repeated and pulled my door shut before turning the key in the ignition to start the car. "Sarah," he said, placing his hand on my arm. "Tell me." My awareness narrowed to the skin he was touching, and I blurted out the truth in some kind of desperate attempt to drown out the sensation. "I'm worried about giving you the money." He removed his hand. "Oh, yeah, I understand." I looked at him. His expression was neutral now, but I felt bad. He didn't seem to be taking offense, but I felt like I had slighted him. I recalled the way Damon had looked down on him and called him trailer trash. He didn't live in a trailer, but it shouldn't have mattered to anyone where he lived. It didn't make them better than him. I took a breath. "What you did today at school, how you just acted like you were my boyfriend right there in front of everyone, that was great. And it helped so much. Thank you." He gave me a quizzical look. "Isn't that what you hired me to do?" "Yeah, but I thought that would just be on the weekends. I didn't think you'd want to associate with me at school." Something flickered in his eyes, and he looked at me in a way that made me nervous. "You think I wouldn't want to associate with you?" I shrugged and looked away. "I'm not cool or anything. But anyway, I said I'd give you the money, so I will." Shifting into drive, I pulled out of the parking space and drove toward the street. "You don't have to," he told me. "I'll wait until the job is finished, like I agreed to." "No," I replied. "I'm not going back on what I said. I promised to bring it to you today, and you can go ahead and put it in the bank." "I'll get my car to the shop tomorrow. I promise you can trust me, Sarah. I know anyone can say that, but all I can do is prove it to you. You'll see at school tomorrow, so try not to worry all night." I smiled ruefully at his accurate assessment of what I was likely to do. I had no proof that I had hired him to pretend to be my boyfriend, and I would now be relying on him to keep his word to me. It was a huge and very stupid risk, considering that I only had him for a day. This was by far the craziest thing I had ever done. In fact, it was only the second craziest thing I'd ever done. The first was hiring him in the first place. Until yesterday, I had been the person who always played it safe. "Where were you during lunch?" Gage asked. "I looked for you so you could sit with me, but I didn't see you in the cafeteria." I glanced at him in surprise. "You want me to sit with you at lunch?" "It's what couples do, right?" Yeah," I replied. "So where were you?" "In the library," I answered. "You rebel," he teased. "Off getting into trouble in the library." I glanced at him with a smile, enjoying his unexpected lightheartedness. I hadn't known he was capable of it, and it was a nice surprise. He was smiling, too, and it was wonderful to see. My mood soared with a carefree feeling I hadn't felt since my life had been happy and simple back with my best friend in my hometown. "Emily and I used to have so much fun," I told him. "I don't even think I realized how much until now. But even just hanging out, it was so easy. No worries, no drama, just enjoying being together, even if we were just cruising around like this." "Who is Emily?" he inquired. "She's my best friend back home. We still talk every day, but it's not the same as talking in person. She doesn't get some things because they're out of context for her. She hasn't been here to pick up on the mood of things, so it's hard to explain to her. Like, she thought it was hilarious that I saw Damon's... I trailed off as I remembered that I was talking to a guy, and there was no way I could say that word in front of him. My face flamed in embarrassment as I realized that the conclusion of that sentence was obvious, and Gage knew exactly what I had seen. He didn't sound at all amused when he spoke, though. He flashed you? No, he was already naked when I walked out there. I was going to go into the pool, I explained. But I didn't know that they were out there in the hot tub, and then he came out to talk to me. I shuddered at the memory. He scared you, Gage stated. What did he do? Nothing, I replied as I pulled into the parking lot of his bank. He just said things. What things? He demanded as I parked the car. I shook my head. I can't repeat what he said. Wanting to drop the subject, I grabbed my purse from the center console and pulled out the envelope of money. Here, I thrust it at him. He took it and stared at it in his hands. I'll pay you back. What? I questioned. His gaze came up to meet mine. It'll take time, probably a long time, but I promise to pay you back every cent. What are you talking about? I asked in bewilderment. You don't need to pay back that money. You're earning it. His blue eyes blazed at me. You shouldn't have to pay me to keep that asshole away from you. I need that money to fix my car, though, so this will be a loan. I will pay it back. With that declaration, he got out of the car and strode into the bank. I sat there with my stomach fluttering with excitement and the stirrings of infatuation. My heart was filled with warmth and admiration for Gage, and I knew that trying to prevent myself from developing a crush on him would be futile. It was already happening. And he had just taken it from mere physical attraction to affecting my emotions as well. I was too besotted with him at the moment to think about how much trouble that spelled for me. Chapter 4. I was back to being unsure about everything the next morning. Gage might have just been saying all that stuff yesterday to con me out of the money, although he had no reason to insist on it being a loan when I had already agreed that he could keep the money as payment. I felt foolish now about gushing about him to Emily on the phone last night. Being just as prone to romantic fantasies as me, she had agreed that he seemed like a knight in shining armor. She had gone as far as to suggest that he wanted to pay me back the money because he was starting to fall for me. I couldn't help get a thrill from that idea, even if I knew how unlikely it was. More like impossible, I chided myself now, remembering again the comments of the girl in the bathroom at school. When I told Emily about Gage being a singer in a band, she had gone silent before squealing so loud that I had pulled the phone away from my ear. Oh my God! I have got to see this guy. Send me a picture, she demanded excitedly. I don't have one, I replied. Well, get one. How am I supposed to do that? I questioned. Take his picture, she said like it was that simple. I can't do that, I balked. You can't take a picture of your boyfriend? You know he's not, I reminded her. Yet, she stressed. As soon as he is, you get that picture. I can't wait to see it. Anyway, when are you going to see his band? He hasn't said anything about that, I told her. Well, I want to hear all about it when you go. I can't believe you're dating a guy in a band. That is so sexy. I don't even know if he's any good, I had laughed, not wanting to get into thinking about how sexy Gage was. He might have a terrible voice. A hot guy in a band is still sexy, she insisted. I pushed away the thought of that girl calling him pure sex, but I was curious about how he would be on stage in front of an audience. I still couldn't picture it. Last night I had decided to ask Gage about his band the next time I talked to him, but this morning I wasn't sure if he would talk to me again at all. Today I would discover what kind of person he really was. Either he was trustworthy and kept his promises, or he was a liar who had swindled me out of my money. At least I wouldn't have to be in suspense for long. I looked at his name in my contacts and wondered if he had given me his real number, even though he was the one who had suggested that we exchange phone numbers. I thought about texting him to see if he responded, but I didn't want to make an even bigger fool of myself if he had given me his actual number just to see what I would do. Maybe he was laughing at me behind my back for falling for all his bullshit. Maybe he was even laughing at me with Dylan and would show him my text. Then they would both smirk at me at school over how pathetic I had been to offer Gage money to pretend to be my boyfriend. Feeling sick with the realization of how much more likely that was than Gage being a knight in shining armor, I sank down onto the edge of my bed. Even Courtney had warned me about Gage. I had no one but myself to blame for being gullible enough to hand over the rest of the money to him before he had finished the job. I heard the sound of a text notification and looked at my phone. My heart began pounding when I saw it was from Gage. "Good morning, Sarah. Can you pick me up from Joe's auto service?" He had also included the address of the shop. I debated how to respond as I wondered if he was just using me for a ride to school. Did he want to get one last thing out of me before he dropped me? Would this give him one more thing to laugh at me about when he passed me in the halls? I decided that this would hardly make a difference if he ended up betraying my trust about finishing the job I had hired him for. "I'll be right there." With my stomach tied up in knots, I hadn't been planning to eat breakfast anyway. I left the house and used my GPS for directions to the auto shop. It was obviously closed, and Gage was standing in front of it. He smiled at me as he walked toward my car and got in. "Thanks." "What are you doing here?" I asked. "I dropped off my car," he replied. "Joe told me where to leave the keys. I wanted to make sure they started working on it as soon as possible, so that I could have it back in time for the weekend." "I thought you said the brakes didn't work. How'd you drive it here?" I questioned. "They haven't completely given out yet," he answered. "I drove slow, and I just had to start braking at a distance before I had to stop." "That sounds dangerous," I remarked. "You should have had it towed here." His expression soured. "That costs money. I try not to spend any where I don't have to." "But you have a job," I blurted. "What do you do with the money you earn?" I normally wouldn't have been so rude, but my suspicions about him had put me on edge. For all I knew, he could have been using my money to fix his car and saving his own to buy himself what he wanted. "I help my mom pay bills." I stared at him, unsure how to respond to that unexpected answer. "Can't she, get some kind of assistance?" "She makes too much to qualify, but she lives paycheck to paycheck." "Most of the time she has enough to cover the bills, but she was off from work for 6 weeks after surgery this year," he explained. "With the doctor bills and everything, it pretty much wiped out my savings account. I really should have sold my car." I had never imagined that someone my age would need to worry about paying for living expenses. I had always assumed that public assistance took care of everyone whose parents couldn't afford all the necessities. It was disturbing to learn that help might not be available when it was needed. "We should get going," Gage prompted me. I circled around toward the street and pulled out onto the road. As I drove to school, I felt awkward about asking him about his finances. He hadn't seemed to take any offense this time, but money had been a touchy subject with him from the start. He must have felt obligated to put up with my prying since he was dependent on me for the ride to school. I still didn't know if this would be the last time he ever spoke to me, so I decided to satisfy my curiosity while I had the chance. "I heard that you're in a band. Is that true?" I glanced at him quickly to see his reaction to the question, but it didn't appear to affect him. "Yes, I am," he replied. "You can come with me to practice sometime if you want to hear us, or wait until we have a gig." "Yeah," I agreed cautiously, wondering if he was just saying that to placate me until he ditched me. "I'd like to hear you sing." "I'd like that too," he said. "I think you'll be impressed." I shot a look at him. "Really?" I challenged. "Yes, really," he stated. "I'm not one for false modesty. I'm really fucking good." "Well," I said dryly, "you sound like a rock star already." "I will be," he declared with total confidence. I glanced at him with a bemused expression, but I didn't comment. This was a side of him I hadn't seen, so maybe he also had a charismatic side that came out on stage. Now I really wanted to find out if his confidence was warranted. "We practice at Dylan's house," he told me, "and I know he'll be fine with you coming over." "Dylan's in the band too?" I questioned in surprise, although I had previously thought that he was better suited to performing than Gage. "Yeah, he plays lead guitar." "That's nice that your friend is in your band with you," I said, thinking that it was cute how they shared dreams of rock and roll stardom. "He wouldn't be if he wasn't any good," Gage replied, sounding completely serious. Since I was stopped at a red light, I was able to give him a longer look. He returned it with a challenging expression. "I heard the way you said that," he told me in an accusatory tone. "It's what everyone thinks, that we're just screwing around, having fun. But I take it seriously. It's my whole future." I found that attitude alarming. Of course, I understood how fabulous dreams about your future could brighten your life, but I was enough of a realist to know how far-fetched dreams of stardom really were. It was a nice fantasy, but you had to have a backup plan for your life. Even my mom hadn't gotten very far in the modeling world after some initial success, and she'd had to switch careers. "But what are you going to do if that doesn't work out?" I asked. He shut me down immediately. "It will. I know it." "You don't know that," I began. "I do," he insisted. "I know it sounds arrogant, but it's not. It's my destiny. I've known it ever since the first time I went to a concert when I was 10 years old. I can't explain it, but when I saw them up on that stage, something happened. I just knew I'd be up there someday." Something about the way he said that gave me goosebumps, and I got a sense of what he must have felt. It was completely irrational, but he almost had me convinced. Trying to shake off my somewhat eerie mood, I focused on facts. 10. That's kind of young. I didn't go to my first concert until I was 13. "My dad took me," he explained. "It's actually the only concert I've ever been to, except for the gigs my band has played." I was now inching along behind a line of cars, waiting to turn into the school parking lot, so I was able to spare him another full-on look. "You're kidding? You haven't gone to any more?" His lips compressed into that hard expression I recognized before he answered flatly, "I can't afford the cost of tickets." "Oh," I responded, and returned my gaze to the cars in front of me. We lapsed into silence for a few minutes until I worked up the courage to attempt to ask him about his father. Your dad, he's in prison." My head whipped around in shock, and I gaped at him as he stood looking forward with a stony expression. The beeping of a horn behind me startled me into action, and I looked ahead and saw a widening gap between me and the car in front of me. I was a little too quick to accelerate, and my car jerked forward before I slammed on the brakes in fear of hitting the car in front of me. "Sorry," I mumbled as my heart pounded in my temporary panic. Gage said nothing as I carefully paid attention to where I was going and eased the car along the road until it was my turn to make the turn into the school parking lot. The atmosphere between us became extra awkward when I parked the car and turned off the engine. I was still avoiding looking at him, and I couldn't think of a single thing to say, so I scrambled out of the car and retrieved my backpack from the back seat. Gage did the same, and I pressed the button to lock the doors. Before I could step away from the car, Gage had come around to my side. "Hey," he said, stepping closer to me. Since he was speaking to me, I now felt compelled to look at him. I saw him watching me with a serious expression on his face. "Do you still want me to—" My heartbeat sped up as he trailed off, and I waited expectantly for him to finish the question. "What?" I prompted as he looked away. He glanced back at me and shoved his hands in his pockets. The job you wanted me to do. Is that still what you want?" Disappointment slammed into me. This was what I had expected, although he was doing it in a nicer way than I had anticipated. "You want out of it." I couldn't keep the hurt out of my voice. Surprise showed in his eyes. "Me? No, I don't. I just thought you might not want—" I couldn't imagine why he would think that I would want to end our arrangement, but my spirits instantly lifted with hope. "You'll still do it?" His expression brightened too. "Of course. I told you I would." A huge smile broke out on my face as happiness surged through me, pushing away all the worries I'd woken up with. Against all odds, trusting Gage hadn't turned out to be a mistake. He smiled back at me, and I contentedly turned to walk toward the school building. Gage fell into step beside me, and then he reached out and took my hand. A riot of butterflies took flight in my stomach, and I looked at Gage for an explanation. He just smiled at me and continued to hold my hand, and I began to wonder if I was dreaming, because nothing could ever be more romantic than this. Chapter 5. As we walked through the halls holding hands, the illusion was real for me. The attention we were getting was the same as in every teen romance I'd ever read or watched, in which the hot guy shows up with the girl no one would ever expect him to notice. People were staring at us, but it was different than when they had stared at me when I had been by myself. Being with Gage had elevated me beyond their reach. He had chosen me, and all they could do was stare. I felt like I was starring in a Hollywood movie. "Do you need to stop at your locker?" Gage asked me. I tried to focus and think about the books I needed for my morning class. Yes, I replied. He flashed a smile at me. Lead the way. It was actually in the hallway I had first spotted him in. He hadn't spared a glance toward me then, but I had his complete attention today. Having him walk me to my locker and wait for me beside it was surreal. It was such a high school boyfriend thing to do, and it was one of those typical things in a teen girl's life that I hadn't expected to experience for myself. By this time, Gage had let go of my hand, of course, so that I could open my locker and get my books out. I was still in a dreamy state of bliss, though, as my romantic daydreams played out in real life. The next words he spoke kept me in my idyllic bubble of happiness. My locker is right down the hall. We'll stop there for a minute and then I'll walk you to your first class. He took my hand again and held it during the short walk to his locker. Dylan was there and smirked when he saw us approaching. Aw, look at the lovebirds holding hands. I hope this inspires you to write a ballad. That shit sells like crazy, so maybe it'll get us a record deal. You write songs? I asked Gage in amazement. He was becoming more romantic by the minute, in my estimation. Yeah, he replied. I told you I'm serious about this. Speaking of, Dylan said, drawing our attention back to him, we've got ourselves a gig this weekend. Reaper had to cancel at Sammy's because their singer was in a car accident. We're on for Saturday, so we got to get into practice before that. Good thing you're not working Friday night. Oh, but Gage looked apologetically at me. I was going to take you out, but would you mind coming to practice with me instead? Sure, I agreed. I wanted to hear you sing anyway. That's great that you've got a show this weekend, I exclaimed enthusiastically before remembering why. Oh, but not great about the accident. I hope that singer is okay. Just a broken leg, Dylan said. So you're allowed to be happy for us, he added with a laugh. Can I come to the show too? I asked excitedly. I don't know if you want to see that, Dylan teased. You might get jealous when the groupies start throwing their panties at me. My eyes went wide as I stared at him aghast. Do they really do that? Dylan and Gage both cracked up at my question, and I turned my head to watch Gage as he laughed. His blue eyes were filled with mirth, and his expression was one of carefree enjoyment, as masculine laughter poured forth from his open mouth. I drank in the sight of him having fun. Oh, Dylan gasped between laughs, you are too cute. What? I questioned, trying to figure out what was so funny. I glanced at Gage, who was now grinning at me. We're not playing an arena, Dylan explained, his laughter having subsided now too. We're not at the panty-throwing stage yet, but feel free to throw yours if— Dylan! Gage snapped, not sounding at all amused anymore. His grip on my hand had tightened slightly, and he was scowling. I was just kidding, Dylan held up his hands in a placating gesture. No disrespect, man, I know she's your girl. Dylan gave him a curt nod before shifting his attention to me. I'd better get you to class. You don't have to walk me there, I replied. I don't want to make you late to your class. Plenty of time, he assured me. Just tell me the room number. He let go of my hand and quickly opened his locker. Okay, see you, Dylan said, and took off. Bye, I called after him and pulled my schedule out of my purse. I knew where my class was located, but I hadn't memorized the room number yet. Gage was already done getting out the books he needed when I shoved the schedule back into my purse and glanced toward him. He closed his locker and swung his backpack over his shoulder before turning to look at me expectantly. I told him my classroom number, and he reached for my hand again before we set off down the hall. I was barely noticing anyone around us anymore, as Gage navigated us through the crowd of students. A warm, fuzzy feeling had enveloped me, and I felt like I was drifting through a wonderful daydream. When we stopped walking, I was surprised to see that we had arrived at my classroom. Most of the journey there had gone unnoticed by me. I roused myself and looked at Gage. Think. The next word I was about to speak never made it out of my mouth, as I let out a breath instead, as Gage pressed me back toward the wall. I stared up at him uncomprehendingly as his gaze captured mine. He was lowering his head toward me before I knew what was happening, and then I stood frozen in disbelief as I realized he was going to kiss me. My heart began to pound even before he pressed his lips to mine. Then it practically galloped out of my chest as a thrill shot through me at the contact. It was soft and exquisite, and the most exciting thing I had ever experienced. My hands came up to grab the back of his neck and help me pull myself up so our lips could press more firmly against each other. His hand took hold of the back of my head as he moved his mouth over mine, causing sensations I couldn't get enough of. The sound of the warning bell broke us apart as Gage pulled back from me at its loud ringing. I was again unable to do anything except stare at him as his gaze traveled over my face, seemingly taking stock of the effect his kiss had wrought on me. He then glanced down the hall before looking at me again. "He's gone," he told me. "Who?" I asked, regaining the ability to speak, although I was still a bit breathless. "That asshole from yesterday," he replied. "He was looking at you like he owns you, so I decided to show him that he doesn't." I concluded that he was talking about Damon, and that he had kissed me only because of Damon. Disappointment punctured the romantic bubble I'd been floating around in, and mortification quickly seeped in. "Good idea," I praised him, desperately hoping that he couldn't tell how affected I had been by that kiss, and still was. "I have to go," he said, "but I'll catch you at lunch." Thankfully, he took off without waiting for a response from me. It was then that I was able to take a full breath and try to calm myself. I was freaking out both over finally getting my first kiss and over the fact that I had foolishly developed a crush on Gage. Even worse, from the moment he held my hand until after that perfect kiss, I had actually forgotten that everything between us was fake. Having crushes on unattainable guys was nothing new for me, or for most girls who weren't popular. That was normal enough. However, thinking that a guy like that was into me and that he was really my boyfriend, that was crossing a line into delusional. I cringed at the thought of how truly pathetic Gage would think I was if he knew that I couldn't distinguish between pretend and real life. Part of the problem was that I was so inexperienced, I decided as I sat in another class I paid absolutely no attention in. Since I'd never had a boyfriend before, even having a fake one was a big deal to me. Everything was so new and overwhelming that I couldn't help getting caught up in it. I also couldn't help placing importance on my first kiss, especially since it had surpassed anything that I had imagined. The real thing was so much better than my vague fantasies. And that right there was the problem. Gage might be pretending to like me, but he had given me a real kiss. That was the part of this that we couldn't fake. There was no way to create an illusion of kissing. If we wanted to convince people that we were kissing, we had to actually kiss. Even Hollywood actors couldn't get around that one. Panic set in as I realized that I was no actress. It wouldn't be long before Gage noticed that I was attracted to him, and that would be completely mortifying. Because he was clearly unaffected by me and had been able to coldly decide to kiss me as a mere screw you to Damon, whereas I had forgotten about the very existence of Damon, and about everything else. The rest of the world had disappeared when Gage kissed me, and I hadn't been aware of anything but him. It had chased off Damon again, I reminded myself. I needed to focus on the purpose of this whole thing. I had been worried about Gage not holding up his end of the bargain, but he was surpassing everything I had expected of him. The problem wasn't Gage, it was me. I was the one who was screwing this up. "I'm not going to ruin this," I resolved. My plan was working, and I had to see it through. Damon had faded from my mind, but I called back the memory of him coming at me naked, all the fear and panic I had felt. I recalled his ultimatum, and the way everyone had looked at me on the first day of school, and how alone I had felt. I didn't feel alone anymore, and that was the main thing. Gage stood beside me and warned them to back off. He held my hand and offered to sit with me at lunch. I felt safe and protected when I was with him, and I knew that nobody could get me as long as I had him. He was like a buffer between me and them, and that was the reason I had approached him in the first place. "And you also get the perks of kissing a hot guy," I could imagine Emily telling me. My heart seemed to stop at that thought. Perks. Plural. Would Gage kiss me again? My heart started hammering in my chest. The memory of how it felt sprang up fresh in my mind, and my lips tingled in response. I began to crave the feeling of his mouth against mine, and the remembered sensations had my stomach fluttering excitedly. "No," I told myself. alarmed at how much I wanted another kiss from him. This was not part of the plan. I hadn't factored kissing into this charade at all. It had only been about fooling Courtney into thinking that he was my boyfriend. He was just supposed to pick me up from the house so that she could believe that I was going on dates with him. We were hardly supposed to have any contact at all, let alone kiss. I needed to set boundaries and get things back under control. I would just tell Gage that we shouldn't kiss anymore. Extreme nervousness suddenly overwhelmed me as soon as that thought entered my mind. Just imagining talking to Gage about kissing, about bringing up the subject at all. You're being ridiculous, I chided myself. He won't even care. It's not like he made a big deal about the kiss. It was just a tactic to him. It's not like he wanted to kiss me. I just had to act as unaffected by it as he was. Getting flustered was what would make it embarrassing. If I just played it cool and casual, then it would be no big deal. I managed to calm myself with that thinking, but that only lasted until I saw Gage again. I spotted him standing in front of the cafeteria, watching my approach, and my heartbeat sped up immediately. I almost fled in panic, but he walked forward to meet me. "Sarah," he said in a warm tone that had me helplessly melting into his smile. "You're here. I'm glad I didn't have to send out a search party to the library." I was smiling back at him, and he took my hand as he moved to stand beside me. "Come on, let's get lunch." We walked into the cafeteria together, holding hands, and he didn't let go until he ushered me in front of him in the lunch line. "What are you going to get?" he asked. I glanced at the choices and lit up upon the safe and familiar. "Pizza." "Me too," he said. "That's my favorite food." "Pizza is good," I agreed. "Yeah, it's pretty hard to screw it up," he remarked. "So what's your favorite food?" "Ice cream," I answered enthusiastically. He laughed. "I meant your favorite meal. That's just a snack. You can't make a meal out of ice cream." "You can if you eat the whole container," I joked before I realized how that would sound. My mom's admonition about how many calories were in ice cream came back to me, and my face heated at the thought of Gage believing that I gorged myself on ice cream. "I don't really eat the whole container," I backtracked as he laughed. His expression sobered as he looked at me. "Hey, it's okay to splurge." "But I don't eat that much," I insisted, and flushed even more at how that sounded, like I was trying to convince him that I hardly ate anything. I glanced away from him, and angled my body to face forward more than sideways. "You can eat how much you want," he said. The line moved forward, and I was spared from any more conversation with him since I had now arrived at the food station. "A piece of cheese pizza," I told the lady serving the food. I heard Gage ask for a slice of pepperoni pizza behind me as I moved forward to the drink station and grabbed a bottle of water. Pulling my new prepaid lunch card out of my purse, I handed it to the cashier. She swiped it and handed it back to me as Gage came up next to me. I picked up my tray and stepped away from the cashier. But then I was forced to wait for Gage to accompany me out to the tables. Still feeling awkward and embarrassed, I was starting to regret not hiding away in the library like I had yesterday. "This way," Gage said as he stepped up next to me, carrying his tray, and began to walk past the nearest tables. I followed slightly behind him, but he slowed his pace so that I couldn't avoid walking beside him. "Are you a vegetarian?" he asked. "No," I replied, glad that my blush had subsided. "You don't like pepperoni?" he asked incredulously. I glanced at my plain pizza. "I do, but..." "But what?" he prompted. "It's greasy and bad for you," I said, repeating my mom's criticisms whenever I wanted that topping. "If you're going to eat pizza, you're better off getting vegetables on it." I inwardly cringed at hearing myself lecture him. "No, if you're going to splurge on pizza, then you should get the most delicious one you can find. Unfortunately, you won't find it in a school cafeteria, but pizza is still pizza. I'll take you to Fratello's sometime so you can taste the best pizza around here." He was confusing me again by talking about taking me places like we were an actual couple. Since no one was listening to our conversation, he hadn't said it for their benefit. Maybe he wanted to be friends with me. That thought made my heart surge with happiness. If we were friends, then he wouldn't just drop me and have nothing else to do with me after our fake romance was over. I loved the thought of still having him in my life. He laughed, sounding just as happy as I felt. "Look at that smile. You're so easy to please. I've never had my girlfriend get. All the enthusiasm was erased from his expression as he trailed off. I watched him in dismay, trying to figure out what was wrong. He focused his gaze dead ahead. Hey, he acknowledged Dylan and set his tray down on the table he was seated at. Sarah! Dylan greeted me with all the zeal Gage was suddenly lacking. I'm so glad you're here to improve the view. I'm getting tired of looking at Gage's ugly face. Have a seat, Sarah, Gage told me and indicated the space beside him. I approached hesitantly and set my tray down. He waited for me to sit down before taking his own seat. Hi, Dylan, I said as I tried to get past the awkwardness I was feeling. What's going on with you two? He asked. I didn't know what to say in response, and I was waiting to hear how Gage would answer that. His bewildering change of attitude had happened so abruptly. I replayed our conversation in my mind, trying to pinpoint what exactly. My gaze flew toward him as I recalled his exact words before he trailed off. Do you have a girlfriend? The guarded look on his face changed to confusion. You said, my girlfriend, I accused before he could respond. You should have told me you had a girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend, he cut in. I wouldn't start anything with you if I did. Hi, a female voice said. I heard the sound of trays being set on the table as I turned my head in that direction. A pretty girl was sitting down in the chair beside me, and an attractive guy was taking a seat next to her. I'm Amber, she told me. Hi, I responded. I'm Sarah. This is my boyfriend, Jason, she said. And you're Gage's girlfriend? Hi, I said, directing my gaze toward Jason before immediately returning my attention to Amber. Yeah, I am. She is, Gage confirmed, scooting his chair closer to me and taking hold of my hand. He brushed his thumb soothingly over my skin. I glanced at him, and his smile conveyed that we were okay now. He seemed to have gotten over whatever had been troubling him before, but I couldn't help wondering what it had been. He was a moody person in general, and I could have just chalked it up to his brooding personality. However, the way he had abruptly cut short his sentence made me think that something specific had triggered it. My mind kept returning to him saying, my girlfriend. He obviously hadn't been talking about me, so it had to be another girlfriend. If he didn't currently have one, then it had to be an ex-girlfriend. That had me curious about her. I wondered what kind of girl he was attracted to, and what she had looked like. Had he been in love with her? How long had they dated, and why did they break up? She must not go to this school, or Courtney would have known about her. I distinctly remembered my stepsister telling me that Gage didn't date. This brought up the question of where he had met her. Maybe it had been at one of his shows. She might have been in the audience and caught his eye. I suddenly felt very jealous of her, if she was pretty enough for him to notice her in a crowd. Of course she would be beautiful, I chided myself. Look at him. What else did you expect? Why weren't they still together then? What had happened? Thinking about her had upset him, so he had obviously cared for her. My heart sank as I realized that he might still have feelings for her. Why that would depress me was best left unexamined. I focused instead on the people I was having lunch with, especially Amber. She was just curious about me at first, but then she seemed to warm up to me as we talked. That really sucks having to move right before your senior year, she sympathized. Leaving behind the home you grew up in and all your friends. The bad part was being separated from my best friend, I replied. I was actually excited about going somewhere new, but I wished that I could bring Emily with me. We always dreamed about going on adventures together, and she thought that living in California would be so glamorous. I laughed and then worried that I had offended her. Yeah, Lodi is a long way from Hollywood, she remarked wryly. But at least you escaped the Colorado winters. Denver actually has pretty mild winters, I told her. Similar to here, from what I've read. But if we had moved to Los Angeles, I could have been working on my tan all winter. That's where I'm moving after graduation, Gage said. You're going to college there too? I asked excitedly as I turned my head to look at him. I'm not going to college, he replied. We're moving there, to work on getting a record deal. I blinked at him. Not going to college? Everyone I knew talked about where they wanted to go to college, even the jocks. But going to school would help you get... I trailed off, because I couldn't say in front of his friends that it would help him get out of poverty. A college degree won't help me get a record deal, he said. I have to get out there in the music scene and get our band known. Can't you do both? I questioned. You could still play shows on the weekends like you do now and go to class during the week. I'll have to work a full-time job to pay for rent and other expenses, he retorted. Besides, a degree in what? This is the only thing that I've ever wanted to do. They're good, Amber said. Wait until you hear them play. You're coming to the show on Saturday, right? You'll be there too? I asked, glad that I wouldn't be alone in the audience. Yeah, I wouldn't miss it. Jason is in the band too, she told me proudly. Oh, I responded. So you guys were all friends and decided to start a band? No, Gage replied. We became friends after we formed the band. I looked at him in surprise. But how did you get together to start the band? I held auditions, he said. That's how I found Dylan and Jason. I gaped at him, trying to wrap my mind around it. You held auditions? Like he was some kind of music mogul instead of a guy in high school. He shrugged. It was the only way to find the musicians I needed. I had to hear them play. We had to hear him sing, too, Dylan laughed. We didn't want to be in a band with some guy who only thinks he can sing. I mean, you've heard some of those awful singers on TV embarrassing themselves. Somebody should have stopped them. Yeah, I agreed. They're so funny to watch, but their families or friends should have told them the truth. Maybe that's all just staged, Amber suggested. I think they probably pay people with bad voices to go on so they can make the shows more entertaining. I never thought of that, I exclaimed. I hope you're right. It's not so bad then if they did it on purpose. I always felt bad for laughing at them, but I couldn't help it. You know they couldn't hear you through the TV screen, Gage remarked in amusement. I know, but I still felt bad. He smiled softly as he gazed at me. Because you're sweet. My stomach dipped at how he said that, and my body became warm like the temperature in the room had risen. Wow, Amber said, sounding odd. You guys are really... I know, Dylan said. It's like one of those damn chick flicks. All they do is make eyes at each other. I never thought I'd see the Iceman melt. My cheeks blazed with embarrassment as my gaze dropped to my lunch tray. If Gage was making eyes at me, it was only because he was playing the role. My infatuation with him was no longer pretend, though, and it was so mortifying to think that he could see it whenever I looked at him. I had to find a way to convince him that I was acting too. Acting! That was it! The bell rang just as I had my eureka moment, and everything fell into place when Gage offered to walk me to class. I could fix this right away before he started to suspect that I had a crush on him. You have great acting skills, I complimented him after we took our leave of his friends. Are you taking drama? Maybe I'm not acting, he teased. My heart skipped a beat even though I knew he was joking. I ignored his banter and pushed on. Because I was in drama at my old school, I lied. I thought I was good, but you've got me beat. The smile slid off his face. You're an actress? Just in school productions, I replied, wondering if he had something against actresses. Not a professional one. Anyway, I hope I look as convincing as you in this. Your friends seem to buy it at least. You're convincing, he replied flatly, and I wondered why he was so displeased. Good, I said, although things suddenly seemed far from good with him. He was still holding my hand as we walked through the halls, but his demeanor gave the impression that he had pulled away from me. When we arrived at my classroom, the words he spoke held no emotion. See you later, babe. He didn't bother smiling at me before he walked away. I stood there watching him and wondering what had just happened. Chapter 6. Things continued that way for the rest of the week. On the surface, Gage still acted like he was my boyfriend, but I could tell that he was just going through the motions. He was distant when he spoke to me, even though he said all the right things, like telling me that I looked pretty when I wore a blouse instead of one of my usual t-shirts, in an effort to get his full attention again. His smiles held no warmth, and he seemed more unreachable than when I first met him, even as he maintained physical closeness by often holding my hand or slinging his arm across my shoulder at random times. We sat together at lunch every day, but Amber talked to me more than he did. The upside was that she and I were becoming friends, and she even invited me to go shopping with her on Saturday and suggested that we get ready for the show together. It was the kind of girly time I hadn't had since the last time I hung out with Emily, and I was looking forward to it. First, I had to get through Friday evening without her. Watching practice is new girlfriend kind of stuff, she had laughed. It's incredibly exciting to see your boyfriend in a band, she had conceded. I still get that feeling when they play a show and I get to see him on stage. I had been excited when Gage first invited me to go to practice with him, but I was nervous and unsure now about how welcome I would be. It helped that Dylan was just as friendly toward me as he had been from the start. Jason was also pleasant enough, although I'd had the least interaction with him since I mostly talked with Amber instead of him. Taking a shower on Friday was the longest part of getting ready. I didn't want to overdo it for such a casual thing as watching them practice in Dylan's garage, so I just put on a pair of jean shorts and a blue t-shirt. It enhanced the blue in my eyes a little more, but not as much as Gage's blue shirt emphasized the blueness of his already alluring eyes. I was momentarily mesmerized when I answered the door and drank in the sight of him. I stood there completely riveted without saying a word until Courtney's voice startled me. "Are you just going to leave him standing there all day? Invite him in!" "Actually, we need to go," Gage said as I glanced back at her. "Are you ready, Sarah?" "Yeah," I answered, returning my attention to him. He stepped back as I stepped outside, and I pulled the door shut behind me, and Gage took my hand to lead me the short distance to his car. It was tan, with a tan interior and very drab. But all that mattered was that it was now repaired and that he could pick me up in it. He let go of my hand and opened the passenger door for me, so Courtney saw him acting like an attentive boyfriend if she was watching. This was exactly what I had envisioned when I first approached him with my plan, but I hadn't expected him to spend the duration of our date with me, or to have him compliment me. "You look good," he told me. It made me nervous because there was no one around to hear it, and therefore no reason for him to say it. "You can drop me off somewhere if you want," I blurted. He didn't reply, and I glanced at him. His expression became stony, and he didn't look at me when he spoke. "You don't want to go to practice with me?" "I do," I assured him, but it seemed like I had offended him. "I just thought you might not want me there." "I wouldn't have invited you if I didn't," he snapped. "I don't do bullshit like that." "Sorry," I said meekly. "I wasn't—" "Do me a favor and don't give me any bullshit either," he cut in. "I know you've got to put on an act when we're around other people, but keep it real the rest of the time. Don't say things you don't mean. So if you don't want to go with me, just say so. I'll still—" "I do," I insisted, interrupting him this time. "I want to go with you." He didn't say anything in response, and I wondered if he would drop me off somewhere after all. I found myself disappointed at the prospect. At least I would still hear him sing tomorrow, I consoled myself. "So, the car's all fixed now?" I asked to cut the awkward tension between us. "Yeah," he replied. "Thanks for helping me pay for it." "You're welcome," I said and rushed on because I still felt uncomfortable. "So, what kind of car is it?" "It's a Buick Century," he answered. 15 years old, and not the color I would pick, but it's a good quality vehicle. His mood seemed better now, so I kept the conversation going. "What color would you pick?" "I think silver was the best color they had for this car. Someday, though, I want to get a red Ferrari. A total rock star car," he added with a smile as he watched the road in front of him. He was probably imagining driving it and living his dream. It would be great if he succeeded, but it would probably end up just being a fantasy. It worried me that he didn't have a backup plan, but I didn't want to ruin his mood again by voicing my doubts. "What's your dream car?" he asked. I had never thought about it. "I'm not sure, but I like red too." "But your car is silver," he said. "That's because my mom picked it out for me. It's supposedly the most visible color on the road according to some safety study. I always thought red was the brightest color, and I still don't see how silver could be more noticeable, but I wasn't going to argue about getting a car." He glanced at me. "So you do know how lucky you are." "Yes," I replied. "Getting a car for my 16th birthday? I know that doesn't happen to everyone." "Especially not a brand new car," he retorted. "Yeah," he added when I shot a look of surprise at him. "I noticed the miles on it, and figured it had to be new when you got it. The only real miles you put on it was driving it here from Denver." "Wow," I exclaimed in astonishment. "You're way more observant than I thought. When I first saw you, it seemed like you didn't notice anything around you." "That's only when I don't want to," he said. "Why don't you want to?" I inquired. There was a pause before he answered. I guess I just found it easier to ignore it. I got pretty good at tuning out everything after my dad got arrested. People stared and whispered and speculated all kinds of shit, and I didn't want to hear or think about any of it, so I just blocked them out. I'm sorry, I told him. I only got a little taste of what that's like, and it was awful. I can only imagine how much worse it was for you. Yeah, it was hard. People just love to assume the worst, no matter what the facts are. But I couldn't defend him because he was there, and it was partly his fault, even though he wasn't the one who pulled the trigger. I stared at Gage in horror, stunned to hear that the crime had involved violence. He threw a hard look at me before returning his eyes to the road. I'm trusting you with this because you haven't told anyone about my dad being in prison. I know it would have spread like wildfire already if you had, even if you swore that person to secrecy. I would never tell people personal stuff about you, I assured him. Thanks, he said. It's good to know I can trust you as a friend. That should have made me happy, because I had been hoping that I could at least keep him as a friend. I couldn't shake my disappointment, though, that I wasn't the kind of girl he could fall for. For the first time, I wished that I could have been born beautiful like my mother. So, what happened? I asked him, focusing on the secret he was sharing with me. My dad and his friend robbed a bank. It was in a small town 2 hours away from where we lived in Nevada. His buddy had been there visiting his sister, and seeing how there was hardly anyone ever coming into the bank, so he talked my dad into robbing it with him. There were no customers when they went in, and it all went like they planned. Gage took a deep breath, but I could tell he was getting upset. They were done, and walking toward the door when a man and woman walked in. My dad's friend panicked and shot them. Then he ran back and shot the teller, too. Dad said it all happened so fast he couldn't stop him. There was another breath, this one shaky. 3 people dead, when no one was supposed to get hurt. They took off out of there like a bat out of hell, and they made it home and split the money. Dad said he was waiting for the police to show up any minute, but he couldn't bring himself to tell Mom, even though he knew it was only a matter of time. It was on the news that evening about the bodies being found in the bank. He stayed awake all night waiting for the police, but they didn't come. How long did it take for them to arrest him? I questioned quietly. He went in that morning and turned himself in, Gage replied. That's good, right? That helped his case. It did, he said. His friend got the death penalty, but my dad got 25 years. 25 years? I repeated in shock. But he didn't shoot anyone. Doesn't matter. It happened while he was committing a crime, so he was an accessory to murder. Plus, it was armed robbery. I know what he did was wrong, but it kind of seems unfair to hold him responsible for what his friend did, I said. That's exactly what I said to my dad. And you know what he told me? What? I questioned with bated breath. He said what's not fair is that 3 people who were doing nothing wrong were the ones who died. His voice broke on that last word. Tears sprang to my eyes. He sounds like a good guy. He just made a terrible mistake. Gage was choked up for a while before he spoke again. Thank you, Sarah. It means a lot to hear you say that. Most people just think he's scum. I understood now how hard it really had been for him. He loved his dad, and everybody else vilified him. How long ago did this happen? I inquired gently. 9 years ago, he answered. I was still absorbing that when he continued after a momentary pause. It was right after he took me to that concert. He paid a scalper twice as much as the tickets originally sold for, even though he couldn't afford to splurge like that. Mom was mad, but she didn't know that he was counting on all the money he was going to steal from the bank. The concert was on a Friday, and he was arrested that following Wednesday. Seeing that show was the last thing my dad and I did together before he got locked up. Oh, I breathed in sympathy, understanding the significance of that event to Gage. Not only was it special because it was the only concert he had ever been to, but it was also the last good memory he had with his dad. Gage had been just a kid. Wait, you said you were 10 when you went to that concert? Yeah, he replied. You got the math right. I'm 19. Oh, I'm 18. Most of the senior class is a year younger than me. I would have graduated last year if I hadn't had to repeat a grade, he explained. The one you were in when your dad got arrested? I guessed. Yeah, he confirmed. Everything went to shit. The last thing I cared about was school. I imagined him being 10 years old and dealing with all of that, and my heart hurt for him. I was still in a melancholy mood when we arrived at Dylan's house. But Gage somehow managed to shake it off and act like he didn't have a care in the world. He escorted me toward the open garage where I could see Dylan, Jason, and a guy I hadn't seen before. "Hey guys," Dylan greeted us. "Hey," Gage said. "Noah, this is my girlfriend, Sarah." "Hi," we both said at the same time. "We've got drinks in here," Dylan said, pointing to a mini fridge. "So help yourself." He pulled a folding lawn chair off a peg on the wall and set it up to face the instruments they would soon be playing. "Have a seat," he offered. Gage smiled at me before going to join the guys assembling by the musical instruments. Jason sat down behind the drums. Dylan and Noah both strapped on electric guitars, and Gage took up position at the microphone. I felt a little strange being an audience of one, but I sat down and waited for them to start. Right away, I thought about how I wouldn't be able to perform like that, even with one person watching. I had been in choir performance in elementary school, but my entire grade had been up on stage, and I'd only been facing a crowd of kids. There had been safety in numbers. I couldn't have done it if I had been exposed to scrutiny, as Gage was now. He didn't look nervous at all, though, as the music started. Even though he was standing still, he exuded an energy that had my anticipation building higher with every second. The excitement only increased when he began to sing, because his voice was sexy, and it seemed to unleash some kind of natural magnetism in him that was all raw sensuality. The way he sounded, the way he moved, the intensity of his gaze as he sang the lyrics. Pure sex was the way the girl had described him. That was my impression, too. I could understand why groupies would be all over him. He was a rock and roll sex god, no doubt about it. If he had been out of my league before, he was in a completely different stratosphere now. Chapter 7. Many of the songs Gage was singing seemed to be original, too. Not only did he have singing talent, but he had songwriting talent as well. I could easily imagine hearing those songs on the radio. They were the kind I'd want to listen to again and buy so that I could play them whenever I wanted to. I would also be addicted to watching Gage's videos, if he had any. I made a mental note to ask him about that later. He began to sing another song, and the lyrics caught my attention right away. "My love for you shone brighter than the sun. My heart knew you were the only one." My own heart was pounding with the realization that he might be singing about his ex-girlfriend, and the next words he sang seemed to confirm it. "But you couldn't see the worth in me. You threw me away so easily. You wanted shiny things, glossy cars, and diamond rings. The price of your love, shiny things, gold and riches fit for kings." The story of their breakup continued as he sang. "Shiny things you couldn't get from me, but the best things are free. Your dazzling beauty blinded me, but now you're gone, and I can see what you are and will never be." The music combined with the next stanza to convey a rocking kiss-off that could stand with the best breakup anthems. "So take all his shiny things, all his cars and diamond rings, because you have no shine of your own, and your heart is warm as stone. But babe, I'm going supernova bright. But don't look for me to get you through the night. When your shiny things aren't so shiny anymore, 'cause I've shut that door. Sorry, babe, I don't shine for you no more." I sat there contemplating everything that had been revealed in the song, and I wished that I could hear the lyrics again so that I could analyze them better. The gist of it, though, was that his girlfriend had left him for a rich guy. I couldn't fathom how any girl could leave Gage. He was attractive, trustworthy, sensitive, sexy, attentive, and talented. I couldn't imagine that this rich guy she had found could compare to him. "What'd you think?" I was startled out of my reverie by Gage's voice, and I looked at him in surprise as he stopped in front of me. I had been so lost in my thoughts that I hadn't noticed that the music and singing had stopped. I had been dimly aware of Gage launching into another song after the breakup one, but I hadn't paid attention to it. "Did you zone out?" he asked, studying my face. No, I exclaimed, as I could feel the telltale blush giving me away. I was just thinking about the song. Sweetest Sin? He smirked at me. That's our most popular one. We always end the show with it. Yeah, Dylan concurred. It leaves him panting. The groupies go crazy for it. My entire face was ablaze with heat now, making the situation even more mortifying. Gage thought that I had been thinking about what were surely suggestive lyrics. Denying it would mean admitting that I had stopped paying attention before he sang the final song. Dylan laughed. You don't have to be embarrassed about liking it. There's a reason sex sells. Gage took pity on me. Okay, stop embarrassing Sarah. I just want to know what she thought, Dylan said, but immediately added a teasing taunt. Besides wanting to throw her panties at you. Gage suddenly looked like he was going to hit Dylan, and Dylan actually moved out of his reach. I said at you, he justified, but quickly changed the subject. So, we're all set for tomorrow. Be here at 7:30 to load up the van. Gage held his hand out to me to help me out of the chair. I had regained a little of my composure, and I felt like I couldn't walk away without saying something. You guys were great, I called out to the band. Thanks for letting me watch you play. They all smiled at the praise. You're always welcome to come to practice, Dylan told me. Okay, Gage said, see you tomorrow. He escorted me out of the garage and back to his car. It was getting dark now, and Gage turned on the headlights before pulling out of Dylan's driveway. What time do you have to be home? He asked. There's no particular time, I answered, wondering why he was asking. Do you want to do something? Are you hungry? Want to go grab something to eat? It almost sounded like he was asking me out on a date, but I cautioned myself not to read too much into it. Sure, I replied. All right, I know just the place, he declared. I took a breath, but it didn't calm my nervousness about what I wanted to say to him. You're really talented. More than I expected, to be honest, and the band is really good, too, I added. I know, he said with a laugh, but I'm glad you think so, too. His confidence was sexy now that I knew it was warranted. He could deliver on his claims, and he knew it. False modesty would have detracted from his no-bullshit personality. He knew what he had, and he owned it. Thinking about everything he had was leading me into dangerous territory. Of course, I'd thought about sex before, and wondered what it would be like, but I hadn't fantasized about it the way I'd fantasized about kissing. Maybe that was only because I hadn't ever been kissed, though. Maybe one thing really did lead to another. Now that I had experienced kissing, my thoughts were moving toward other experiences I hadn't had. Or maybe it was just the seductive power of Gage's performance. As Amber had put it, seeing your boyfriend in a band was hot. The only problem was that he wasn't my boyfriend. That thought was like the cold shower I needed. Of course he wouldn't be interested in someone like me. I recalled the song he had sang about his ex-girlfriend, and that he had mentioned her beauty. Being beautiful was a requisite for being a hot guy's girlfriend. I knew that. I saw how the beautiful people paired up. It had been that way at my old school, and it was like that here. With the way so many girls drooled over him, Gage could have been one of the biggest players at school. The fact that he wasn't, and that he didn't date at all, was intriguing. It did fit his brooding, loner persona, but not his rock god alter ego. The unwelcome thought that maybe he used groupies for sex, like that girl in the bathroom had told me he did, put a damper on my mood. I wasn't hungry when we arrived at the restaurant Gage had chosen, but the delicious smell inside awakened my appetite. The hostess led us to a table after a 10-minute wait, and my mouth was already watering by that time. I was glad to get a drink to take the edge off my hunger. I didn't realize I was thirsty until I began to sip my Coke and drained half the glass within a couple minutes. Gage finished his within the same amount of time. I usually have a drink at Dylan's, he said, but I skipped it this time. You didn't have to leave because of me, I told him. I would have been fine with staying longer. I'd rather be alone with you, he replied. That flustered me, and I dropped my gaze to the table. So, this is the place you were telling me about, I said nervously. I heard him expel a breath. Yeah, they've got the best pizza in my opinion. I can't wait to try it, I said, speaking the truth. Now that the unnerving moment had passed, I dared to glance at him again. I'm interested to hear your opinion. We didn't have pizza this good in the town I lived in before, but you probably had a lot more pizza places in Denver. I shrugged. We had the known places, but we always got delivery. I've never eaten inside a pizza restaurant before, but smelling it cooking makes it smell even more delicious. You've been missing out, he declared. They bring it out to the table straight out of the oven, and it is so good that way. I smiled, but didn't know what else to say, so I took another sip of my Coke. So tell me about yourself, Gage prompted. What do you want to know? I asked. There's really not much to tell, I immediately added, thinking how dull I was in comparison to him. There is, he insisted. You know a lot more about me than I know about you. All I know is that you moved here from Denver. Did you grow up there? We actually lived in a suburb near Denver, but yeah, I grew up there. My dad still lives there, so I'll be going back to visit him, and my best friend, Emily. So your dad's in the picture, he said, sounding more like he was talking to himself than me. I thought about his dad locked away in prison, and I wondered how often Gage got to visit him. Yeah, I replied to his comment. My parents got divorced 4 years ago, but I still got to see my dad often. It'll be less now that I live in a different state, but he's busy anyway. Gage frowned. Too busy to see his daughter? Well, he still sees me, but he's got a new family, I explained. His new wife is younger, and she's got a little girl, and now she has the baby with my dad, so it's kind of a lot. So he basically traded your mom in for someone younger? He remarked in disapproval. I don't blame you for... He's not like that, I interrupted. He's actually a really decent guy, which is why my mom fell for him. He was her, doctor. Well, he was going to be, but he told her that he couldn't be her doctor because he was attracted to her. I cringed in embarrassment after that rambling explanation, but I pushed on in hope of getting past the awkwardness. My mom was impressed that he hadn't taken advantage of the situation. Taken advantage of it how? Gage asked. I blushed and wished that I hadn't mentioned anything about it. The exam, I said as I stared at the glass my hands were wrapped around. Oh, he responded after a pause. He's a OBGYN, I supplied quickly before he could say gynecologist. Yeah, I can see how being attracted to his patient could be a problem. My mom is very beautiful, I explained so that he'd understand why my dad had been so affected by her. She used to be a model. In Denver? He inquired. No, in New York. She was signed with the top agency. So she didn't like modeling then? He asked. I looked at him, surprised at his lack of surprise that my mom could be beautiful enough to be accepted by a top agency and have a daughter who could never be mistaken for a model. She got some work, but it wasn't enough. There's so much competition, and she decided she needed something more stable. She ended up moving back home to Denver and becoming a news anchor. That's cool, Gage said. But now she gave that up to marry your stepfather? She found a job at a TV station here, but she's not happy that she's working evenings. She got to do the morning news in Denver, and she liked that schedule better. She was home with me after school, but now we only see each other on the weekends. Hopefully she'll get to switch to mornings. I would say at least you're not home by yourself, but I think it's probably worse having your stepsister around, he commented. She's been better, thanks to you, I told him. Which means that she's basically ignoring me now, but that's preferable to having her hate me. I was an idiot to think that she'd be happy about getting a sister. But you were happy, he stated. Yeah, I admitted. It's something I always wished for when I was younger. Being an only child, well, I guess you know what it's like. Courtney has an older brother, so... I have an older brother too, but he didn't live with us. So I grew up like an only child. I always wished that my brother and I were closer, but I didn't get to see him anymore after my dad went away. I noted how he vaguely referred to his dad being sent to prison since we were in a public place, where other people might overhear. Your brother lives with his mom? I surmised. He did, Gage replied, his expression darkening. Now he's on his own. How much older is he? I asked, wondering about that cryptic remark. 4 years, so he never saw me as anything but a pest. He should have outgrown that, I complained. I can't believe he doesn't want to see you now. You're his brother. He's back in Nevada, and I'm here, Gage said with a haunted expression I didn't understand. I got out. Out of Nevada? I queried. Was it that bad where you lived? He seemed to be struggling with what to say as he looked at me. Out of my father's footsteps. Mason didn't. I was stunned by what he was implying. Your brother? Not here, Gage said. He managed to give me a wry smile. We were supposed to be talking about you. That put me on the spot because I felt like I needed to change the subject and lighten the mood. I wished that I could be funny and just plain fun. In a moment of desperation and true insanity, I decided to tell him about the most embarrassing thing that had ever happened to me. He had revealed so much to me, and I felt the urge to reciprocate. I had no dark secret, so this was the only thing I had to expose. When I went to Emily's house for the first time freshman year, we took the bus home from school. The thing I was most excited about was that the cutest guy in our class also rode her bus. We were late getting on, and it was almost full, but we squeezed into the third row, 3 to a seat. I was sitting on the edge, and my back was toward the aisle. When the bus stopped suddenly, I lost my balance and fell backward out of the seat and onto the floor. The worst part was that it didn't stop there. I proceeded to tumble toward the driver and rolled down both steps and landed at the door. The cute boy noticed me all right. I stopped talking, and Gage continued to look at me for a few seconds before he began to laugh. I had been completely mortified by that incident, and time hadn't helped me find the humor in it. Yet seeing the enjoyment that Gage was getting out of my story somehow put my focus on the absurdity of it rather than the humiliation. It was funny in retrospect. I had told a funny, entertaining story, and my date was getting a kick out of it. Did he ask you out? He inquired as his laughter subsided. His blue eyes were alive with mirth, and he was looking at me like he was having fun being with me. No, I said like it should be obvious. I would have asked you out, he proclaimed. No, you wouldn't. Not after I made a total fool of myself. You're right, he said to my chagrin. Not about making a fool of yourself, he quickly amended. But I was an idiot at that age. I wouldn't have paid attention after I saw that you weren't injured. I only noticed the wrong girls, and I wouldn't have known to look closer. It seemed like he was alluding to his ex-girlfriend with that remark. I was still very curious about her, but I couldn't just come out and question him about his relationship with her, especially since he hadn't spoken directly of her. I had only pieced together tidbits about her from his song and from clues in our conversations. She was only on the periphery of the confidences he shared with me, and I hoped that meant she was barely on his mind. He had written a song about her, though. I knew that songwriters often used their personal experiences when they wrote songs. It was only natural that inspiration would come from real life. Some of my favorite songs had resulted from real love and heartbreak, but I didn't know any of those songwriters personally. I immersed myself in the emotions conveyed in the music and lyrics without putting any thought into how they came to be. Listening to Gage's song was different, because I was imagining him experiencing the things he was singing about. Admittedly, I had at first only been thinking about how good he sounded, and how magnetic and sexy he was. I resolved to pay more attention to all the lyrics he sang rather than just obsessing over the song about his ex-girlfriend. There was absolutely no reason for me to obsess about her anyway, since his love life had nothing to do with me. He had even said that I wasn't his type, which I had already known anyway. It still stung, though, to hear him say it out loud. The pizza was a welcome distraction from my thoughts. "Be careful," the waitress warned us as she set the pan down on our table. "It's very hot." Telling us that she would be right back, with refills on our drinks, she set plates down in front of us and left. Gage gestured for me to serve myself first, so I used the spatula to transfer a piece onto my plate, being careful not to touch the pan. Gage served himself 2 pieces, and the waitress returned with our drinks. I took a sip of mine as I waited for my pizza to cool a bit, so that I could bite into it without burning my mouth. Gage took a bite and huffed air around it with his mouth open. "Sorry," he said after chewing and swallowing it. "I couldn't resist a taste." It was getting hard for me to resist too, and I cut a small piece and speared it with my fork. Blowing on it for a few seconds before putting it in my mouth, I endured the still slightly too hot temperature for the absolutely delicious taste. I hummed in appreciation, around the deliciousness in my mouth. "So good," I mumbled as I chewed. After swallowing the piece, I looked at Gage to tell him that it was the best pizza I had ever tasted. The way he was watching me stopped the words in my throat. No boy had ever given me a look like that before, and the heat that flushed my skin was nothing compared to the heat that was spreading through my body as I stared back at him. His gaze seemed to become even more heated before he broke eye contact and stared down at his plate. He cleared his throat. "So, you like it?" he asked, still not looking at me. "Yeah," I replied, my voice sounding as flustered as I felt. "It's the best I've had." I dropped my gaze to my plate in mortification of how sexual that sounded. But it didn't, I told myself. My mind was just going there because I had misinterpreted the way Gage was looking at me. It couldn't possibly have been a sexual look because he wasn't attracted to me. He even said so, I reminded myself. I was just still affected by the sexiness he had exuded while he sang, and feeling like we were on a date wasn't helping. The tension seemed to linger between us as we ate in silence. I still savored every bite of my pizza, but I refrained from voicing any more of my appreciation. I glanced at the rest of the pizza in the pan, but fought the temptation to take another piece. "Have some more," Gage urged. "I shouldn't," I replied. "Why?" he asked, looking at me with a quizzical expression. I realized that I should have lied and said I wasn't hungry anymore. "1 piece is enough for me," I said. "You looked like you wanted more," he argued. "1 piece is nothing." There were probably close to 300 calories in a slice of this pizza. If I eat 2, that's 600 calories, and I should only eat 1,500 calories in a whole day if I want to lose weight. His glance moved down to what he could see of my body in my seated position behind the table. "Why do you want to lose weight?" "Well," I answered, feeling flustered yet again, "I'm not exactly skinny. You saw how Courtney looks compared to me." "I even weigh more than my mom," I admitted, wondering why I was telling him that embarrassing fact. "Is she making you diet?" he demanded, looking angry all of a sudden. "Because that's bullshit. You don't need to lose any weight. Why the hell would you want to be skinny when you've got curves in all the right places? Even that asshole at school can appreciate that." I went through a quick succession of gaping at him, blushing scarlet, and averting my gaze from him with extreme nervousness. Gage, the sex god, liked my curves? Rock god, I corrected myself. Why did I suddenly have sex on the brain? I wanted to excuse myself and go hide out in the bathroom until I regained my composure, but I was too self-conscious to stand up right now and draw his attention to my body. I grasped onto the least unnerving thing he had said and replied to that. "She's not making me diet. She just encourages me to eat healthy." "You should still get to splurge sometimes," he insisted. "Like when you taste the best pizza you've ever had. Go ahead and have another slice." A minute ago I had been craving another slice, but now my stomach was too tied up in knots. "I'm not hungry," I answered honestly. He exhaled an exasperated breath. "Fine, I can't force you to eat." "Don't be mad," I pleaded. "I'm honestly not hungry, but it was really good. Thanks for bringing me here. I know where to get the best pizza now." "Okay," he relented. "At least you didn't order a salad." "Oh, no," I replied. "It smelled so good there's no way I could have resisted temptation." He smiled at me, and it was a smile tinged with amusement and warmth, and it coaxed a return smile from me. "How's everything tasting?" the waitress asked, drawing my attention to her. "Can I get you anything else?" "Delicious," Gage replied, and I nodded in agreement. Could we just have a box and the check, please? She glanced at the pizza left in the pan in surprise. Oh, sure. I'll be right back with that for you. I rummaged in my purse and located my wallet, pulling it out in preparation. Rifling through my money, I counted how much I had with me. What are you doing? Gage demanded. Nonplussed by his sharp tone, I answered hesitantly. Getting out the money for my half of the bill? His jaw clenched, and he looked like I had offended him. I've got it. But I began to protest. You only ate one piece, and I can afford to pay for one damn pizza. I caught the movement of the waitress approaching us and kept my gaze on her to avoid facing Gage's displeasure. She boxed up the pizza while he looked at the bill and pulled out money from his wallet. Keep the change, he told her, and she smiled and thanked him. There was awkwardness between us as Gage and I stood up and walked toward the exit. It was fully dark outside now, and the parking lot was illuminated by light poles. Despite having gotten upset with me, Gage took my hand as he walked me to his car. I'm sorry, he said once we stopped beside it. I know you were being considerate, and I appreciate it. Most girls wouldn't have even offered to pay. I just hate not being able to pay you back the money I owe you. He glanced at me after getting that off his chest. You don't owe me any money, I told him. It's yours for doing this for me. He let go of my hand. I'm still paying it back, he stated flatly and went around to the driver's side. I could barely keep up with his mood swings. He had gotten upset with me, then softened toward me enough to apologize, and now he seemed to be unhappy with me again. I watched him set the pizza box in the back seat and open his door to get in the car. Sighing, I pulled open my door and sat down in the passenger seat. Gage didn't say anything as he drove me home, but he blindsided me after he pulled into my driveway. Should we kiss? I froze and then turned my head to look at him. My mouth opened, but no words formed. My only response was the pounding of my heart. You want to get your money's worth, right? He remarked derisively. Let's get out there where they can see the show. He flung open his door and strode around as I sat rooted in my seat. Before I could gather my wits, he was opening my door and pulling me out of the car. After slamming the door shut, he pushed me against it and kissed me. Although I was expecting it this time, it overwhelmed me even more than our first kiss. That one had been soft and slow, but this one was intense and demanding as he practically devoured my lips. I was making noises I couldn't control as he sucked on my bottom lip and ran his tongue over the top one. When he slipped it inside my mouth and began to tangle his tongue with mine, a moan came from the back of my throat. Gage responded with an answering moan that thrilled me as much as what he was doing to me. Immediately after that, he broke off the kiss and pulled back to look at me. I'm not as good at acting as you, but how was that? I think they bought my performance if they were watching us from the windows. I was grateful for the dim light because he couldn't see the heat rush to my face and turn it beet red in humiliation. I certainly hadn't been acting. And it was mortifying to know that it had all just been an act on his part. Maybe he was even mocking me with that moan. You were fine, I said stiffly. I should go in now. He stepped back from me, but took my hand to walk me to my front door. I walked beside him on unsteady legs, still feeling weak-kneed from his intoxicating kiss. He let go of my hand as soon as we reached the door. Good night, Sarah, he said, and pivoted before I could respond. I watched him stride away and get into his car without a backward glance to me. He quickly backed out of my driveway and drove off. I turned and unlocked my front door and was greeted by the sight of Courtney smirking at me. Damon was standing beside her with an angry scowl directed at me. Has he fucked you yet? He demanded. I glanced around uneasily for my stepfather, who was usually home in the evenings. Dad's not home yet, Courtney informed me. He was taking your mom to dinner as soon as she got off work, so they probably won't be home for a couple more hours. You can call your boyfriend to come back for some more. You guys looked like you were ready to go again. So she had seen us kissing. The streetlight must have provided enough illumination, so Gage's plan had worked. All of it was working exactly as I'd hoped, but I felt no sense of relief or contentment. I just felt completely unraveled. I'm tired, I said, and began to walk toward the staircase and the sanctuary of my room. I heard Courtney laugh behind me. You wore her out. He must be insatiable. Maybe I'll have to get some of that. I hurried up the stairs to escape her voice as I felt a stab of jealousy twist through my gut. Courtney was the kind of beautiful that turned heads, which was what I imagined was what Gage's ex-girlfriend had looked like. He had saying something about being blinded by her beauty. Like all guys, he was attracted to beautiful girls. It wasn't a stretch to think that she could seduce him, and I was the one who had shown her that it was possible. Since I had convinced her that I stood a chance with him, she knew that she could get him with her superior beauty. She was going to take him away from me. It didn't matter that I didn't really have him. It still hurt to imagine her with him, and I sat down listlessly on my bed. There was nothing I could do to stop her this time. And I actually felt worse than I had when she ruined my reputation at school. I hadn't really lost anything then, because I hadn't gotten close to anyone yet. I was seriously depressed over the thought of losing Gage, and that told me that my crush on him was already more serious than I had feared it would become. I was falling fast for him, and everything in my life suddenly seemed hopeless. Chapter 8. Things looked better in the morning, as they often did. It helped that the sun was shining on this warm, beautiful day. It was also the weekend, and I was going shopping with my new friend. To top it off, my mom was making pancakes when I walked into the kitchen. "Good morning," she called out brightly. "Morning, Mom," I replied. "Here, eat them while they're warm." She handed me the plate of pancakes I knew she had made for herself. Gage was wrong about her. She did splurge sometimes, although he might not consider 2 pancakes splurging. I poured syrup over them and cut a small piece to taste before getting up to pour myself a glass of milk. I set out a glass for my mom, too, as I knew it wouldn't take her long to make 2 more pancakes. She put the rest of the batter in the fridge when she was done and joined me at the table. I smiled at her, happy to have some alone time with her, like when it had been just the 2 of us. "How was your first week of school?" she asked. "It was good," I said, admitting the part about how everyone had treated me like dirt at first. "I made a friend, Amber. We're going shopping today." "That's wonderful," she replied before getting a sly look in her eyes. "Courtney told us you went on a date yesterday. She said that you have a boyfriend." She smiled enthusiastically. "Spill, Sarah. Tell me about him." I set down my fork. "When did you talk to Courtney?" I looked around like she might be hiding somewhere. "Last night," Mom answered. "She said that you already went to bed. I almost woke you up to get the details, but I managed to contain myself. All she told us about him was that he goes to school with you and that he's very good-looking." I tried not to let the thought of Courtney's interest in Gage sour my mood. "Yeah, he is, but he's not conceited about it. Not like Courtney," I added silently. "Kinda like you," I told her, realizing it suddenly. "You never act conceited about how beautiful you are." That was something I had never focused on until now, simply because she was my mom. "How you look is not an accomplishment," she told me, her expression becoming serious. "Not unless you worked out to get in shape or something like that. It's a good sign that this boy doesn't seem to be in love with himself. But just be careful not to be too dazzled by his looks. Make sure you get to know him." I felt like I already knew him as well as I knew my best friend, but I couldn't reveal any of that to my mom. I wouldn't share Gage's secrets with anyone, even Emily. I hadn't told her anything about his dad being in prison. Not because I was worried about her reaction, but because it was something private that Gage had shared with me. The promise I'd made him not to tell had been unnecessary, since I wouldn't have told anyone anyway. "I'm getting to know him," I said to my mom. "We've been talking a lot." "Talking is good," she said with a laugh. "You can stay with talking for a while. Like, until you get married." I blushed, understanding her implication. She looked at me in alarm. "You haven't—" "No!" I exclaimed. "God, Mom, it was only our first date." "Okay," she said, looking relieved. "Sorry. I'm new at dealing with you dating. I really thought I'd handle it better, especially since you're 18. I guess I need to back up and start from the beginning. Where'd you go on your date?" Well, first we went to a friend's house. They're in a band, I explained. And they were practicing for their show tonight. Then we went out to eat, and then he brought me home. A band, my mom repeated with a smile. Were they practicing in his friend's garage? Yeah, but they look really good, I insisted, reading the amused expression on her face. Gage is an amazing singer, and he writes his own songs. That's wonderful, she said, but I could tell that she didn't believe that he could have actual talent. You should find a fun hobby, too. This was an ongoing thing with her. She had tried putting me in various activities when I was little, but none of them had stuck. From ballet to soccer, I quit them all. Since I didn't want to do organized activities, she had started suggesting after-school clubs, but I had no interest in those either. Emily was the only person I socialized with, and we spent lots of casual time together just hanging out. Besides that, I spent time on my own reading. One thing I did in secret in the privacy of my room was dance. Not even Emily knew about that, because I would have been embarrassed for anyone to see me. What I loved about it was how I could just let go and have fun without being self-conscious. I would never have been able to dance in front of other people with complete abandon like I did when I was by myself. It didn't matter if I was a good dancer or not. It was just pure, exhilarating fun. So, did he kiss you? My mom's question brought my focus sharply back to her as memories of Gage's mouth on mine set heat rushing through me and inflamed my face. I'll take that as a yes, my mom commented wryly. I looked down at my plate, feeling really uncomfortable to be talking about this with my mother. Thankfully, she moved on past the topic of kissing. When do I get to meet him? Tonight maybe? I replied uncertainly, glancing back up to her. I'm going to his show, but I'm not sure if he's picking me up. His friend said something about loading their stuff into a van, probably their instruments, I am assuming. I'll ask Amber how she's getting there. Her boyfriend is in the band, too. I'm glad you'll have a friend there, she said in relief. I want to know where you're going, though. Okay, I said. I'll ask Amber the name of the place. Gage mentioned it, but I forgot. I resumed eating my pancakes now that I felt more comfortable with the conversation. My stepfather walked into the kitchen shortly after my mom and I finished our breakfast. I cleared our plates off the table as she got up to make him pancakes. So, Sarah, I hear you went on a date yesterday, he said. She's going on another one tonight, my mom told him. Her boyfriend is in a band. She shared it like it was a joke. They apparently have a show somewhere tonight. He didn't appear to be as amused by this as she was. I hope he's not a drug user. I think we need to meet this person, he said, speaking the word like it was something unsavory. Sarah wouldn't get involved with someone like that, Mom said. He's just a kid in a garage band. I dated a boy like that myself in high school. You did? I asked in surprise. You never told me that. She waved it off like it was unimportant. It was a short time before I left for New York. Was his band any good? I questioned. She responded with a laugh. They thought they were, but they were just typical kids making a bunch of noise and dreaming about becoming rock stars. I had assumed that about Gage's band too, but they sounded like they actually could become rock stars. I knew the chances of that happening were slim, though. Gage's band is actually really good, I told her. I heard that about them, Courtney said as she walked into the kitchen. I think I'll go see their show tonight. That's a good idea, her dad exclaimed enthusiastically as I deflated. You can go with Sarah. Courtney emitted a little laugh. She's going on a date, Dad. She's not bringing me along. I'll go with my friends. They're going anyway. That did not make me feel any better. How'd you know about the show tonight? I inquired in what I hoped was a casual manner. It was kind of a last-minute thing for them. Her laugh was louder this time. There were flyers all over school. You must really be in love if you didn't notice them. I flushed in embarrassment, and Courtney laughed again. Yeah, you've got it bad. Courtney, her dad admonished her, looking very displeased. She's just teasing, Mom said. It's what sisters do. Anyway, what's the name of this place? She questioned Courtney. Sammy's, she replied. Luckily, it's an 18 and over bar, so we can get in. It sucks for my friend who can't, though. Megan's birthday is only 2 weeks away. She saw them play at a party a few months ago, though. A bar? You can't go to a bar, her dad exclaimed. You're still in high school. Come on, Dad, Courtney cajoled. We're just going to see a concert. We can't drink anyway. They're pretty strict about that, Mom agreed. They're much more likely to be underage drinking at a party than a bar. I thought back to the underage drinking that had been going on under this very roof while she and Daniel had been away on their honeymoon. He had no clue that Courtney had already done what he was trying to prevent by forbidding her to go to a bar. He probably didn't know that she had sex all over this house either. I felt a little queasy recalling that, and then I felt really awful when I remembered her saying that she wanted to have sex with Gage. Dad, please, Courtney exclaimed. Look at how upset Sarah is. She can't not go to her boyfriend's show. I knew that she couldn't care less about me, but she sure made it sound like she did. Daniel looked at me and relented. I'm trusting you to look out for her, he told Courtney. You have safety in numbers with your friends, but Sarah doesn't know this boy very well. Get her away from him if something doesn't look right. Get out of there immediately at the first sign of trouble. I will, she promised. Amber texted me then, reminding me that she would be picking me up at noon. I replied to her text and told my mom about it. Oh, good, she said. We'll be able to meet her. I left them in the kitchen with Courtney and went upstairs to call Emily. She had wanted to hear about Gage's band, and she was the only one who knew my real situation with Gage. She was the only one I could talk to about my feelings for him. I had told her about my first kiss with him, but I hadn't felt like talking last night, and hadn't yet told her about our much hotter second kiss. She was excited to hear about it now, but she was silent after I described how cold he had been afterwards. She just listened as I then related what Courtney had said last night. Maybe you should just let her have him. What? I asked in surprise. I heard her sigh. You get to kiss a hot guy. Which would be great if you could just enjoy it, but he's upsetting you. It'll be better if it ends now before you fall in love with him. In love? I questioned in dismay. That's crazy. I've only known him for a week. And you already have feelings for him, she retorted. Otherwise, you wouldn't get upset about him being with other girls. You had a crush on Connor for 3 years, and you didn't get depressed when you saw him dating someone else. Connor never kissed me. He barely ever even said 2 words to me. There's a big difference between him and Gage. Exactly, she said. You're getting attached to Gage. Kissing him is making you feel like he's really your boyfriend. But if he sleeps with Courtney, you won't want him to touch you. No, I agreed in disgust. I wouldn't be able to kiss him after that. So even if you still pretended he was your boyfriend, it would help you keep your distance and not fall in love with him. What she said made sense, but I still couldn't stomach the thought of him with Courtney. Anyone but her, I thought miserably. If I knew he was having sex with her, I would lose my mind. I couldn't think about this anymore, so I changed the subject. Anyway, the show is tonight, so I'll see them on stage. Oh, I kept meaning to ask you, what's the name of their band? I paused as I realized I hadn't asked. I don't know, I forgot to ask. You can tell me tomorrow. I'm sure they'll announce it at the show. Right, I said. I'll make sure I'm paying attention. There was an awkward silence between us, which I'd never experienced with Emily before. It made me suddenly worry about distance affecting our friendship. I scrambled for something to say and realized that I had been talking way too much about me. Anyway, I didn't even ask you how school is going. Well, she said, I've been making myself talk to people. I thought if you could be brave enough to approach Gage outside of school, then I could start conversations with people at school. They turned out not to be so scary to talk to. I'm even kind of making friends with Taylor Morgan. Really? I questioned in surprise. Taylor was one of the popular girls at school, and I couldn't imagine a conversation between her and Emily. What'd you guys talk about? I saw that she was upset, and I asked her if she was okay. She started ranting to me about her backstabbing friend, and then we just talked for a while. She asked me how I was doing without you, and I told her that it was hard and that I missed you a lot. She ended up inviting me over. To her house? I asked stupidly. Taylor lived across the street from Emily, but we had never been inside her house. We had seen the most popular people at school go into that house, and we had watched them like starstruck fans. Taylor had even dated Connor for several months, which had provided me with an opportunity to see him when I was at Emily's house. I had been disappointed when they broke up. Yeah, Emily replied. Remember how it always seemed so special? But it's basically the same as mine. And talking to Taylor wasn't that different than... She trailed off and started again. Well, it wasn't that different talking to her. She's a person, just like us. I wanted to be happy for Emily for becoming friends with Taylor, but I couldn't help thinking that she'd been about to say that talking to her wasn't that different than talking to me. I was starting to have an uneasy feeling that she was going to replace me with Taylor. I couldn't say that, though, because it would make me sound really selfish. She had just said that she missed me and that it was hard for her without me there. I felt guilty that I'd been only focused on my own transition into my new school and hadn't considered how it would be for her to adjust being left by herself. That's good, I said. I'm glad she's nice. She really is, Emily said. I felt a pang, but I listened as she proceeded to tell me about how she was going to the pool this afternoon with Taylor. And we're spending the entire day tomorrow at the lake. It's the last weekend for swimming, so we're taking advantage. She had always tried to get me to do that, but I refused to wear a bathing suit out in public, so we had stuck to canoeing when we went to the lake. I was starting to suspect that she would have more fun with Taylor than she'd had with me. For the first time ever, I didn't feel better after talking to Emily. When Amber arrived, I wasn't in the mood to go shopping. I couldn't cancel on her at the last minute, though, so I invited her in to meet my mom and Daniel before we left. Amber was blonde with a wispy bob hairstyle that framed a pretty face with delicate feminine features. It looked great on her, but I couldn't imagine wearing my hair that short. Mine hung below my shoulders, and something about that made me feel more secure. Meeting Amber seemed to make Daniel feel more comfortable about us going to the show, since she apparently meant his approval. I wondered how he would have reacted if she had piercings and tattoos. Would he have assumed that she was bad news? Then I began to wonder how he would react to Gage. He obviously had a good opinion of Damon, which just went to show how people could be fooled by outward appearances and false charm. Damon acted like a gentleman in front of Daniel, but screwed his daughter behind his back. On top of that, he wouldn't even acknowledge her as his girlfriend. As she drove us to the mall, I filled Amber in on how Daniel had almost refused to let me go to the show. My stepsister actually saved the day, I admitted grudgingly. Oh, I would have snuck you out, Amber replied breezily. She glanced at me and saw my wide-eyed expression. Don't tell me you've never snuck out of the house before. Well, I never had anywhere to sneak out to. The only place I ever went at night was to my friend's house for sleepovers. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I knew that I had revealed too much. Since dates were usually at night, I had let slip that I hadn't been on any. Amber confirmed that she had picked up on that. So, Gage is your first boyfriend? Yeah, I answered sheepishly. That's something. He hasn't dated in a long time, and you've never dated. How long? I pried, forgetting my embarrassment. Did you ever meet his ex-girlfriend? Amber was silent as I waited expectantly for her to answer. Look, she finally said, I don't feel right talking about his past. That's something you should hear from him, if he wants to tell you. The only thing I can say is that he hasn't had a girlfriend in 3 years. Even though Courtney had said that he didn't date, I was stunned by that revelation. Since he was 19 now, I quickly calculated that he had been 16 when he and his girlfriend broke up. In 3 years, he had had plenty of time to get over her. I knew that it wasn't lack of interest from girls at school that had prevented him from getting a new girlfriend, so it had to be his decision not to date. The only reason that I could think of was that he didn't want to take the chance of getting burned again, like he had with his ex-girlfriend. I was anxious to hear the lyrics to his songs again and listen for more clues to his feelings. My own feelings were in turmoil when my phone rang, and I saw that Gage was calling me. Hello? I answered uncertainly. Hey, Sarah. He greeted me like things hadn't been strained between us when we parted last night. Is it okay if I pick you up at 7:30? The show isn't until 9, but we need to set up beforehand. I thought that Dylan told you to be at his house at 7:30, I replied. Yeah, but we changed it to earlier, so that I can pick you up later. That still means an hour of waiting around for the show to start. Are you okay with that? You can come later, but parking might be bad, and you shouldn't be walking at night by yourself. I want to go with you, I said, maybe a little too eagerly. Hearing his voice was making me anticipate seeing him again. Okay, he said, and something about the satisfaction in his voice started that excited fluttering in my stomach. I'll pick you up at... Oh, I exclaimed, interrupting him. I'm going to be at Amber's house. We're going shopping right now, and... That's fine, he interjected. I can pick you up from her house and give her a ride too, but what about your stepsister seeing me picking you up for our date? My mood plummeted at the mention of her. She'll be at the show, I stated flatly, so she'll see me there. Even better, he said, lowering my spirits even further. I couldn't help wondering if he wanted her to see him do his rock star thing and be impressed. I'm going to need Amber's address, he added. I related that request to her, and I repeated the information to him as she told it to me. When I got off the phone with him, I explained the plan to Amber, and she agreed that it was a good idea for Gage to drive us there. Don't worry. You'll get to be alone with him after the show, she assured me. I'll get a ride home with Jason. Oh, no, that's okay. You can get a ride with us. I mean, I'm sure that Gage will drive you home. I'm sure that he will too, she replied to my flustered response. But that's not what he'll want to do. And I'll want to be alone with Jason anyway. She glanced at me with a smile that hinted at why she wanted to be alone with Jason. I looked away uncomfortably. Emily and I had giggled about sex, but those conversations hadn't been based on experience. They didn't involve anything personal or private. I hoped that Amber wasn't the type to share intimate details. To my relief, she didn't say anything else about it, and segued into talking about the show instead. I think they'll have a good turnout, she told me. A lot of people saw my flyers before the school tore them down, and they spread the word to everyone else. You put up those flyers? I asked, not mentioning that I hadn't noticed them. But why'd the school tear them down? It's not a school-related activity, and it's at a bar. I knew they wouldn't stay up for long, but I wanted to do everything I could to get the word out since it was such short notice. There will still probably be a lot of Reaper fans there, though. Hopefully they'll like Dirty just as much. Dirty? I questioned. That's their name? Yeah, she confirmed. I repeated it silently to myself, trying to decide if it was a good name for a band or not. It was certainly simple and easy to remember, so that worked in their favor. I wasn't sure what kind of image it presented, though. My thoughts turned to my own image once Amber cajoled me into trying on outfits I would have never chosen to wear. That's the one, she declared. I looked at my reflection in the mirror and momentarily considered going out in public like this. The white miniskirt was high-waisted, so it covered up my stomach. It was a flared style, which gave it a cute, flirty look. The black, off-the-shoulder crop top had subdued enough style and color not to be emphasizing my breasts. There was only a small patch of my midriff showing. This outfit actually didn't look bad on me, and Amber managed to talk me into getting it. She picked out a black mini dress for herself that was much more provocative than what I had bought. Although she would be sharing less skin than me, since even her shoulders and arms would be covered by long, sheer sleeves, with lacy black designs. The dress was skin-tight. The lace overlay made it look elegant, but the way it hugged her curves was sexy to the extreme. She smirked at me. We're their girlfriends. We've got to look the part. That didn't exactly bolster my confidence, and I became nervous as we got ready at her house later that day. Surely people wouldn't really be looking at me. They would be watching the band, and even the people who knew that I was Gage's supposed girlfriend wouldn't be paying attention to me. I would just be a person in the audience like everyone else. I still hadn't managed to shake my nerves by the time Gage arrived to pick us up, and they only got worse when I saw him. He was wearing black pants and a black button-down shirt that was just casually open down to his collarbone. There was something about the combination of being dressed up, but slightly undone, that looked extra sexy. His tousled, dirty blonde hair did nothing to soften his handsome face. Maybe it was his heavy eyebrows that gave him such a masculine look. They offset those coolly distant blue eyes with thick sensuality. Sex god flitted through my mind as I stared at him. His gaze heated, burning away the distance between us even before he stepped closer. Thank you. I guess it's okay to tell you how sexy you look. I was trying not to stare, but his eyes swept down my body before returning to my flushed face. It flamed as I realized I had spoken my thought about him aloud. Sex god. I had said those words directly to him. Amber came breezing past us on her high heels, completely oblivious to my mortification. Let's go, guys. You can make eyes at each other later. I slunk away from Gage and followed Amber to his car. She was getting into the back seat, and I went around to the other side. What are you doing? She demanded as I opened the door to get in. Go sit up front. You won't have much leg room behind me, Gage said. My seat is back pretty far. I was too embarrassed to sit beside him, but standing there drawing more of his scrutiny wasn't helping either, so I went around and got into the passenger seat without protest. I didn't look at Gage as he sat down beside me, and I avoided looking at him during the drive to the bar. There were plenty of empty spots in the parking lot, and I began to worry that they might not have a good turnout tonight. Don't worry, Amber told me as if reading my mind. There's still over an hour until the show. People will be here. We spotted Noah getting out of a van, and Gage excused himself to go help unload their instruments. Amber and I walked into the bar and handed over our driver's licenses for inspection before being permitted to roam freely inside. I had never been in a bar before, but it didn't look that much different from a restaurant. There were tables scattered around the bar area where bartenders were serving drinks, and I even saw people at one table eating burgers and fries. My eyes were drawn to the stage, which was much smaller than the stage at the arena where I had seen concerts. Amber and I watched the guys set up their equipment. She waited until they were done before going up to give Jason a kiss. He pulled back afterwards and looked her up and down appreciatively. Damn, you are smoking hot! My gaze drifted away from them uncomfortably, but it landed on Gage, whose own gaze held me captive even as it flustered me. The nervous fluttering in my stomach went to a wild frenzy as he began to walk toward me. Sarah! An unwelcome voice called out, and stopped me out of my taut anticipation of Gage's kiss. I turned my head and saw Courtney strutting toward me, in low-rise jean shorts that showed off her enviably flat stomach. Her tight red crop top displayed lots of skin and cleavage. Unlike mine, it barely covered her breasts, and it was held up by thin spaghetti straps. She looked like she could spill out of it at any moment. You look nice, she told me. Before I could think of a response, she turned her attention to Gage. I can't wait to hear you sing. I heard that you guys are really good. Welcome to the show, he said with a brief smile. I hope you enjoy it. I'm sure I will, she said in a flirtatious tone. I'll be right up there in front where I can see everything. The look in her eyes was pure seduction, and she was making it brazenly clear when she spoke the word that everything meant his body. She had dismissed me as looking nice, and was blatantly offering him her sex siren self. Gage was showing admirable restraint in not looking at her perfect body, but I knew that I couldn't compete with her. Excuse me, he said. They need me for sound check. He glanced at me. I'm glad you're here. It wasn't a kiss, or flirting, it was... That's sweet, Courtney said as we watched him walk back to the stage. The remark was spoken in the same mild tone as when she told me I looked nice. There was no viciousness or mocking in it. She finally saw me as the non-threat I was, someone barely worth her notice. The relief that I should have felt about this was lost beneath a hollow feeling. What the hell are you wearing? A male voice demanded. I turned toward him in alarm, but Damon's angry glare was directed at Courtney. Slipping away before he noticed me, I found Amber at a nearby table. The place is filling up, she told me in satisfaction. I grabbed us a table before they were all gone. We'll have to take turns going to the bathroom so nobody steals our seats. Who's the groupie you were talking to? That's my stepsister, Courtney, I replied. Amber did a double take. That's Courtney Keller? Holy shit, I never would have recognized her. Miss Homecoming Queen is sexing up her image. When did that happen? Since she became a groupie, I answered glumly. Hey, you're not worried about that shit working on Gage, are you? He doesn't screw groupies, she assured me. How do you know what he does after the show? I retorted. If he doesn't date, and he's got groupies offering to sleep with him, a guy that hot... That doesn't mean he sleeps around, she argued. It's kind of a double standard if you think about it. We get offended when guys assume that a hot girl is easy. But we expect hot guys to be players. Not all of them are. Besides, Gage wouldn't cheat on you. He hates cheaters. That might be true, but we weren't really dating. Since our romantic relationship wasn't real, it wouldn't really be cheating. I could tell none of this to Amber, though, so I dredged up a smile and pretended to be reassured. I must not have been very convincing, though. I've seen the way he looks at you, she insisted. He hasn't looked at any girl that way since... She trailed off and looked away from me. Everything else fell away as I realized that she had just revealed to me that she had seen Gage's ex-girlfriend, and that she had seen them together while he had been dating her. Curiosity was now at the forefront of my mind, and I was frustrated by her refusal to talk about this. Would you like something to drink? A woman asked, and I saw that a waitress had approached our table. Yeah, Amber said, sounding relieved. I'll have a Diet Coke. I knew that I should drink Diet too, but I hated the taste of it. I avoided drinking soda most of the time, but I splurged when I went out. I'll have a regular Coke. I'll get this round, Amber told me after the waitress left. You get the next one. Okay, I agreed. Hey, Amber, a girl I recognized from school greeted her. Can we sit here with you? Sure, Daisy, Amber replied. We've got 2 extra seats. Hey, Melanie, she greeted the other girl. Do you guys know Sarah? Yeah, Daisy answered enthusiastically. She's famous. New girl sweeps in and wins the heart of the guy no one could get. It's like Twilight. Melanie groaned and Amber laughed. Daisy was the girl in the bathroom that day who had been gushing about Gage to me. She seemed to be just as excited about our romance now as she was then. Little did she know she was correct about it being just like Twilight. Both were fiction. The waitress came back with our drinks and took Daisy and Melanie's drink orders. Melanie told us that it was her birthday yesterday. If this had been last weekend, I wouldn't have been able to go. That would have sucked, Daisy agreed. I wouldn't have gone either without you. They need to have more all-ages places where bands can play, Amber said. It's pretty limited for the guys with just a few 18 and over bars and playing some private parties. They should post videos on YouTube, Daisy suggested. That's how 5 Seconds of Summer got famous. Gage has been holding us back on that, Amber complained. He thinks we need professional equipment. And he says it's not worth it to spend the money on it when the chance of the videos being noticed are so slim. So, she trailed off as she glanced at the stage and then back to us. I'm going to record this show on my phone and post it to YouTube. If nobody sees it, Gage won't know about it anyway. I glanced warily between the stage and us, which was a short distance in this small place. What if he sees you filming them? She gave me a devious smile. I told Jason that I wanted to record the show tonight, so I can watch it again at home. I'm sure he mentioned it to Gage, and he'll think it's just for me. I would have brought the tripod with me otherwise, but that would tip him off. I'll just have to do the best I can to hold it steady. Awesome, I exclaimed, excited about her plan now. After I watched them practiced, I wished I could listen to the songs again at home, and now I'll be able to. Yeah, Daisy agreed. You'll have to send me the link to that video, and then everybody who couldn't come to see the show will get to see it, she added excitedly. Amber looked toward the stage again and took her phone out of her purse. She tried holding it in different positions, and somehow managed to angle it to her satisfaction on the tabletop. Now my arms won't get tired, she commented. Shortly after that, Gage spoke into the microphone, and my attention was riveted on him. When he introduced the band, he said it in such an aggressive way that it elicited an immediate and very loud response from the girls in the audience. We are dirty, he emphasized and flashed a wicked smile. The music began amidst the screaming, and then everyone settled down to listen to the song. Do you feel the music? Does it speak to your soul? Will you give me this moment and completely let go? Yeah, I've been waiting for this. The first beat like a lover awakening desire with a kiss. The excitement building with every drum beat. The sultry sounds of the guitar turning up the heat. It was a sexy seduction of lyrics and sound. The bass rhythm plays deep and low. Do you feel it vibrate through you? Do you feel your anticipation grow? Have you come for this feeling that's pure rock and roll? Yeah, this is what I want. This sets alight my soul. He looked straight at me then. So come on, rock with me. Let this feeling consume you whole. I was already aroused by the sexually charged music and lyrics and the sound of Gage's voice, but his look electrified me. It seemed like he was singing the words directly to me, and it was one of the most exciting moments of my life. In that moment, I understood why groupies went wild for the guys in these bands. It was different than seeing an attractive guy at school. Gage really was like some kind of rock god up on that stage. He was mesmerizing and magnetic, and he was looking at me. When his gaze shifted away from me, I continued to feel its effects. The excitement I felt was almost too much, and I could barely contain it. I wanted to jump to my feet and dance, especially when they followed their first song with a cover of a familiar song that I could easily rock out to at home. Self-consciousness kept me in my seat, but other girls weren't so shy. They danced in front of the stage, and Courtney was among them. Seeing her shake her ass in those shorts killed my desire to dance. I didn't want anyone to compare my body to hers. She was only up there a short time, though, before Damon dragged her back to her seat. I was actually on board with his caveman behavior, although I know he had no right to tell her what to do. My jealousy was an ugly thing, I acknowledged to myself. The next song was the one about Gage's ex-girlfriend, and it further emphasized to me the power of a beautiful woman. She could get anything she wanted with it, diamonds, cars, and a guy like Gage. He hadn't wanted anyone else but her. When the day came that he finally did, he certainly wouldn't pick someone like me. He would probably find a girl even more beautiful than his ex. The next tune was a cover of a popular song, and the crowd loved it. Most people here probably didn't know the band's original songs, although they seemed to like them when they heard them. Gage was apparently playing it safe by including known songs in the show. He sang several of those in a row before the big finish. "This one is called Sweetest Sin," he said, and directed his gaze straight at me again. "The sweetest sin is when we're skin to skin." "Yeah, baby," a girl called out as I flushed in embarrassment. His gaze didn't linger on me as he continued to sing, but my blush deepened. "Nothing between you and me except what we do." "Oh my God," Daisy breathed beside me. I could barely breathe myself. He was pure, undiluted sex up there with his sultry, sexy voice and his erotic intensity. "Only for tonight, but it feels so right. We don't need names to fan these flames. When you let me in, it's the sweetest sin. Let me touch you like this. Let me give you a kiss, oh, everywhere. Come on, baby, do you dare to taste the sweetest sin with me? Oh, it's a luscious guarantee, sexy as a moan when my hands roam, past soft thighs into satisfied sighs. Baby, you're just a fantasy, but you do it for me." His gaze moved back to me then, and I almost burst into flames. Even when he looked away as the song ended, I was still burning. I watched him with a heated gaze as he finished the show by thanking the audience and repeating the name of the band. He was surrounded by girls when he stepped off the stage, including Courtney. She placed her hands on his arm and said something to him. I felt that sharp, predatory stab of jealousy, but it made me want to go knock her hand off him rather than run from the sight. I stayed in my seat, but every muscle in my body was taut with tension. He gave her a cold smile that seemed to have an edge of danger to it. He leaned in to say something to her, but Damon came charging up to them and yanked her away. Gage started striding toward me before the rest of the girls could gather their wits. I stood up at his approach as nervous anticipation took hold of me. Gage placed his hands on my waist like he was going to pull me against him, but he kept the space between us as he gazed at me. It seemed to only heighten my anticipation more, and it filled that space between us with tension that held me taut. "We'll get out of here soon," he said with an unspoken promise in his eyes. I was dimly aware of Amber and Daisy speaking as I watched him go back to the stage and start carrying equipment off of it with the other guys. I remained distracted and only half listening to the conversation between Amber, Melanie, and Daisy. When Gage returned, I was still in a partial daze. I responded to the girls when they said bye and walked away with Gage as Amber walked out with Jason. We parted in the parking lot as Gage led me to his car. "Don't sleep with Courtney," I blurted without preamble, the words spilling out of my mouth unbidden. He let go of my hand and turned to face me with a look that spiked my temperature. "You don't want me to?" he asked in a quiet but intense tone. "No," I told him, somehow not embarrassed to admit it. "I can't stand the thought of you being with her." "I don't want her," he said. He moved closer and his tone softened. "She's not warm and sweet like you." I melted, even as my heart began to beat faster, as Gage reached out to tilt my chin before bringing his lips down to mine. Languid heat spread through me with his slow, sensual kiss. I stared at him in a haze of desire when he pulled back. He took my hand and entwined his fingers with mine, when he led me around to the passenger side and opened the door for me with his other hand. He smiled at me, and it was a warm smile that I felt in my heart. I happily sat down in the seat as Gage let go of my hand and shut the door for me. Desire was still simmering within me, and the warmth that I felt from Gage quelled the self-consciousness that I usually felt and gave me confidence. "You need to pull over somewhere," I said a few minutes after he drove out of the parking lot of the bar. "I want to kiss you again." "Yeah," he replied in a tone that sent a thrill through me. "I want to kiss you again, too." My anticipation built to an almost unbearable level as he kept driving and passing up empty parking lots of businesses that were closed at night. When he finally turned off the parkway, my desire was so strong that I was nearly ready to jump him. "We'll have to come back during the day so you can see the lake," he said as he parked the car. I couldn't think of anything else but him at the moment, and I shifted over to get closer to him. He turned toward me in his seat, and in the next instant he was suddenly kissing me hungrily like he couldn't hold back anymore. The heat inside me became an inferno, and I moaned into his mouth. He groaned and grabbed my hips to lift me over onto his lap. I gasped when his seat fell back, but he pulled me down with him and resumed kissing me. Feeling his hands grasping my rear as I straddled him sent a new spike of arousal through me, and I moaned again. A low sound came from the back of his throat, and he pulled me hard against him, and I became aware of the hard feeling of him between my legs. My gasp stopped him this time, and his hands moved up to my shoulders to push me up and break the kiss. "Fuck," he swore. "You need to get off," he winced. "I mean, off me. Shit, go back to your seat, please." Suddenly embarrassed, I scrambled back to my seat and arranged my miniskirt as primly as possible. I couldn't believe that I had been straddling him without a thought to exposing myself. The skirt had ridden up, and his erection had been pressed against my panties. The thought made me hot again, even as my face flamed with shame. Gage exhaled heavily and put his seat back upright. "I'm sorry, Sarah. I didn't mean to take it that far." "It's okay," I mumbled, and then forced myself to speak more clearly. "Can you drive me home now?" "Yeah." He immediately turned on the car. I looked out at the dark shapes of the trees we passed as he drove out of the parkway. The silence between us was awkward and uncomfortable, but I shut Gage down when he tried to break it. "About what happened," he began. "Please don't talk about it," I pleaded desperately. "But if we... Please. I don't want to talk about it." "Okay," he agreed after a pause. The atmosphere between us was strained now, and I went from being mortified to anxious. I suspected that he had been trying to have a talk about ending things between us. I had gone too far by asking him to kiss me when there was no one around to see us. I had made it obvious that I was attracted to him. And maybe he had come to the conclusion that I wanted to be his girlfriend. If a girl like Courtney was worried about scaring off a guy with that assumption, then it was an even bigger worry for me. I needed to fix this fast. Thinking about Courtney led me to recalling her behavior at the show, and that gave me an idea. It was hard to speak the embarrassing words, so I said them without looking at him. "You're really sexy when you sing. I guess I was just as affected by seeing you on stage as all those other girls. That was the reason I got so..." I trailed off awkwardly, and then tried to make light of it so he would know I wasn't expecting it to turn into anything. I guess I turned into a groupie for a minute. It fell flat. If anything, it somehow made things worse. Gage didn't laugh or even crack a smile, and now he didn't seem to want to look at me either. I could feel the tension emanating from him as he stared out the windshield. Maybe I had inadvertently made him think about the real groupies, and he was aggravated with me for being in the way and preventing him from leaving with one of them. "Well," he finally commented, I'm glad you enjoyed the show." It was spoken in a derisive, almost mocking tone, and I didn't know how to respond. So I said nothing, and we remained in tense silence until we arrived at my house. Although he walked me to my front door, he didn't hold my hand. "Good night, Sarah," he said flatly. "Good night," I replied as he spun away from me and took off toward his car. I felt just as dejected as I did the previous night. I didn't understand how Gage could run so hot one minute and so cold the next. He had been passionately making out with me, but afterwards he had become uncaring and kind of cruel. I had struggled to pretend that I wasn't still affected by what had happened between us, but he seemed to be able to turn that side of him on and off as easily as his performing skills on stage. He really did have acting talent, I thought bitterly. I couldn't have chosen a better guy to help me fool everyone into thinking he was my boyfriend. The only problem was that he often fooled me, too. Chapter 9. There was a shocking development with Courtney the next day. She came into my room and woke me at dawn in her excitement. At first, I was too out of it to even be wary of her, because I had been fighting insomnia most of the night, and had only fallen asleep a couple hours earlier. "Sarah," she said in a quiet voice as she shook me vigorously. "Come on, wake up. Oh my God, I'm going crazy. I have to talk to someone." I turned toward her and squinted at her blearily. That was enough acknowledgement for her, because she leaned down toward me and dropped her bombshell. "Damon asked me to be his girlfriend." The words slowly penetrated my sleep-deprived brain, and I came fully awake. "What?" I asked, thinking I couldn't have heard her correctly. She beamed a huge smile at me. "Last night." She spun and dropped her butt down on my bed to bounce like a little kid before twisting sideways to look at me. "It worked," she told me, keeping her voice quiet in an obvious effort not to wake her parents. She was brimming with excitement, though. "I made him jealous, and he asked me to be his girlfriend." Comprehension started to filter through my confusion, and she confirmed what I was thinking. "He got pissed that I was flirting with Gage, but I told him that he had no right to tell me what to do, since he's not my boyfriend. He tried to make me say that I was his, but I wouldn't." She dropped the volume of her voice to a whisper. "He tried to have sex with me, but I told him I was meeting up with Gage after he dropped you off. He went crazy," she related with a grin. She bounced up off my bed and turned to face me. "He was yelling that that piece of trash wasn't going to touch me, and that he was going to kill him if he did. I told him that's bullshit, because he has no claim to me, and they were both free to fuck anyone we want. Then he said that I was his, and he was going to make sure everyone knew it." That's good," I said cautiously. She shook her head. "I know what you're thinking, and I didn't give in to him this time. It was so hard, because he was so hot when he was all mad and possessive like that, but I knew that he would break his promise if I gave him what I wanted. I told him that I wouldn't go meet Gage, but I wasn't going to have sex with him either until he proved what he said." She took an unsteady breath. "I'm going crazy today. If he doesn't come through for me tomorrow, I don't know what I'll do." "He will," I replied, hoping that it was true. "It sounds like he doesn't want to lose you, just the fact that he got so jealous." "Right," she agreed. "That's what I think, too." She gave me a rueful look. "Seeing him get jealous of you and Gage gave me the idea. I wanted to see if he would get jealous over me, too, and it worked better than I expected." "He got much more jealous over me," she bragged. "He should," I stressed. "You should be important to him. I'm glad you finally realized it." Surprise showed in her expression. "I think you really mean that." "I do," I told her. "I hate to see any girl get used, even you. He doesn't deserve you if he can't treat you right." Her expression turned serious. "It's so easy to say that, but when you're in love with someone..." She trailed off before smiling wryly. "It's so weird that you're the only one I can talk to about this." "I know," I acknowledged, sitting up and giving her a sideways glance. This was what I was hoping for when Mom told me that Daniel had a daughter. I thought we would share secrets like sisters. My short laugh conveyed my realization of my own stupidity. "You were happy about being told some girl you never met was suddenly supposed to be your sister?" she asked incredulously. Weren't you mad when they got married without telling anyone? No, I answered. I thought it was really romantic. A whirlwind romance, I said dreamily. That's so special and rare. Courtney rolled her eyes. They were probably drunk. There's nothing rare about drunk people getting married in Vegas. But it wasn't like that, I protested. Mom said there was an instant connection, and they talked like they knew each other forever. 3 days went by like 5 minutes, and they both just knew it was right. And there wasn't any reason to wait to get married. Courtney slowly shook her head at me. You are such a sap. I bet you think that Gage is going to end up marrying you, and that you'll live happily ever after. She snorted, and our sisterly bonding was apparently over. If you say a word to anyone about Damon asking me to be his girlfriend, or me using Gage to make him jealous, I'll end you, she threatened. Even if you hear about us tomorrow at school, you better keep your mouth shut about what happened last night. I won't tell anyone, I promised. You can trust me. She gave me a stare that would have been intimidating if I hadn't experienced Gage's much more intimidating stares. After she left my room, I plopped back down on my pillow, but I couldn't fall back asleep. Sighing, I got up and wondered what I was going to do so early in the morning. I decided to go for a walk and try and clear my head. My relentless thoughts had kept me awake most of the night, and now Courtney had muddled my mind even more. The temperature outside was perfect in the early morning light. The sun wasn't yet beating down like it would be later in the day, and it was warm rather than hot. I was enjoying my solitary walk, and it didn't hit me until I was halfway around the block what Courtney's revelation meant. Starting tomorrow, Damon was officially going to be her boyfriend, which was the target I had set for Gage when I enlisted him to pretend to be my boyfriend, until Courtney started dating Damon. I halted and stood there in bewilderment. I hadn't expected it to happen so soon, and I was completely thrown. I had no idea what to do now. Logic came back to me slowly, and I began to walk again as I analyzed the facts. Since the deal I had made with Gage was supposed to end when Damon became Courtney's boyfriend, then Gage had fulfilled his obligation to me. It was done, and he could stop pretending to be my boyfriend. My emotions immediately overruled logic with strong aversion to that idea. I had paid him all that money, and so he should do the job for longer than a week. Anyway, I didn't trust Damon, and I needed to wait a while to make sure that he stayed with Courtney. I didn't even know if he would follow through on his promise to her tomorrow and tell everyone that they were dating. The thought that he would had anxiety twisting in my stomachs, because then Gage would know and demand to end our ruse. I didn't want it to end yet. I knew that I was just prolonging the inevitable, but I didn't want to stop spending time with Gage. It wasn't always pleasant, but I would still rather be with him than not. That made me see an uncomfortable similarity between how I felt about Gage and how Courtney felt about Damon. When you're in love with someone, she had said. No, I couldn't be in love with Gage. I'd only known him for a week. Yet my mom and Daniel had known they were in love after only 3 days. I began to walk faster in my agitation, like I was trying to escape the possibility of it being true. Because there was a big difference between Mom's whirlwind romance and mine. Hers was real. Daniel hadn't been faking his feelings for her like Gage was faking his feelings for me. I was the only one in this fake relationship who had developed any real feelings. This was all the more reason to end it, but I couldn't. I didn't want to give up Gage before I had to, so I would just hold on to him as long as I could. He would have to be the one to end it because I wasn't going to initiate our breakup. When he called me later that day, I thought that was exactly what he was doing. We hadn't parted on the best of terms last night, and maybe Damon had even tracked him down and revealed that Courtney was his girlfriend while warning Gage to stay away from her. I answered the phone in trepidation, bracing myself for him to tell me that we were done. Hey, he greeted me. Are you busy today? No, I answered before realizing that I should have lied so I could avoid dealing with this today. I wondered if he was going to do it over the phone. Why wouldn't he? I asked myself. It's not like we're really dating. My mom wants to meet you, if that's okay. It was so far away from what I had been expecting that I was too stunned to reply. Sarah, are you still there? Yeah, I breathed, and then strove to speak more audibly. Sure. Okay, he said. Is it okay if I come pick you up now? Yeah, I replied. Okay, I'll see you soon. I sat there for a minute after we hung up, and then I jumped to my feet as I began to freak out. His mom wanted to meet me? Why? How did she even know about me? Why had he mentioned me to her, and what had he told her about me? I had been lounging around in shorts and a t-shirt, but I changed into jeans and a blouse, and brushed my hair again to make sure I looked presentable. I wanted to make a good impression on Gage's mom, and I hoped that she didn't already have a negative opinion of me. If she knew about me paying Gage to be my fake boyfriend... Surely he wouldn't have told her that, I consoled myself. Just as I was grabbing my phone off my desk, I received a text from Amber. Shit's hit the fan. My stupid boyfriend told Gage about the video, and he's pissed. Made me come over and yelled at me. Told him you thought it was a good idea. Sorry. His mom got upset she didn't know about you. Heads up, she wants to meet you. So Gage hadn't mentioned me to his mom. She had inadvertently learned about me from Amber, and she apparently hadn't been pleased. On top of that, Gage now knew that I had known about the video and hadn't told him. I was surprised that he hadn't sounded angry on the phone, but I doubted that he was happy with me. My reply to Amber's text was very brief. I'm going to meet her now. She texted back. Sorry. I didn't reply, not because I was mad at her, but because I was too stressed about meeting Gage's mom to focus on anything else. I wanted her to like me. That seemed very important for some reason. I went downstairs and glanced anxiously out the window before going into the living room to tell Mom that I was going somewhere with Gage. Oh, good, we can finally meet him, she said like I'd been dating him for ages. Where are you going? You didn't tell us you had plans today. We didn't, I admitted, but he called and said that his mom wants to meet me. Daniel perked up that information. It's good to know she takes an interest in who he keeps company with. I hope she likes me, I said. Of course she'll like you, Daniel exclaimed, looking like he couldn't comprehend the possibility that she wouldn't. This boy is important to you, Mom said, gazing at me with a contemplative expression. I shifted uncomfortably. It's just dating, I stated, thinking how it wasn't even that. Even casual dating would have been more than what I had with him. I didn't want to think about how true her words were, because it meant that I was placing importance on a person who felt no connection to me. He could easily walk away from me at any minute, and I would be left missing him while he never looked back. He certainly wouldn't be writing any songs about me. She's smart enough not to get too caught up in a high school boyfriend, Daniel told Mom approvingly. Chances are they'll be going to different colleges. I wandered back to the front window to watch the driveway for Gage's arrival. When I saw his car pull in, I ducked out of view, even though I doubted that he could see me behind the curtain. Waiting until he rang the doorbell so I wouldn't look too eager, I tried to hide my nervousness as I answered the door. He was wearing tanned cargo shorts and an army green t-shirt. It made him look more like a typical teenage boy than the hot young man he'd looked like last night. But there was no denying how attractive he was. A guy in shorts could be a sloppy look, but the clothes fit his tall, solid frame well. His t-shirt wasn't overly loose or long. He knew how to dress, even for a casual look. He appraised my outfit, too. You look nice. His compliment sounded genuine, so it seemed like he approved of what I was wearing to meet his mom. At least I could relax about my appearance. Thanks, you do too. Come in for a minute. My mom wants to meet you. I stepped back to allow him entrance. His expression soured, but he stepped inside. Squaring his shoulders, his expression became determined, before he smoothed it into a neutral one. His gait was casual and relaxed as we walked into the living room while I was beset by nervousness. Mom, Daniel. This is Gage, I announced. It's so nice to meet you, Gage, Mom told him with a bright smile as she stood up from the sofa. In all my anxiety over meeting his mom, I'd forgotten to worry about the impact seeing my mom would have on Gage. I watched for his reaction to her beauty, but his cool gaze gave nothing away. He also didn't sneak a glance toward me to compare me to her. It's nice to meet you, too, he replied with a polite smile. I'm Daniel Keller, my stepfather said as he approached Gage and extended his hand toward him. Nice to meet you, sir, Gage said as he shook his hand. Daniel was obviously taking his measure as he scanned his face, probably looking for signs of drug use. My stepfather didn't appear to be intimidated by him at all, even though Gage stood a few inches taller than him. Gage looked steadily back at him, and Daniel gave his arm a firm pump before letting go of Gage's hand. "So, Sarah tells us your show last night was a hit." Gage's mouth tightened, the only sign of anger I had seen so far. "Yes, sir." "Sit down," Mom offered, gesturing toward the love seat. "Thank you, but we should go. My mom is waiting for us." "Well, come back and visit us again," Mom urged. "Thank you, I will," Gage replied. He took my hand as we turned to exit the room, and my stomach began to flutter at the contact. Mom and Daniel followed us out to the front door. "Ah, you have a Buick," Daniel commented. "Good choice of vehicle." I suspected that he had only seen us to the door so he could see what Gage was driving. I wondered how he would have reacted to a motorcycle. "My grandpa left it to me," Gage replied. "I've tried to take good care of it." "Aw," Mom responded, "that's sweet. I have pearl earrings from my grandmother that I treasure, and I'm going to pass them on to Sarah." "You are?" I asked excitedly. I had coveted those earrings since I was a little girl. "I'll give them to you for graduation," she told me. "Maybe sooner, if there's a special occasion you're attending before that." It was obvious to me that she meant prom, but I hoped that Gage hadn't picked up on that. "That's great, Mom," I said, anxious to leave now. "I'll see you later." I pulled open the door with the hand that Gage wasn't holding, and pushed open the storm door to lead him outside. I didn't stop until we got to his car, and then I tried to let go of his hand. He held on, though, and took charge to lead me around to the passenger side. His gaze connected with mine, and I was suddenly remembering being with him inside his car last night. My skin flushed as my temperature rose instantaneously. Heat flared in his eyes, and he brushed his thumb over the skin on my hand before letting it go. His scorching gaze was still locked on mine as he opened the door for me, and it seemed more like an invitation to sin than a gentlemanly gesture. I moved past him on wobbly legs and sank down onto the seat. As I pulled my legs inside the car, I recalled them being bare and exposed to Gage's touch. He hadn't placed his hand on my thigh like he had in one of my fantasies late last night when I'd been unable to stop thinking about him. I had combined that one with the memory of him telling me that he had been trying not to look, but my imagination had gone no further than picturing his hand sliding up to the edge of my miniskirt. I wasn't ready to go into forbidden territory, even in my fantasies, but I found it very erotic to imagine skirting the edges of it. Gage sat down beside me, and my mind went right to the image of me straddling him in that seat last night. My body ignited with the memory of his hot kisses and the firm feel of him between my legs as his hands possessively gripped my rear. I had felt like I was his, and my body had reveled in every thrilling sensation he had given me. These were not the kind of thoughts I should be having while I was on my way to meet his mother. I began after he pulled out of my driveway and started driving down the street. "Why does your mom want to meet me?" He exhaled forcefully, but his voice was still tight with tension. "She wants to know that I'm not taking advantage of you." "What?" I squeaked in shock as my face burned in embarrassment. "She knows we almost—" Gage's gaze shot toward me before sliding away as a flush crept up his neck. "I meant taking advantage of you for your money." I told her that I borrowed money from Dylan to fix my car, but she put it together when she found out about you. The car was broken for months, but you came into my life, and all of a sudden it's fixed. She's pissed that I lied to her. He exhaled and took in a breath before continuing. "I didn't want to tell her I had a new girlfriend, because a lot of crap went down with my last girlfriend, so I didn't want her to worry. But now she thinks that I kept you a secret because of the money. She hasn't come out and said it, but I can tell that she thinks I'm using you." "I'll tell her you borrowed it," I assured him. "Even if she knew the truth, it has nothing to do with you using me. I came to you with this, and it would be embarrassing for her to know about it," I admitted. "You have nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm the one who's embarrassed that you had to pay me to get me to help you. That's why I didn't tell my mom the truth. I've already disappointed her enough." I couldn't imagine how he had disappointed her. He worked and helped her pay bills, and he stayed out of trouble as far as I knew. Yet doubt crept in as I recalled Courtney telling me that he'd been in juvie. Maybe there was something in his past that would make his mother question his motives. I still couldn't bring myself to question him about it, though. I'm sure she's proud of you, I told him instead. You work and go to school, and you're talented. I know my mom would be thrilled if I had all that going for me. He shot a look at me. You have a lot going for you. If you stay genuine and true to yourself, you'll find what you're meant to do. He glanced over at me again with a smile. Maybe you should be a motivational speaker. You always say something to make me feel better about myself. I balked at the mere idea of it. There's no way I could talk in front of a crowd like that. I don't know how you can get up there and do that, but you're so confident and sexy. Tell me more, he laughed as I trailed off in embarrassment. I could think of no witty response, and the atmosphere between us changed as I avoided looking at him. Sarah, he said after the silence had stretched my nerves taut. We didn't, almost. He paused, but continued despite the waves of mortification he could surely feel emanating from me. I wouldn't have had sex with you. I would never take advantage of you like that. I'm sorry if I took it too far, though. My embarrassment faded into deep disappointment as I was reminded again that he didn't want me. You didn't, I told him glumly. Sarah, he began again with a concerned look. I didn't have it in me to conceal my feelings from him right then, so I brought up a subject I knew would distract him. I would rather deal with his anger than have him discover my unrequited crush on him. Amber told me you found out about the video. She said you're mad. Of course I'm mad, he exclaimed, his anger instantly surfacing. She knew she wasn't supposed to post it online. Why not? I asked. You guys were great. Have you seen it? He demanded. No, I replied, not yet. Well, it's not professional quality, he complained. Not even close. So, I retorted, it's still better than nothing for the people who couldn't get into the show. This way they'll get to see it. That was Amber's argument, he grumbled, shooting an irritated look at me. Well, she's right, I replied. You're on her side, he retorted tersely. I guess she wasn't lying about that. It's not about taking sides. I just don't think she did anything that bad, I said cautiously. She was just trying to help. She lied to me, he said vehemently. I trusted her, and she deliberately went and did this behind my back. She wasn't trying to hurt you, I defended her. A lot of it was probably excitement about people seeing her boyfriend playing on stage. Wait, I said as something occurred to me. She said that Jason told you about the video. How does he feel about it? Gage's lips compressed into a hard line, and I surmised the answer. He was for it, wasn't he? What about Dylan and Noah? Gage had the same stony, non-verbal response. So, they all thought it was a good idea, I stated. If everyone else in the band is... It's my fucking band, he exploded. I started it, I came up with the name, I write the songs, and I'm the one who's planning its future. It's been my dream since I was a kid, and it's the only thing that got me through when I was... He didn't finish the sentence, but I could guess that he meant when he was at the lowest point in his life. This won't get in the way of that, I told him gently. It won't ruin your dream. A notification on my phone intruded on the moment. Go ahead and see what it is, Gage urged, as I fought the temptation to pull out my phone. I gave in and looked. It's a friend request from Amber. She probably wants to make sure I'm not mad at her. I accepted the request. Why would you be mad at her? He asked. For getting me in trouble with you, I answered, and ducked my head in embarrassment. You're not in trouble with me, he said. I peeked at him. I'm not? He slid a glance toward me, causing a fluttering sensation in my stomach. You'll know if you get on my bad side. I don't hide it. He certainly didn't, but I never knew where I stood with him. He seemed to get mad at me for unknown reasons, but then let more obvious reasons for her displeasure slide. I had been sure that he would be angry with me for not telling him about Amber posting the video, but he didn't appear to be holding it against me. She probably wants you to watch the video. It's on her Facebook page, too. Go ahead and take a look at it, he told me grudgingly. I couldn't resist, so I went straight to her profile. Oh, I exclaimed. It's already got 43 likes. See, people like it. That's exciting, he deadpanned. I ignored his sarcasm and started the video. It's good, I said in surprise. The quality was much better than I had been expecting from his negative attitude toward it. The The picture was steady and in focus, and the band was clearly visible. The angle was tilted looking up at the stage, but it was close, front row type view that captured some of the energy of being at the show. Seeing them all on screen together, I realized how attractive the entire band was. Jason was Asian and had jet black hair and dark eyes. Noah had very fair features, with baby blue eyes and a disheveled mop of blonde hair. Dylan had short but thick dark brown hair and earthy brown eyes. Then there was Gage, with his mane of dirty blonde hair and his cool blue eyes. The wavy curl in his hair was something a lot of girls would envy, but there was nothing feminine about it on him. It framed a distinctly masculine face with a powerful, intense gaze that could hold you spellbound or strip you bare. I hastily flipped my phone over, like I had to protect myself from the image on the screen. Even though I had been thinking of how his penetrating gaze seemed to see right through me, I was instantly aware of the sexual connotation of being stripped bare. And I had just added penetrating to that. I had to get my mind off this line of thinking. "What's wrong?" Gage asked. "Nothing," I answered too quickly, feeling ridiculously flustered. I was just listening. The sound is good, too." "You must have really good hearing," he remarked. "I can barely hear it." It was true that I hadn't turned up the volume enough, and I felt foolish since I could hardly hear it myself. As I turned it up, I was relieved to discover that the sound on the video really was decent. After a minute, Gage told me to turn it off. He drove in brooding silence for a moment as I worked up the courage to confront him. "It's good," I insisted. "Why are you so against it?" He remained silent, and I thought he wasn't going to answer. But when I looked away from him, he spoke. "It's out there now. Yeah, it's small scale, but it's become real. This is the band. Before, it was still in the future, still a dream." "But you've already been playing shows," I replied in confusion. "Didn't that feel real?" "It's different," he said. "It's completely in the moment, and you're caught up in the energy of the audience. Afterwards, it feels like it was some surreal dream. But the video is just us, and it's like raw concert footage from a real band." "You are a real band," I said, starting to understand what he was feeling. "You told me you weren't just messing around, and I think it shows in that video. I guess it's kind of overwhelming to see your dream in the flesh." "Yeah, that's..." he began as I facepalmed. "What?" he questioned. I shook my head. "Nothing. My mind has just been going to..." He glanced at me as I trailed off, and that gaze of his seemed to pick up on what I had left unsaid. "Going where?" he asked in a tone that made me flush. "Yes," he added, as he moved his gaze back to the road, but aimed his words seductively at me. "Seeing it in the flesh would be..." My response was very different than when any other guy had alluded to anything sexual with me. Instead of being repulsed, I went hot all over. The temperature in the car suddenly seemed sweltering. As a long, fraught moment passed, I felt a trickle of sweat slide down from my lower back to my underwear. Gage reached out to turn up the air conditioning and cleared his throat. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Seeing the video made it too real. I guess I wasn't ready for that yet." "Yeah," I replied, "I can understand that." Our attempt at conversation was over, though, and we lapsed into an uncomfortable silence until we arrived at his apartment building. My nerves went into high gear for a different reason then. Gage picked up on that, too. "My mom's not that scary," he assured me as we walked down the hallway toward his apartment. He smiled in response to my startled glance and lifted our joined hands slightly to emphasize his words. "You've got a death grip on me." "Sorry," I said and tried to let go of his hand. He held on and pulled me to a stop. "Baby, you can squeeze me all you like," he said with a grin. I responded with a nervous laugh, but Gage's grin widened as the door near us opened and an older man walked out into the hallway. "Come on and squeeze me, baby," he sang loudly. "Oh, it feels so good." "You channeling Jerry Lee Lewis?" the man asked. "Hey, Gus," Gage replied. "I'd like you to meet my girlfriend, Sarah." "Hi," I greeted him in embarrassment. "Well, hello, Sarah. I'm Gus. And I'm the one who can kick this boy's ass if I need be." You must have gotten knocked in the head one too many times if you think you can kick my ass, Gage retorted playfully. Gus was a boxer, he explained to me. Which is what you should be training to become, Gus said. You're natural with that knockout punch and your size. All you would need to do is bulk up, and you could go heavyweight. If you would have listened to me and started training after you got out, you could have already had some fights under your belt. Gage was no longer amused by the conversation. I told you I don't want to fight, so let it go. I'm going to... Right, Gus interrupted him. You're going to be a rock and roll star just like every other high school boy with a guitar and a hard-on. I've been trying to tell you about a way you could actually become rich and famous, for real. My mom's waiting to meet Sarah, Gage told him shortly. He had let go of my hand while talking to Gus, but now he took hold of it again and led me away. Bye, Sarah, Gus called after me. Let me know when you want me to kick his ass. I was still thinking about him saying that Gage should have started training after he got out. That sounded like he had been referring to jail. Had he been talking about Gage being in juvie? I had no more time to ponder it at the moment, because the door to Gage's apartment was opening as we approached. I knew I heard you singing, a woman who was unmistakably Gage's mom said, but I didn't want to interrupt your serenade. Gage obviously got his naturally wavy hair and alluring blue eyes from her. His height must be from his dad, though, because she was shorter than me. To my relief, she seemed friendly as she smiled at me while Gage introduced us. She invited me in, and we all sat down in the living room. Help yourself, she urged, and gestured toward a plate of cookies that she had set out on the coffee table. Oh, thanks, I replied, but made no move to take one. Sarah thinks she needs to be on a diet, Gage told her in a disapproving tone. Her eyes quickly scanned down my body. That's crazy. You're a perfectly normal size. Don't buy into the photoshopped images you see on magazine covers. Real people don't look like that. Her mom was a model, Gage informed her. She actually does kind of look like that. Don't tell me that, she chided him. Let me cling to the belief that they all look hideous without makeup and camera tricks. But anyway, how does skinny-ass model get a daughter with such killer curves? She was one to talk about curves. She had quite a voluptuous body that I could imagine drew a lot of male attention. She was a beautiful woman, although she didn't have the height to be a model. Her beauty was different from my mom's slim, lithe perfection, but it was just as appealing. I would certainly be happy if I looked like her. Sarah got lucky, Gage said. My head swiveled toward him to see his expression, because he had delivered that statement like he meant it. Lucky? I questioned in bewilderment. You saw my mom. I did not win the genetics lottery. His eyes strayed down to my breasts. I wouldn't say that. My face was burning when his gaze returned to it, and it wasn't all from embarrassment. He had just made it obvious that he found this part of my anatomy attractive, and I was aroused rather than offended. Whoa, his mom exclaimed. I guess that answers my next question. I glanced at her, startled into remembering that she was in the room with us. What question? Gage asked before I could gather my wits. If you're just using her for her money? Mom! He exclaimed in outrage. I'm sorry, she told him. There's no one for 3 years, and then you suddenly have a girlfriend who happens to lend you the money you need to fix your car? Can you see how I might come to the wrong conclusion? Gage gazed at her steadily, while I was now sweating bullets about being found out. I almost blurted out the whole story to her so she would understand that Gage wasn't at fault, and that the whole thing had been my idea. He preempted that by taking hold of my hand and speaking first. It's not about the money. I really like Sarah. He sounded so convincing that I almost believed it myself. Maybe there was enough truth in it to give his tone that sincerity. He probably did like me well enough as a person, if not so much as a girlfriend. I can see that, his mom declared. And it's not really something that a mother wants to see. I prefer to pretend that you're still in that puppy love phase. I know you're an adult now, but I just can't. She trailed off as her gaze shot to me. How old are you? She's 18, Gage told her, but we're not... Oh, good, she exclaimed in relief. You don't need any more trouble. Whatever you do, just be safe. I don't think you're ready to be parents. "Mom, we're not having sex," Gage yelled to my utter mortification. "Oh, well, that's good. I'm just reminding you to be careful. It's been a long time since we had that talk." "Thanks for that," he said sarcastically. "And thanks for embarrassing the hell out of Sarah." Her gaze moved from him to me, and I dropped my eyes as my face flamed even more under her scrutiny. "You've got nothing to be embarrassed about," she told me in dismay. "I'm taking her home," Gage said, and pulled me to my feet as he stood up. "But you just got here," she protested. "And she's not going to be treated like this," he stated angrily. "Like what?" she asked in bafflement. "Like," he paused, seemingly at a loss for words. "Like she's just, well, you don't even know her and you're just assuming. Well, I don't know, but this is not how you treat someone you just met," he declared with sudden conviction. "I think you need to apologize to Sarah." She gaped at him before her gaze narrowed on him in scrutiny before shifting on me, and then focusing on our linked hands. "You really like her," she noted, almost like she was talking to herself. "I told you that I do," he retorted. She regarded him for a moment before speaking. "I'm sorry, Sarah," she said, still looking at him. "It's okay," I replied meekly, taking a sideways step in the hope that it would prompt Gage to move with me and get me out of this uncomfortable situation. He stood his ground. "It's not okay. First you assume that I'm using her for her money, then you assume that I'm using her for sex," he griped. I cringed and wished that he would stop saying that word. His mom caught my reaction, and a smile played over her lips before her expression toward me softened. She looked at Gage and sighed. "I see. You really need to be careful." "Mom," he protested in exasperation. "I'm not talking about that." "Well, yeah, I am talking about that," she amended, "but not just the physical part of it." "Can we please talk about this later?" he pleaded. She glanced at me. "Yes, I'm sorry." "Okay, we're going now," he said to my relief. "Bye, Sarah," she said as she followed us to the door. "I really am sorry. I promise to be on my best behavior the next time you come over." "Bye," I called out to her and hastened to keep up with Gage as he pulled me out into the hallway and started striding down it. He slowed his pace for me after several hurried steps. "I am so sorry about that," he apologized. "I was worried about your mom thinking I was trying to hook up with you, not my own mom." "Oh, my mom wouldn't think that. She knows you're the only guy I've ever even—" I trailed off in embarrassment as I realized that I had unthinkingly revealed too much. Gage came to a halt, causing me to stop beside him. I focused on the floor in front of me, though, instead of him, although I was now hyper-aware of him. "The only guy you've kissed?" he asked softly. His voice somehow coaxed me into looking at him, and then I was caught in his gaze. It held me captive as he moved from my side to face me directly. My heartbeat stuttered as he lightly brushed his thumb over my hand before letting go of it. Then he brought both his hands up to cut my face as he leaned down to kiss me. I broke eye contact as he drew near, and my eyes closed of their own accord. His lips were soft and gentle against mine, like this was our first kiss. It was wonderful, but it left me craving more when it ended. I felt like that was a prelude to much more passionate kissing, and I thought that Gage's intention as he stared at me with an intense gaze after pulling back. My heart hammered with the anticipation that he was about to urgently press his lips to mine, like he had last night, but he seemed to get a hold of himself at the last second. He let go of my face and took a step back from me. Throwing a defiant look toward the direction we'd come from, he moved back to my side. I looked back to see if his mom was watching us, but she wasn't in the hallway, and the door to their apartment was closed. Gage took my hand, and I faced forward again as we began to walk together. It wasn't until we got outside that it hit me that Gage had kissed me for no reason. There had been no one watching us, so he hadn't needed to put on a show for anyone. I hadn't asked him to kiss me like I had last night, so he hadn't been doing it as a favor to me. Embarrassment flooded me again at that memory, but I had already agonized endlessly over that, and what he must have thought of me. This was something new to obsess over, and it was a much better train of thought. The only reason I could come up with was that he had wanted to kiss me. That must mean that he was attracted to me. No, I could scarcely believe that. Yet there was no other explanation that I could think of, and he had hinted as much when he had implied that he liked my curves. "What are you thinking about?" Gage asked me after we were seated in his car. As so often happened when I became flustered around him, my mouth worked independently of my brain. "Were you really in juvie?" He barked out a short, mirthless laugh. "Why, does that turn you on?" My gaze flew toward him in shock. "No?" he inquired. "You're not one of those girls who gets off on the bad boy thing? Danger isn't an aphrodisiac for you?" He fixed me with a cold stare and leaned toward me. I shrank back in my seat as he advanced on me, and my breathing became shallow. "You're not hot for me right now?" he demanded, but the words sounded seductive, and his gaze became heated. The thought came into my head that I was always hot for him. But then his mouth was on mine, and thinking was impossible. This was the scorching, passionate kiss I had been denied earlier, and I indulged my craving for it hungrily. Gage moaned when my tongue plunged into his mouth, seeking the pleasure I had experienced with him last night. He pressed me back into the seat as he aggressively tangled his tongue with mine. Then I felt his hand on my breast, and I moaned as he rubbed me through my blouse and bra. He groaned in response and slipped his hand beneath my blouse and up to touch me through my silky bra. The moan he wrought from me was loud enough to make me self-conscious. Gage pulled away from me and sank back into his seat, breathing hard. "Shit," he gasped. "It's broad daylight." Mortified, I looked around to see if anyone had seen us making out in his car. A guy in a pickup truck pulled into a parking spot a few cars down from us, but I didn't see anyone else around. Gage turned the key in the ignition, and I automatically buckled my seatbelt. No one was parked in front of us, so he was able to pull straight ahead and drive out of the parking lot. We rode in silence as I wondered what was happening between us, and what was happening to me. I had never made out with a guy before in my life, and now I had done it outside in broad daylight. Gage's mom had been right about me, I thought in shame. The truth was that I hadn't even been thinking about where I was or what I was doing. Now it also occurred to me that I had ignored what Gage had been saying before he kissed me. Any thought of danger had flown right out of my head when I felt his lips against mine. "I got into a fight," he said, and my attention snapped back to him. "Well, I guess not really, since the other guy didn't get a chance to fight back. He was a rich asshole, all full of himself and condescending as fuck. My ex-girlfriend was flaunting him in my face, and he was saying all this shit to me, and I just lost it and started pounding on him. He went down with the first punch. But I was so out of control that it took both Dylan and Jason to pull me off him." He braked at a stop sign and looked at me with a haunted expression. Madison was screaming that I had killed him. She was always a drama queen, but he wasn't moving, wasn't responding when she was shaking him. I thought he really was dead until Amber found his pulse. A car behind us beeped, and Gage looked forward and started driving again. I had knocked him out cold, and Dylan was trying to get me to leave before he woke up, but I called an ambulance and waited until they got there. He had already woken up and called the police by this point, so I called my mom to tell her what was going on. I knew they were going to arrest me, and I didn't want her to get that call from the police station like she did with my dad. "So that's how you ended up in juvie," I said, thinking that the truth wasn't as bad as I had imagined from Courtney's dire warning of him being dangerous. "It was just because you got in a fight." "Yeah, I was charged with assault. He had a concussion, and a rich daddy crying bloody murder. But it was my first offense, and the judge liked that I was the one who called the ambulance and didn't run from the scene. I got a month in juvenile detention and an earful from my dad. He made me promise to stay out of trouble and walk away from fights after that." "That's why you told Gus you don't want to fight," I surmised. "That's part of it," he confirmed. "Those would be legal fights, but I still don't ever want to fight again. That was the worst moment of my life when I thought I killed that asshole. And there have been a lot of shitty moments in my life. Also, though, music is the only thing I want to do with my life. It's my passion, and that's something Gus can't understand. It's not about getting girls or even about getting rich. It's this feeling I get, like everything else just fades away." I felt a pang when he said that, because that was how I was starting to feel when I was with him. Gage was becoming my passion, and I knew that was the problem. If he became too important to me, I would be terribly unhappy without him. I pushed those thoughts aside and responded to the first part of what he had said, which had only added to how appealing he was to me. "You're not a bad boy at all," I told him with a rueful smile. "You're actually really sensitive and sweet." "I don't know if I'd go that far," he said. "I think you're just very forgiving." His expression sobered, and I saw his hands tense on the wheel. "I'm sorry if I scared you." How I acted. He took in a breath and expelled it. "That won't happen again." "It's okay," I began. "No, Sarah, it's not," he interjected. "It wasn't okay for me to scare you like that." How could I explain to him that I hadn't really been scared? Deep down inside, I'd known that I had nothing to fear from him. He just had a sexy edge to him that kept me on the precipice of anticipation, the excitement of not knowing his next move making it that much hotter. The memory made me blush, but I forced myself to speak. "I wasn't scared. You were hot," my mind supplied unhelpfully. I knew you weren't going to hurt me, and..." My face flamed as I trailed off, because every explanation I had would be mortifying. "And I liked it, and I was dying for you to kiss me again, and I loved feeling your hands on me." He slanted a glance at me and shifted his eyes back to the road. Clearing his throat like he was going to say something, he instead fell silent. When he turned on the radio, I was startled to realize that he hadn't had it on at all any of the times I'd ridden in his car. That seemed very odd for someone who loved music. He caught my questioning look and interpreted it correctly. "There's a lot of repetition on the radio, which is awesome if it's your song," he acknowledged. "Also, a lot of damn commercials." That's why I like watching videos on YouTube. You can pick the songs you want to listen to, and you can skip a lot of commercials. Mentioning that made me remember his video, and I was glad that I'd be able to watch it later. I could see him and hear him whenever I wanted to. I remembered then that Emily had wanted me to take a picture of him and send it to her, but this was better. "Yeah," he agreed, "but sometimes I like to hear songs without visuals, and just let the mood of the song take over, which I guess you don't actually have to watch the video. You can step away from the screen and just listen to the sound." I knew that no girl would want to step away from the screen when he was on it, but I didn't say that to him. I decided to try it, though, just to see if his voice had the same impact without his attractive face. When he dropped me off at home, he walked me to the door like he always did. "I'll see you at school tomorrow," he said. "Yeah," I replied. Our parting wasn't contentious like it had been the last couple of times, but it felt like it wasn't enough, like it was incomplete somehow. Gage's gaze lingered on me before he turned to walk away, and he stopped to look at me before getting in his car. Everything felt different somehow as I walked into the house, and it took me a moment to realize what had changed. Gage had kissed me of his own volition, not once, but twice. If he hadn't liked it the first time, he wouldn't have done it again. That meant that he did like it, and that he would want to keep kissing me. I'm so glad everything's working out for both of us. I hadn't noticed Courtney until she spoke, and her words were slow to register with me. "You look as happy as I feel," she said, but it was her smile that really spoke volumes. For the first time ever, she was directing a genuine smile at me, and I was dazzled by it until I remembered the reason for it. Then my own happiness dimmed as I wondered what would happen tomorrow if Gage found out about Courtney and Damon being a couple. She misunderstood whatever she saw in my expression. "Hey, don't stop worrying now," she told me as she lowered her voice and stepped closer to me. "I know it can get scary when he leaves after your first time, and you start wondering if he'll be back, but trust me, he will." "Thanks," I said, because there was no point in telling her that I hadn't just lost my virginity to Gage. This whole exchange was disconcertingly bizarre anyway, with her seemingly giving me sisterly advice. There was no way that I could open up to her about my relationship with Gage. "Are you on the pill?" she asked. "No," I answered, getting more uncomfortable with this conversation by the minute. "You should get on it." She leaned toward me with a conspiratorial smile. "It makes it so much better for him without a condom," she whispered. "He won't be able to get enough." "Thanks," I said again, desperately hoping that she was done dispensing sexual advice to me. I'll get on it. The next words out of her mouth were even worse. So, how big is he? My eyes went wide at her question. She rolled her own eyes at me. Come on, you know how big Damon is. Her expression darkened after she said that. Not wanting her to go back to hating me over the memory of me seeing her boyfriend naked, I blurted out a lie. He's smaller than Damon. I actually didn't know if that was a lie, but it also didn't hurt for her to think that her boyfriend was bigger, if size was important to her. Although she had confessed that she had only flirted with Gage to make Damon jealous, I wasn't going to waste an opportunity to steer her away from Gage. She laughed in response. Really? He's so tall, too, so that must be a myth. I did see a short guy in a porno with a huge... Okay, I interrupted as I stepped back. I've got some homework to do, so... She laughed and shook her head. You are such a prude. Have you ever even seen a porno? I never had, and I had no desire to. I like romantic movies, I told her honestly. Me too, she admitted. But you need to get dirty if you want to keep your guy. Porno movies can teach you how to give great blowjobs, for instance. I recoiled from the very idea of it. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I've really got to go do my homework now. She was shaking her head as I walked past her. You're hopeless. I had no intention of learning how to give a blowjob, but I wondered if she was right about sex being the only way to keep a boyfriend. If it was, then I was going to lose Gage regardless if he was attracted to me. Despite making out with him in his car, I wasn't ready to go any further. The thought of that being the reason he broke up with me actually made me feel better, because it would have nothing to do with him not liking me. It wouldn't have anything to do with my looks or my personality if it was only because of my refusal to have sex with him. Instead of doing my homework, I logged onto my computer so that I could watch the video of Gage's band on a bigger screen than my phone. I saw that it had 86 likes now, but the views really caught my attention. 500 views? I exclaimed aloud. My first instinct was to call Gage and ask him if he had seen the number of views, but I wasn't sure what his reaction would be. I shared the video on my Facebook page and sent Emily a text to watch it. Then I called the person I knew who would be just as excited about it as I was. Sarah, is everything okay? Amber asked. Everything's fine, I replied. Did you see that the video has 500 views already? Yeah, it helped that all the guys shared it on their profiles, especially Noah because he goes to another school. So people there are seeing it and sharing it too. What do you think, though? I think it came out good. It looks way better than I expected it to, I told her. You did a great job filming it. Even Gage admitted that it looks like a real concert video. He did? She questioned in surprise. He didn't say anything good about it to me. All he did was yell about how I lied to him and did it behind his back. You would have thought that I did something terrible instead of just trying to help the band. I guess he calmed down by the time I saw him. That's good, she said in relief. It's no fun being on his bad side. But how did it go with meeting his mom? Okay, I answered. Uh-oh, what happened? Well, she kind of assumed that we were having sex, I revealed in embarrassment. You're not? I was a bit offended by the utter surprise in her voice, especially since it seemed like we were starting to form a real friendship. I know you've heard all kinds of rumors about me, but they're not true. I didn't do anything with with her friend, Damon. No, I didn't listen to stupid rumors, she assured me. It's not anything like that, it's just you guys have this connection that seems so intense. It does? I questioned in astonishment. I knew that my attraction to Gage and my feelings for him had escalated very quickly in intensity, but I doubted that he felt as strong of a connection to me. Amber was probably picking up most of that from me, and not realizing how heavily one-sided it was. There was some physical attraction on Gage's part, but I discovered that guys didn't have to feel a connection to me to want me. Damon and his friends had shown me that. But it was just the things about his past that Gage had shared with me that made me feel like there was more between us. Yeah, Amber said. I haven't seen him look at anyone that way in a long time. That statement was jolting. Even if Gage felt something for me, it wasn't special or new for him. I had never felt this way about anyone before, but he had actually been in love. That had certainly been more intense than anything he felt for me. He had even written a song about it. I doubted that he would ever write a song about me. It's good that you're taking it slow, Amber told me. Gage is the type who can get completely consumed in a relationship, so you should probably be sure before you get in too deep. Okay, I replied, unable to imagine him having such intense feelings for me. Unlike his ex-girlfriend, I was not the type of girl guys became obsessed with. You seem like a very nice girl, and I really hope you are, because you're the only one he's given a chance to since... She trailed off and began a new sentence. We just don't want to see him get his heart broken. I emitted an incredulous laugh. I'm not exactly known as a heartbreaker. I think there's more chance of him breaking my heart than me breaking his. So you have feelings for him? She asked. Yes, I admitted. I know it's really soon since we just started dating, and it's probably because this is all so new to me and overwhelming. Well, she responded, you picked a good one for your first boyfriend. Like I said, Gage is all in when he's in a relationship. You'll have all his attention. He's very much a one-woman guy, so you don't have to worry about him screwing around with other girls. That all sounded great, but there was the problem of him not really being my boyfriend. Unless he asked me to be his girlfriend for real, none of what she was saying applied to our relationship. What about you and Jason? I asked, wanting to get the focus off me and Gage. How long have you guys been dating? Since 9th grade, she replied. I've never had another boyfriend either, and I'm the only girlfriend Jason's ever had. That is so romantic, I said dreamily, caught up in the magic of the perfect high school romance. It was like one of those teen books I read come true. Yeah, but when I look at you guys, she trailed off and sighed. I guess you can expect it to be that intense after being together for so long. You lose a lot of that sexual tension. The topic of sex always makes me uncomfortable. It was so strange and embarrassing to think of doing that with someone, and to think of other people doing that. I tried to avoid talking about it. Except with Emily, who was just as inexperienced as me. With a jolt, I realized that was no longer true. I had more experience than her now, since I had kissed a boy and made out with him. It was disconcerting, because we had been in the same boat for so long and navigating through high school together. I had felt so adrift without her, and I had floated into uncharted waters alone. It was both scary and exhilarating. I felt the familiar urge to go to her for advice, but I knew that she would be just as out of her depth as I was. Amber would know better how to counsel me about what I was doing with Gage, but I hadn't entrusted her with the truth about my relationship with him. I didn't know her that well yet, and I was still afraid of other people at school finding out that he was only pretending to be my boyfriend. I would be especially mortified if the band found out, because it had been amazing to be introduced to them as Gage's girlfriend. He had even almost gotten into a fight with Dylan over me, so it would be humiliating if they knew that that was all fake. Since Amber's boyfriend was in the band, I didn't trust her not to tell him in secret if I confided it to her. Instead, I decided to ask her about what Courtney had said. Do you think that Gage will break up with me if I don't have sex with him? Did he act like he would? She asked in surprise. Has he been pressuring you to have sex with him? No, I answered, but my stepsister said. Stop right there, she interrupted me. Your stepsister doesn't know anything about Gage. They all assume that he's screwing groupies since he's not getting any sex from girls at school, but that girl messed him up so bad that he hasn't touched anyone else since. She paused for a second before exclaiming, Shit, I didn't mean to say all that. I swear I don't go around telling people's private stuff to everyone. Gage told me about getting into a fight because of her and going to juvie, I offered. Oh, she responded. I guess your connection is even stronger than I thought. He doesn't talk about that with anyone. Not even us, and we were there. I asked him about being in juvie, I admitted. I heard about it from... Yeah, a lot of kids from school were at that party, she interjected. Jason put the word out, but we had no idea that so many people were going to show up. Noah only invited a few friends from his school, but he sure as hell didn't invite her. She crashed the party, I said. I wanted to kick her out when I saw her, but Gage didn't look upset. He owned the rock star thing, and I thought he was going with that whole thing about looking good being the best revenge. It all seemed like a big screw you to her, especially when he sang that song he wrote after they broke up. I thought it was the perfect way to take her down, and that Gage had come out on top. It was awesome, but then it all went wrong. He ended up in juvie, I stated. The only good thing about it was that he was in during the summer, so he didn't miss any school. That party was to celebrate the end of school and showcase the band. They couldn't play bars back then, and I thought that performing was what Gage needed to cheer him up. He always comes alive in front of a crowd. That's how he met that bitch in the first place. At a show, I prompted, wanting to hear more but trying to keep the questioning tone out of my voice, so she wouldn't stop to realize that Gage hadn't told me about how he met his ex-girlfriend. Yeah, their first one, she continued. I thought they were good when I heard them practice, but seeing them perform in front of an audience was electric. Gage became this, well, you've seen him. He was only 16 then, but you could just see something up there beyond his age. The confidence he had, the way he captivated the crowd, the way he sang, it affected the whole band, and they gave it everything they had. That was the first time I realized that they could actually go somewhere with their music. I could imagine the scene she was describing, and it was interesting because I was interested in everything having to do with Gage. Still, I was hoping she would say something more about him meeting Madison. He had mentioned her name, and my mind had seized that piece of information and stored it away with everything else I had learned about her. Amber obliged my unspoken desire to know more as she reminisced over the phone. It was easy to imagine them playing a real concert. They even had the girls starting to act like groupies. That's what I thought she would be to him. She wasn't drunk and crazy like some of the other girls, but she made it obvious what she wanted from him. I thought he was doing the rockstar thing and picking up a groupie when he left with her. But then he brought her to their next practice and started calling her his girlfriend. When he started writing songs about her, I knew it was serious. He wrote love songs about her? I questioned with a sinking heart. Yeah, she confirmed awkwardly, probably remembering that she was talking to his current girlfriend. He stopped singing those when they broke up. This shouldn't have been such an unforeseen revelation to me. Of course he would write love songs about her if he was in love with her. Yet I hadn't imagined Gage pouring his heart out into a song. The breakup anthem rocked, and his sexy songs were in the sex and rock and roll vein. He had even named his band Dirty, so love ballads were not anything I'd expected from him. But he had been moved to write them for her. Envy and jealousy warred with a sick fascination to know what he had felt for her. Do you have any recordings of him singing those songs? I asked. There was a pause long enough to make me believe that she did. That was a long time ago. You didn't answer the question, I noted. He was only with her for a couple months, she explained. He fell hard and fast, but it wasn't the great love he thought it was. I'd still like to hear the songs, I said. He's already mad at me. I don't want to piss him off again, she told me. I won't tell him. He'll never know I heard them, I promise. I'm just really curious about how they sound. I really like the ones I've heard so far, and I just want to hear if those are any good. Amber wasn't fooled by my attempt to play it off as idle curiosity. You shouldn't be obsessing about this. It was over as soon as he found out she was cheating on him, and I guarantee you that he doesn't have any feelings for her anymore. What he wrote in those songs is ancient history. That's why it's okay for me to listen to them, I reasoned with her. They don't matter anymore, and it would be fun to hear them. Fun, she repeated. Yeah. About as much fun as seeing a picture of him kissing another girl, she retorted. No way. I am not letting you talk me into this. Forget it. I couldn't forget it. I was absolutely burning with curiosity now. Please, Amber, I pleaded. I really want to hear them. No, she repeated firmly. Gage isn't thinking about his ex, and you shouldn't be either. You guys are good together, and that's all that matters. The irony was we weren't really together. If we seemed good together, it was only because Gage was adept at acting like our relationship was real. Maybe because he had experienced being in one. I, on the other hand, hadn't ever been pretending if I was honest with myself. Gage had fascinated me from the first moment I saw him, and I hadn't even considered approaching any other guy to play the role of my boyfriend. All my responses to him had also been the same feelings that the girls in the romance novels I had read experienced whenever they were around the guy they liked. All the signs of a crush were there, but getting to know him and kiss him had taken it to the next level. None of those kisses had been fake for me, and I knew for certain that the last couple hadn't been fake for him either. I wasn't sure how much that meant to him, though. "Tell him how you feel," Emily advised me when we talked on the phone that evening. She had called me after seeing the video on Facebook. "Holy shit, you said he was hot, but holy crap, I can't believe he's your boyfriend." "He's not," I reminded her. "But he kisses you, and oh, wow," she exclaimed. That's when I filled her in on how far it had gone since I last talked to her. I told her about making out with him in his car after the show, and again the next day after meeting his mom. That's when she urged me to reveal my feelings to him. "I can't do that," I balked. "You have to," she insisted, "before it goes any further. You've got to tell him that you like him, and that you need to know if he likes you back. I know you think you need to keep this going to keep Courtney off your back, but you should just tell your mom what she's doing." Actually, Courtney told me that Damon asked her to be his girlfriend. I explained that they were supposed to reveal themselves as a couple tomorrow at school. "Then you have no more reason to pretend with Gage," Emily said. "You can find out if he wants to date you for real." "I guess," I said. "But what if he doesn't? Then I won't get to be with him anymore." "It's better if you find out now," she told me, "before you fall in love with him." I was starting to suspect that it was already too late, but I couldn't explain that to her. She would say that I hardly knew him, but she didn't know how much he had told me about his past and his dreams for the future. She had seen how hot he was on stage, but she didn't know the person he was in private. I hadn't gotten nearly enough time with that person, and I craved that just as much as I wanted him to kiss me again. Everything about him drew me to him. I wasn't ready to let go of him yet, and revealing my feelings to him would just hasten the end of us. I was sure that he wouldn't want to hear it, and it would make things really awkward between us. That he wouldn't want to be around me anymore. I was already dreading the possibility that it might be over tomorrow anyway, as soon as he found out about Courtney and Damon. "How was your day at the lake?" I asked to change the subject. "Really good," Emily replied enthusiastically. "We had a lot of fun, and I was dying to tell you who was there. Connor! And he talked to us, and you would have died, especially when he invited us to his party next weekend." "He invited Taylor to a party?" I questioned in surprise. "Are they getting back together?" "No. She says that they stayed friends, but that's it. I don't know how you can do that with someone you dated. I think it would be hard for me to just pretend like he never kissed me and just be friends with him." "I would still want to be friends with Gage," I told her. "I wouldn't want him to stop talking to me if we weren't, well, if this ends." "Talking to you?" she inquired dubiously. "Have you talked about anything besides your deal and his car? What else would you have to talk about?" He told me some stuff," I hedged. "Like what?" she questioned. "Personal stuff," I answered. "I promised I wouldn't tell anyone, so I really can't talk about it." She was silent in response to my confession. "Emily," I spoke hesitantly, "are you mad at me? I know he'll probably never know if I told you, but I made a promise, and it didn't feel right to break it." "I'm not mad," she replied. "I'm just thinking. I didn't know he was sharing secrets with you. That's pretty serious, Sarah. I don't know why you're afraid to tell him how you feel when he obviously feels something for you too. He wouldn't be telling you personal stuff if he didn't feel some kind of connection to you." She was the second person to mention a connection between us, so that gave me hope that Gage would want to remain friends with me after our fake romance ended. I needed to play it cool, though, and show him that staying friends with me would be easy, and confessing that I had more than friendly feelings for him would not help me with that. Also, just thinking about telling him flustered me. There was no way that I could actually risk his rejection. I would play it safe by suggesting we could be friends. He was less likely to reject an offer of friendship. "So," Emily began, pulling me out of my thoughts and making me realize that I had lapsed into silence. "You like Gage better than Connor?" "Oh, definitely," I responded. "Connor was just a crush." I winced at the realization that I had just revealed that my feelings for Gage had gone way past crushing on him. To my surprise, she didn't seize that revelation as proof that I needed to follow her advice and tell him how I felt. "Was?" she asked. You don't have a crush on Connor anymore? No, I answered. That seems like it was so long ago. You still liked him before you left, she reminded me. You were disappointed that you wouldn't get to see him at school anymore. Guess I was right that you would find a new hottie to crush on. Not that I can blame you after seeing that video. And dirty, she exclaimed. I about died when I saw that was the name of his band. I never thought you'd go for the bad boy, but I can see why you did. He's not really a bad boy, I said. He's actually a nice guy when you get to know him. And he always acts like a gentleman, holding my hand and walking me to the door. He had manners with my mom and Daniel, too. He called him sir and everything. Wait, he met them? You didn't tell me that. Yeah, today, I replied. How did that go? She questioned. Good. Better than with his mom. At least my mom didn't assume we were having sex. Yeah, how embarrassing was that? She sympathized. Very, I said. But she wasn't mad about it, or acting like I was a slut. She was telling us to be careful and use birth control. It was so weird. I can't believe this is my life. I know, she laughed. It's like you went into an alternate reality. Emily was a science fiction fan, but I put it in terms I was more familiar with. It's like I'm living in a movie. Yeah, she agreed. You moved to California, and now you've got this Hollywood lifestyle with a rock star boyfriend. Lodi is not Hollywood, I remarked. And playing at a bar doesn't make Gage a rock star. And he's not even really my boyfriend, I added. I guess it's all just as fake as a movie. I don't think so, she said. Kissing you in front of people is one thing, but kissing you when you're alone? That doesn't sound fake to me. Don't forget that actors fall in love for real all the time when they're making movies. Yeah, but all of them are gorgeous and perfect together. You've seen Gage. Do you really think that a guy like that is going to fall in love with me? I retorted. Why not? She countered. You're pretty and nice. He likes kissing you, and he likes talking with you. What else do you need to fall in love with someone? I wasn't sure, but it seemed impossible that Gage could ever have feelings like that for me. If I said that to Emily, she would try to convince me that he could. She had always encouraged my crush on Connor, and made me believe that he might ask me out one day. It had been fun to dream, but I didn't want to hope for anything with Gage. I would be terribly disappointed if he rejected my friendship, and I didn't even want to consider how I would feel if he rejected my feelings for him. There was no way that I could leave myself open to that kind of hurt. Love? I scoffed. Glad I only had to fool her with my voice since we weren't talking face to face. You really do think this is some kind of movie. I've only known him for a week. Look at how fast your mom and Daniel fell in love, she reminded me. Well, I'm not my mom, I retorted. Maybe I would have been able to make Gage fall in love with me if I had her beauty, but I didn't. Anyway, what about you? I asked. When are you going to like someone if it's so easy to fall in love? She was quiet, and I realized that I had just snapped at her. She was the person who least deserved that from me. I'm sorry, I said. I've just been so... I didn't even know how to finish that sentence. I'd been through a gamut of emotions since moving here, from fear and humiliation to infatuation and lust, and most of all, uncertainty. Stressed, I said after a beat. I know it's kind of scary, even though it's exciting, but I think it will all work out, she told me. It seems like fate how everything happened. I had never heard her talk about fate before, and my response was dubious. It was fate for me to pay him to pretend to be my boyfriend? You had a crush on Connor for 3 years, but never even talked to him. Then you move there and meet Gage on your first day, and you're already with him by the second day. Because I paid him, I reiterated. Nothing happened with Connor in all that time, and it happened right away with Gage, because it was fate, she insisted. There was apparently no point in arguing with her about this, so I let it go. I miss you, Emily, I sighed. I wish that you were here with me. I miss you too, Sarah, she replied with feeling. But oh, she exclaimed, did you hear what you said? What? I asked in confusion over her sudden excitement. You said you wished that I was there, she emphasized. All the other times you told me you wished you were here. I wonder why you want to be there now, she remarked slyly. There was no denying that it was because of Gage, but I didn't respond to her comment. Well, she said with a sigh of her own, it's much more fun to talk about your love life, but I guess I better get my homework done. It should be illegal to assign homework for the weekend. I smiled at her often repeated complaint. Yeah, I haven't started on mine either. She gasped theatrically. It's Sunday afternoon and you haven't started your homework yet? Now that's going too far. Forget everything I said. This guy is a bad influence on you. Her teasing was meant to be amusing, but I was starting to think seriously about it after we got off the phone. 1 week ago, I hadn't even kissed a guy, and now I had already made out twice with Gage, once in broad daylight. I didn't consider him a bad influence, but I wasn't exactly on my best behavior around him. I seemed to lose myself in him completely whenever he kissed me. That needed to change if I was going to gain any kind of control over this situation. It had veered so far, of course, from my original plan that I didn't know where I was going anymore. It was just supposed to be pretend dates, but the physical attraction between us was real. I had to set boundaries before I completely lost my way. I decided that there would be no more kissing in Gage's car, because that's where we always seemed to get carried away. Of course, once he found out that our deal was no longer necessary, there would probably be no more kissing at all. Chapter 10. Seeing Damon the next morning seemed like a bad omen. He was picking up Courtney to drive her to school, and that appeared to be part of their plan to reveal themselves as a couple to our classmates. My stomach twisted with anxiety as I watched them leave in his car. Gage was going to find out about them, and what I had with him would be over. I should tell him before I heard it from anyone else. That way I would be in control of the situation, even if ending things between us was the last thing I wanted. At least I would save face and walk away with some dignity. If I didn't, then he would know that I was pathetically clinging to him without any good explanation. As I drove to school, I decided to first ask him if we could be friends before I told him the news about Courtney and Damon. I was going to seek him out by his locker, but he was waiting for me by mine. The sight of him made it difficult to remain focused on my intentions. He was just so attractive with his alluring eyes and sexual magnetism. All the erotic moments I had experienced with him this weekend came rushing back to me, and I flushed as heat flamed through my body. "Hey," I said, feeling like I was speaking in some kind of delirium. "Are we friends?" It wasn't how I meant to approach the subject with him, but I'd already lost the ability to think through a normal conversation. My words seemed to freeze Gage's expression for an instant before he reacted. "You want to be just friends?" he asked. "I'll give you what she won't," a girl at the next locker said and giggled. Blushing, she took off down the hall after apparently using up all of her daring to say that to him. Gage didn't even turn to glance at her, so I wasn't sure if he knew who had spoken to him. His gaze held mine as I blushed at the girl's implication. He stepped closer as his eyes blazed with fierce intensity. "I'm not going to pressure you, Sarah. You don't have to worry about that." "I'm not," I immediately answered in my flustered state as my gaze flitted away from his. "I'm I continued as an inkling of the conversation I'd wanted to have with him came back to me. "I just wanted to know if we would still be friends when, Aware now that other people might be listening, I forced myself to look at him and convey what I meant with my expression. "After," I stated quietly, while gazing steadily at him. His eyes slowly lost their intensity, and I felt the sudden distance between us even as we remained standing close. "Of course we'll be friends," he told me. His words should have reassured me. They sounded like he meant them. But there was something in his expression that made me feel like he was pulling back from me. He still held my hand as we walked to class, but I felt like it was really just for show. I had none of the romantic delusions I'd had when we walked through the halls together last week. It seemed like I could no longer fool myself into believing a ruse, even momentarily. At least he had agreed to be friends with me, but that didn't give me the satisfaction that I had expected to feel. As much as I knew that friendship with Gage was more than I could have hoped for, the truth was that I had foolishly begun to hope for even more than that. It hadn't seemed quite so impossible after I discovered that he was attracted to me, and I had thought that he might want to be more than friends. He obviously didn't, though, since he had so readily consented to friendship. Gage wasn't shy, so I knew that he wouldn't have any trouble telling me that he wanted more if he did, which meant that he didn't want to date me. That knowledge should have prompted me to tell him about Courtney and Damon and free him from this charade, but I said nothing. I justified it to myself by fixating on the possibility that Damon might still back out of telling people that he and Courtney were a couple. I'll wait until it's confirmed, I told myself. Yet I still stayed silent about it after I heard people talking about them being together. I waited tensely through lunch for Gage to say something about it. But he never mentioned it, even when he walked me to class afterwards. Was it possible that he didn't know? I knew that he had no interest in gossip, so maybe he had tuned out all the talk about our new golden couple. Sooner or later, he would find out, though, so I should tell him myself before he heard it from someone else. I kept glancing at him later that day in the class we had together, but no words made it past my lips. When he noticed me watching him, he gave me a reserved smile and turned his attention to the teacher. What little resolve I had to talk with him withered with his silent dismissal. He obviously wasn't interested in engaging with conversation with me today. It was a surprise, then, when he spoke to me after class and invited me to go to the park with him. I promised to take you back during the day. Do you want to go now? I'm not scheduled to work today. Okay, I agreed, eager to spend as much time with him as I could while I had the chance. A part of me I didn't want to acknowledge was also eager to kiss Gage again. He smiled sheepishly at me. Great, but we need to take your car. I let my mom drive mine to work since I didn't need it today. Oh, I said, is something wrong with her car? She doesn't have one, he replied. She drives mine when she can, and gets a ride from a coworker the rest of the time. She gives him money for gas and everything, but I know she feels bad that he drives his car most of the time, so she likes to return the favor when she can. I couldn't imagine my mom not having a car. She and my dad had always had their own cars, as she and Daniel did now. I truly understood how different my family's financial situation was from that of Gage and his mom. The first thing I'm going to do when I make it big is buy my mom a car, he said as we walked into the student parking lot. Then I'm going to buy her a house. I really hoped then with my whole heart that he would make it big and fulfill his wish to help his mom. It was such a sweet and wonderful dream for him to have, and I was filled with warmth and affection for him as I imagined him making his mom so happy. You're a great guy, I declared, and then blushed in embarrassment at my overly enthusiastic exclamation. You're a great girl, he told me, and I risked a glance at him. Sarah, he said, giving my hand a little squeeze and pulling me to a stop. He let go of my hand and stepped in front of me so that we were face to face. I want you to be my girl. I stared at him, wondering if he could really be saying what I thought he was saying. I know you said you wanted to be friends, he continued, and I'll respect that if that's what you want. But I want more than that with you. I must be dreaming, I thought in a daze. My voice came out hesitant and small. Are you saying... I want you to be my girlfriend, he replied. I know that you don't need to pretend anymore since your stepsister got what she wanted. You know about that? I breathed. Yeah, he made sure to flaunt it in my face when he was with her. Like I wanted her, he scoffed. You don't? I asked. No, he declared. Did you really think I did? I didn't know what to think, I admitted. She's so beautiful and... Not on the inside, he said. You're beautiful on the outside and the inside, and you're the one I want. You chose me over him, but was that only because of her? Would you want to be with him if she wasn't in the picture? Damon? I questioned incredulously. Hell no, I can't stand him. Gage smiled in satisfaction before fixing his gaze intently on me. I like you, Sarah, and I don't want this to end. I don't know how you feel about me, and like I said, I'll respect your decision if you want to just be friends. An amazing feeling was coming over me as he waited expectantly for my reply, and my voice surged forth with excitement and exhilaration. Yes, I like you too! He responded with a big, happy smile. As more than a friend, he prompted for definite confirmation of what he obviously knew was my reaction. Yes, I answered, too happy to be shy about it. The same happiness was mirrored on his face, and he only looked away from me when the car we were standing in front of beeped at us to get out of the way. Gage's first act as my real boyfriend was the same romantic gesture he had first displayed as my fake boyfriend. He held my hand as we walked together through the school parking lot, and it felt even more perfect now than it had then. If this was a movie, music would have been swelling along with the happiness surging through me. Instead, there were sounds of cars starting and people talking and laughing. But it all sounded like absolute perfection to my ears in that moment. The sunshine was bright and warm, but a thunderstorm couldn't have doused my mood on that perfect afternoon. We stopped beside my car, and Gage gave me a rueful smile. I was going to do this by the lake, where it'd be all beautiful and romantic. Perfect place to ask you to be my girlfriend. It was perfect, I told him. This is where it started, I added, thinking of the first time he held my hand. It did start in a parking lot, he laughed. When you chased me down, he teased with a grin. I grinned back, feeling secure now that I knew he liked me. Yep, you can hold it over me that I was just another girl chasing after you. His gaze became heated as he stepped closer to me. But you're the only one I'll let catch me, he said as he leaned down to kiss me. My heart was pounding with excitement, but it was the promise in his words that thrilled me the most. He was really mine. Our pretend romance had turned into the real thing. Whatever happened now was completely up to us, and I felt like anything was possible. This has been Fake Boyfriend, Young Love, Book 1, written by Suzana Thompson, narrated by Paulina Schubert. Copyright 2018 by Suzana Thompson. Production copyright by Suzana Thompson.